They're choosing between Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who is also running as an independent, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. Now, staying in the tri-state, New Jersey voters will elect a new governor there, where Democratic Rep. Mike Sherrill is facing Trump-backed Jack Ciattarelli. And across the country, voters in California on the West Coast deciding whether to approve Prop 50. This is a measure to redraw the congressional map to favor Democrats.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore has created an advisory commission to look at redistricting congressional House seats in the state ahead of next year's midterm elections. The commission will organize public hearings, get public feedback, and make recommendations to the governor and General Assembly. Moore says the goal is to make sure Maryland has fair congressional maps.
The maps we have right now cut communities, cut neighborhoods, and so all I'm simply saying by the redistricting advisory commission that I've ordered is that I want to hear from the people, and we want to determine, do we have fair maps right now? Because it is my priority and it is my focus on making sure that next November that we have fair maps in the state of Maryland people can vote on.
Governor Moore says the commission will start the work this month. It'll be made up of 5 members. Maryland Senator Angela Alsobrooks will serve as commission chair.
Well, a United Airlines flight evacuated today, this over at Reagan National in Arlington, after unfounded reports of a bomb threat. That flight, which was coming from Houston, landed around noon before being met by emergency crews. Fox 5's exclusive video showing passengers exiting that plane. Air traffic was paused for about an hour or so. This as passengers were bused to the terminal. An investigation is now underway.
The Senate failing to pass a funding bill today, meaning the shutdown is now tied for the longest in U.S. history. Republicans
are 6 votes short of the 60 needed to end the shutdown. The vote mostly remains on party lines. Republican leaders saying today that they believe Democrats will compromise after the election.
And we're hopeful that after today, the Democrats won't be as concerned about holding the line in order to appease the Kami Mamdani and Omar Fata wing of their party.
We want to reopen the government. We want to find a bipartisan path forward toward enacting a spending agreement that actually makes life better for the American people.
Well, in the meantime, new reporting today suggests the White House may not pay federal employees not working during the shutdown. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying today that it is part of negotiations between Democrats and Republicans.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney has died. His family says he passed away last night due to complications from pneumonia along with cardiac and vascular disease. Now, he was known as one of the most powerful but polarizing vice presidents in American history. He served as Defense Secretary, White House Chief of Staff, and a Wyoming congressman before becoming vice president under George W. Bush. He advised President Bush during wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and after 9/11, he was determined to win the war on terror.
There was a whole series of attacks that were foiled because of the CIA interrogation program that Dick Cheney was the champion.
He was a man who was serious. He was a man who was dedicated to keeping this country safe.
Dick Cheney is survived by his wife, Lynn, and 2 daughters, Liz and Mary. He was 84 years old.
There's a new teen curfew on the horizon in our nation's capital. D.C. lawmakers taking action this afternoon, just days after the latest teen takeover that was all caught on camera and involved the National Guard. Fox 5's Bob Barnard is down in the Navy Yard neighborhood with late details. Bob?
Hey there, Angie. Lots of talk today about needing to stop the chaos, but also about giving young people opportunities and alternatives to gathering in large groups and causing trouble. Now, here are the key facts about the new curfew. It is a 90-day citywide curfew. It'll be 7 days a week from 11 p.m. till 6 a.m. for those 17 and younger. Now, today's D.C. Council vote coming just 4 days after this latest so-called teen takeover here in Navy Yard. Halloween night, captured on camera. Hundreds of young people in the park here in the heart of this neighborhood. Some of the kids chased down by the National Guard. The very next day, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser declaring an emergency teen curfew that expires at midnight tomorrow. The summertime curfew ended in early October. Now, by a vote of 9-4, council members have adopted a new emergency 90-day curfew. At the same time, giving D.C. Police Chief the authority to declare 6 p.m. curfews on a temporary basis crisis in commercial districts like here in Navy Yard, The Wharf, Gallery Place, and U Street. Council members today sounding off.
A curfew cannot be the long-term solution to meet our young people's needs. I'm not suggesting that is what is being said, but when we only advance a curfew, it begs the question, how are we expecting things to change?
What I fear the most is the devastating impact if one of our young people is harmed or killed by one of these unlawful federal agencies during an enforcement effort.
I want real solutions. I've been pushing for more social workers. I have a plan in place now for more trade and vocational programs, for more after-school activities. Those are the things that are going to help. This bill tells people that there's a solution, and it's not.
Now, there is a second vote this afternoon to extend the teen curfew for 225 days. Still waiting for that vote to happen. That one would need congressional approval. And next month, the D.C. Council will consider legislation making the teen curfew permanent. Now, these temporary emergency curfews need to be signed by the mayor before going into effect. We're told as soon as she gets them, she will sign them. Guys?
All right. Thank you, Bob. Now to some top caught on camera moments. Everyone, take a look at this. This is video you do not want to miss. And we constantly hear about things like this, especially in our area, up in smoke and caught on camera. Security cameras from a smoke shop in Milwaukee caught the moment an SUV burst through smoke shop's window, stopping in the middle of the store. Now, police say the thieves used a stolen car from Phoenix, Arizona, while the thieves inside gathered the products. An accomplice waited outside, honking the getaway car, giving the all clear to load up the stolen merchandise, and police are still looking for the suspects involved. Man, talk about a heist right there, guys.
I know. They had this planned out. You know, they're getting more creative by the day, and as we know...
Look at all that damage.
Yeah, smoke shop thefts are becoming more and more frequent, even around our parts. Yeah.
All right, guys, so to come here in trending, people revealing the sexiest man alive for 2025, and many think he's wicked handsome.
Wicked handsome. Okay.
But first, hey, Caitlin.
Marina, in terms of Election Day weather, we have one this year, as it is beautiful out there this afternoon. A nice evening for those still heading to the polls in Virginia. We'll take a look at the rest of the week with a first look at your forecast up after the break.
Told her don't let her friends know. In the Ville, and I move like a dime. Eating fettuccine at Vincenzo's. Me and my
Okay, no shortage of things to talk about today.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, let's get to it. People has spoken. The magazine revealing its sexiest man alive. It's Bridgerton star Jonathan Bailey. Bailey, the first openly gay man to receive the honor. The Wicked and Bridgerton actor says being named sexiest man alive is completely absurd. But the honor of a lifetime. He says he had to stay tight-lipped about the news. Bailey did, however, spill the beans to his dog Benson. Both will be featured on Friday's edition of People. He's good looking.
Yeah. I mean, I had to Google who he was.
I was going to say, I'd never heard of him.
I'd never heard of him either. And I was like,
And I watched
okay.
Bridgerton.
And you don't remember him?
Lord
No.
something.
He's a lord. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't
okay.
know.
Oh, he was in Bridgerton 2?
Oh.
Or the
Congratulations.
second season?
Sure, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I have some
I do
catching up
kind
to
of
do.
agree. Like, it's an honor, but also, like, absurd at the same
I know,
time.
and I think a lot of the men who win do kind of make fun of it at the same time,
Yeah.
while also, you know, like they just get ragged by
Well,
their
when you
friends
said
and everything.
Wicked, I thought that was a tease to the movie Wicked. And I was like, oh, Jeff Goldblum, because so many people are obsessed with him. You
Yeah,
know?
like producer
And they
Chris.
think, yeah. Oh, he's in Wicked also? Oh, he's in
Yeah,
Wicked
of course
also.
he's in
so.
Wicked. That's
Yeah.
why we said
Okay,
that.
all right. Well, Jeff Goldblum, but
Oh
he's
my God,
kind of known
Andy.
for being.
Let's move on.
He has a weird following. I
Really?
mean,
Like Chris Smith.
Yeah.
Caitlin's really
Yeah, they definitely
beating that
had
dead horse.
something in common.
He's a
it's a
big fan of
sick
Jeff Goldblum.
obsession.
Really?
Sick obsession. Like women who find him the most attractive.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay,
All
wow.
right.
Chris is gonna have to
We'll
defend
delve into
himself.
that later. In the meantime, forget pies this Thanksgiving. Pull out the Oreos. You can now snag limited edition cookies that are coated in fudge, infused with flavors from the traditional Turkey Day meal like apple caramel, pumpkin pie, even turkey and stuffing, and sweet potato, cream corn, and cranberry sauce. I think I'm good with all the flavors with the exception of turkey. I mean, the other ones
Yeah.
probably make like sweet-ish.
Right.
We did have trick-or-treating. We did pick up a couple Reese's flavored Oreos.
Okay.
Just like
Was
peanut
that
butter.
good?
They were
But
great.
who wants a turkey-flavored
Nobody.
Oreo?
But they needed
Nobody
to
does.
complete the Thanksgiving
okay.
theme.
All right.
Probably
And
one
we're talking
person
about
out
it,
there.
Shamari.
And they
so
need something to be viral, like, you know, for
Okay.
somebody to eat it.
I bet you
tried
it's
the
not going to
turkey
be as bad as we
stuffing.
think it's going to be.
Yeah, but I think a sweet potato or a yam with
Yeah.
marshmallow one, that would
Apple
be good.
caramel? Love it.
The chocolate will, balance out the turkey.
I love an Oreo. You guys
Yeah.
like Oreos?
I love
Yeah.
them. I'm like, I
But
would
it have
eat
to-
them
you
more
gotta-
often if I could.
But you gotta have cold milk.
Double
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, really?
I like
Yeah,
the double
I
stuff.
gotta have cold milk.
Are you like biting into it, or are you taking it off and like?
No,
I
I
think
It's
just
the part
filling.
because
dip
in
it.
my mind it makes me think it's going to last longer.
I'm same.
Okay.
That's just means that
Psychologically,
we
I'm like
love
I'm getting
food.
2
Well,
cookies instead of 1 and the same amount of
you know what I love?
What?
Today's weather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. I need
it
cold
was-
milk. At least it's not cold outside
It
right
was
now.
I know,
good
it's pretty
election day weather.
It's
Went out
really
to
nice.
vote, and there were a lot of people standing outside, of course.
And not windy, or at least not as windy as it's been.
Nice and mild,
I
almost.
know. It was, you guys, great weather today and this whole week,
I'll
really.
take it.
This is kind of like the best of fall lined up for us through the rest of this work week. It stays dry. We'll have some milder days, some cooler ones, but plenty of sunshine. And gosh, those leaves are just shining out there. And this is certainly us at our peak. Here's a live example for you as we take a view of Gaithersburg from our Fox 5 Skycam over 270. Beautiful pops of color. We've covered the whole rainbow there. It's like a pack of Skittles with those trees in the foreground. Red, yellow, gold, green. It's just stunning. So I'm really pleased how well our fall foliage season went. There was a lot of talk about, will it have been too dry? Because it was really dry getting into the season, but nope. Those leaves put on a show once again. 64 degrees in D.C., winds out of the west at 13 miles an hour, so there is a bit of a breeze. It's just not as overly windy as yesterday or like back last week on Halloween. Elsewhere, you're looking at temperatures mostly in low 60s, so in Northern Virginia, 64 at Dulles, 64 in Manassas, 61 Quantico, and a very pleasant 67 in Culpeper. Wind gusts area-wide only about 15 to 20 miles an hour, and they'll come down a bit into this evening. Satellite radar is quiet with just a little bit of a cloud deck off to the south. So before the polls close, if you're going to be out and about over the next couple of hours, clear skies. Remember, the sun does go down right around 5 o'clock. So that's always a bit of an adjustment. Election day falls right after that return to standard time. So it's, yes, dark as you get out of work, but before 7 p.m., clear skies, temps in the 50s. We should have nice weather and fair skies that take us up through 9 o'clock tonight. Chilly overnight, but seasonably so, with lows in the upper 30s to mid 40s. High pressure just to our south tomorrow. It is the pick of the week because it gets a little bit warmer. Plenty of sunshine, light winds. High temperatures should easily hit 70 for D.C. And I think we'll do a few more as you go out to the west. Cooler on Thursday. We're back up again by Saturday. And we'll talk about those possible rain chances this weekend. That's coming up in my full 7 day. Back to you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Caitlin. Still ahead, one local county's push to share more resources for victims of domestic violence.
Plus, U.S. mayors rally abroad to make climate change a frontline issue. The details coming up at 5.
Prince George's County launching its first domestic violence resource fair today to get residents the help that they need. It comes as we head into the holiday season when officials say cases tend to go up.
I'd like to say family violence, because what we see is not only women being victimized, but men as well, and children. It's important. It's an important issue to the community, because so often family violence occurs within the home and people are not aware of it. So we want to bring attention to it.
Well, last month, Prince George's County Sheriff's Office arrested more than 80 people during an operation which primarily targeted domestic violence suspects.
4 D.C. organizations will receive nearly $10 million to help students as they travel to and from school. The Safe Passage, Safe Blocks program places ambassadors along nearly 130 routes across the district. Their duties range from overseeing students' commute routes to de-escalating and reporting any violence in the community.
Students were back in their regular building and classrooms at Anacostia High School today. The school was shut down for several days because of a sewage backup there. Students had been attending classes at Kramer Middle. The sewage problem affected the school's kitchen, the cafeteria, and the basement. District leaders say all necessary cleaning and disinfecting was done ahead of the students' arrival this morning. All right, still a lot to come here on your news at 4. at 4:30, our Election Day coverage will continue.
We're taking a look at some of the other candidates and measures voters are deciding on in Maryland.
Plus, our chief legal correspondent looking into the highly anticipated Attorney General's race in Virginia between Republican Jason Miyares and Democrat Jay Jones. We'll be right back.
It is Election Day, and one race in the Commonwealth that tightened in the weeks leading up to the Election Day is the race for Attorney General.
Republican incumbent Jason Miyares was behind in the polls over the summer, but then took a slight lead after Jay Jones's texting scandal. Our chief legal correspondent, Katie Barlow, will be keeping a very close eye on this race tonight, as will a lot of people in the state of Virginia. Katie?
That's right, Shamari and Angie. This race is definitely one all eyes will be on tonight, while Abigail Spanberger has a double-digit lead over her Republican opponent, Winsome Earl Sears. Miyares and Jones are neck and neck, with Miyares taking a slight lead in the Wason Center's most recent poll. Meanwhile, Jones is up 2 in Emerson College's poll from 2 days ago, which is still within the margin of error. Basically, it's a dead heat. Miyares wants to make the race about Jones's texting scandal, that he texted a Republican colleague suggesting political violence against former Republican Speaker of the House Todd Gilbert. On the other hand, Jones wants to make the race about President Donald Trump, pinning Miyares as a Trump ally, focused more on national political issues than what's best for Virginians.
So we've heard a lot. We've covered this story a lot leading up to this moment. Katie, what are you watching for tonight? What's going to be the big key takeaway, the thing that you're looking for?
Well, I think timing is going to be key tonight, Angie. We will see who will win when it comes to what this race is about. Miyares wants to make it about Jones's scandals. Jones wants to make it about Miyares and Trump and their close relationship. So I think when we see how quickly these returns come in this race in particular, that's going to show us who is leading and how they're framing this race and who may ultimately be successful at the end of the night.
All right, Katie Barlow for us. And speaking of time, you've got about 2.5 hours to still vote, Virginia, as the polls are still open till 7. Thanks so much.
Republicans and Democrats are also facing off in a Maryland city's election today. The election in Frederick focusing on the federal worker layoffs and tax cuts. Incumbent Democratic Mayor Michael O'Connor is facing off against Republican Tom Trott. O'Connor says he'll continue making the city more affordable and deal with the impact of federal layoffs, while Trott says he'll cut the city's property tax rate. 2 of the city council races are also contested.
Residents also headed to the polls today in Prince George's County. People there being asked to cast their votes on several key issues, including if they approve the city using ranked choice voting for all city council member elections. Also on the ballot, whether or not the charter should be amended to change council terms from 2 years to 4. And if the 4-year terms are approved, should council members be subject to voter recall petitions while they are in office?
Local leaders say SNAP recipients are paying the price for the national shutdown fight. Maryland Representative Jamie Raskin hosting a rally at a food center today. Workers at food shelters shared how desperate the situation is getting.
We're in the middle of a perfect storm of food access crises, unlike anything we have seen in our lifetime. 68,000 SNAP participants, starting just this week, will not have the benefits on their card when they go to the grocery store.
SNAP supports roughly 42 million Americans. Trump saying today no SNAP payments will be distributed until the shutdown is over, despite orders from federal judges saying the government must continue funding SNAP.
Well, the Montgomery County Council sounding the alarm on how changes coming to Medicaid programs will impact county residents. Those changes passed as part of the president's Big Beautiful Bill will start to take effect next year. People could lose Medicaid coverage due to changes to work requirement, eligibility, and documentation.
There is an expected annual loss of $2.7 billion in federal funding at the state level, which is 20% of the state budget. The changes in loss of funding and coverage will ripple through our hospitals, clinics, and communities.
Well, in the meantime, the council also trying to support federal workers impacted by the government shutdown. A public hearing and vote on a public service support package is set for November 18th. It would include $3.5 million to help feed impacted residents.
In Massachusetts, 2 men are behind bars tonight in connection with Saturday's explosion at Harvard Medical School in Cambridge. 18-year-old Logan Patterson and 20-year-old Dominique Cardoza were arrested today and are facing conspiracy charges. The blast happened on the building's 4th floor. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Meanwhile, witnesses say the pair lit a Roman candle inside a building and lit a cherry bomb inside a locker because they thought the building was abandoned. The investigation is ongoing.
Scary stuff. All right. Still ahead, everybody. Maryland officials revealing the state school report card, and they may not be getting a passing grade. The more than 100 schools that dropped in rankings this last year.
Plus, D.C. Mayor Bowser appointing a new leader over RFK Stadium renovations. Who's now in charge of executing the new home for the Commanders?
And speaking of the burgundy and gold, the team now getting ready to head overseas, but without their star quarterback, Jaden Daniels. How the league is prepping for the upcoming Madrid matchup. Today, the state of Maryland announcing modest gains in state scores and student success.
A new report looking at 1,400 schools across the state, but there is still great room for improvement. Fox 5's Julie Donaldson joins us live with a complete breakdown of all of this. Julie?
Hey, Shamari and Angie. Now, overall, the majority of schools, they showed stability with the same grades or stars, as they call them, as the previous year. There were some increases, while a few schools took some steps backwards. Now, they grade them on elementary and middle schools, 4 main factors: academic achievement and progress in achieving English language proficiency, school quality, and student success, while high schools also factor in graduation rate and readiness for post-secondary success. Now, they are graded using stars, with 5 being the highest mark. 15% of schools showed improvement, while 10% had a decrease in rating. Now, the lack of change poses a challenge to board members on what measures can be taken to advance those schools that say they feel stuck. Now, there was a reduction in absenteeism, and math and English scores showed improvement among all students across the board. However, the racial discrepancy, it still exists, as both Black and Hispanic students showed lower results compared to white students.
It is truly incumbent on us as educational leaders to ensure that what we are setting as our goals are understood, right, by not just folks who are consumers of the education system, but those who are working in it as well.
Now, these grades, they hold schools accountable, and they're used as a measure to decide where resources need to be allocated. Now, the school board, they say they intend to take a closer look into the data to see how schools can show growth, and ultimately all schools rating out at 4 or 5 stars. Angie, Shamari.
All right, thank you, Julie. Still to come, Kim Kardashian making a shocking revelation in regards to her push to become a lawyer, the tool she admits to using to studying.
Also, a first check on your forecast with Caitlin. It's nice out there.
It sure is. Really great weather for Election Day and even into the evening. Tomorrow, another nice one. In fact, 70 degrees in sight, so a little bit milder for midweek. We'll talk about these temperature swings as we head into the weekend coming up in my full 7 day.
And everyone, here's a live look along Forest Glen Road and Georgia Avenue. You can see some traffic back up there. This is in Silver Spring.
Traffic not as pretty as the weather.
Yeah, but at least the weather is pretty. We'll be right back, everybody.
Just ask your mama, she knows. You're gonna miss me, baby. Hate to say I told you so. When at first I didn't know, but now it's clear to me. You were cheap with all your freaks and lied impulsively. So I packed up my Louis Vuitton, jumped in your ride and took off. You'll never ever find a girl who loves you more than me.
1 week from this Sunday, the Commanders will be playing the Dolphins in the NFL's first ever game in Madrid.
And there are a lot of people who are heading out to Spain. Well, there's plenty of excitement for this international game, despite the Commanders being devastated by injuries, including star quarterback Jaden Daniels suffering a dislocated elbow on Sunday. The NFL holding a briefing today to talk about how fast it took for the game to sell out and how many fans are leaving from the U.S.
You'll see a mix of Dolphins fans from across Spain, across Europe, and from the U.S. in there. I don't have the exact breakdown by South Florida, but I think you'll see a good mix. That creates this kind of unique unifying element in the stadium. But certainly for us, important that local fans get the opportunity to experience a game.
The Commanders take on the Dolphins November 16th. Kickoff is at 9:30 in the morning.
Okay, let's talk about the RFK Stadium project here. It's taking another step forward today. Mayor Muriel Bowser announcing Brian Hanlon will be the project executive for the stadium. So he'll be in charge of planning and delivering the new home for the Commanders. Hanlon is currently director of the Department of Buildings and will stay in that role as well. The first phase of the stadium is set to open up in 2030. Washington Nationals president of baseball operations, now we're talking the Diamond here, is talking about the team's newest manager. This week, they selected Blake Butera to head up the team's next season. 33-year-old Butera joining the Nationals after spending 2 seasons as a senior director with the Tampa Bay Rays. Paul Taboni says that they are confident Butera is the right guy to take the team to the next level.
He had a lot of success as a minor league manager, and I think in that job, like, you are exposed to a good amount of things where there is overlap with the major league managerial position. And so just the more we thought about it, the more we figured it was a great fit.
So when Butera takes the reins, he will take over as the 8th manager in the team's history. The Nats finished the season with a record of 66 wins and 96 losses.
Montgomery County has just opened a new park in Poolesville, Maryland, and it's been named the Royce Hansen Conservation Park.
So this is dedicated to conservation and resource-based recreation. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Our Gwen Talbert is there with a look now. We were composting yesterday, and now it's all about recreation today.
I'm so in touch with nature this week, I'm telling you. But I'm enjoying this because the weather is great. And this is an amazing, beautiful piece of property that goes on for acres and acres and acres. And you definitely want to be able to take some time to come and see it and enjoy it. And also to see what it gives back to the community, because there's a lot to be said about it on the many acres that are currently here in Montgomery County. With me now is Director of Montgomery Parks, and this is Mitty Figueiredo. Thank you for being with us. Did I get your name right?
Yes,
thank you. This is an amazing property, but tell me how big it is and just what is it about it that makes it so special?
It's almost 500 acres in the heart of the agricultural reserve in Montgomery County. It has 1.5 miles of the Broad Run main stem and about 200 acres of contiguous forest, and we are restoring it and opening it to the public.
Now, we have a photo we want to show our viewers because Royce Hansen, who this is named after, is a very special person in Montgomery County. Tell me about him and why it was named after him.
Yeah, so Royce was chair of the Montgomery County Planning Board for 2 terms, and he shaped the county in so many ways, but probably chief among them is it was his idea to preserve about 1/3 of the county for agriculture and recreation and conservation.
And so hence named after him. Well, it is a beautiful piece of property. Take a look at this video. We put up our Fox 5 sky drone and really got a beautiful view of it all. Now, what can people expect to see as they come through?
They can see 5 miles of trails that we've built. We have 2 restored ponds. People can come here and fish. We have a 30-acre restored meadow, and they can see birds and butterflies and maybe even catch a glimpse of a bobcat, because we know there's one living out here.
Oh, really? That's an interesting fact. Bobcats in this area. All right. So now, before we end coming out here live, I want you to tell me about the educational component.
We are partnering with Poolesville High School's Global Ecology program so that the kids can come here and do some hands-on research and learning at the park.
All right. So that's great. So something for the young ones and just for everybody young at heart to come out. These trails are beautiful, I want to tell you. With the fall foliage, what a wonderful place to come. come to pass some time and get a little educated about what's going on in conservation in Montgomery County. Back to you.
And now is the perfect time when we talk fall foliage, right? Because the leaves, they're peaking right now, and we know just how fleeting that can be to go out there and see all those beautiful autumn colors.
It is. It was really windy on Halloween, and today it's a little warm and breezy. Here's a live look outside from our Fox 5 Sky Cam at the stacks this hour.
So, Caitlin,
nice
as we get into your forecast, do you have a pick of the week? I mean, I feel like I'm fine with what we have so far if we keep that going.
Totally. I literally think this week is one of the best of the year. And if you had to pick a day, depends on how you feel about warmer or cooler. Tomorrow's a little warmer. We should hit 70. By Thursday, we'll be a little bit cooler. Both days are beautiful, though, and Friday will be nice as well. Milder by the weekend, and then it does look like our first chilly blast of air is coming in by Monday. So, in terms of great weather, great temperatures, peak fall foliage, this first week of November is really showing up to be, yes, in my humble opinion, because I track every week, the best of the year for fall. 65 degrees was our high temperature today. That's just a touch above normal. And 49 was our low this morning. Peak wind gust 27 miles an hour. So not as gusty as yesterday, but still a noticeable breeze out there. And speaking of peak fall foliage, we're out in Loudoun County here with our Reston Station camera. And yeah, you still see bright, beautiful color off to our north and west. So all of our suburbs through the DC metro, this is kind of the best with the leaves. Areas to the south and east a little bit later, maybe next week. 64 degrees in DC right now. Taking a look at area temperatures across the region, 63 in Richmond, 59 in New York, 54 in Boston, low to mid 50s back out across the Ohio Valley. Very quiet here. You see a couple of showers moving from Ohio into southwestern Pennsylvania. Next frontal system, which will largely come through dry, is not going to bring us any showers tonight. I mentioned peak fall foliage. This is it, kind of the best glimpses of those gorgeous leaves in all their glory from most of the region to the point south and east. So maybe in another week or so, the lower Chesapeake down to the beaches, they'll have prime time for the leaves. But by next week, we're going to be battling some more adverse weather and gusty winds, and you'll end up with seeing a lot of those leaves more on the ground than on the trees. 45 degrees tonight, mostly clear skies. This is a look at high temperatures tomorrow. So with plenty of sunshine, we should easily hit 70 here. Upper 60s along the Chesapeake, low to mid 70s. Northern Virginia out to the mountains, so a real push of warmth to the west. Could see 75 or so. Manassas, Culpeper through Martinsburg. A mild feel into the weekend, meaning seasonable, maybe a little cooler, maybe a little warmer at times, but no big swings. We are tracking a big swing coming on Monday with, yes, our coldest blast of air of the season, and this will be a noticeable one. So as that develops, 2 chances for showers, one on Saturday morning. This looks to move by quickly and early so that most of the day is dry, and then most of Sunday is before that actual cold front shows up, and that will bring in some showers. There's probably enough cold air aloft that we could see some showers into Monday. Those are snow showers for the mountains, and as a result, temperatures will be well below normal to support that colder air coming in. This is the weekend. The weekend is still mild. 69 Saturday with a morning shower giving way to sun. Sunday, it's the opposite. Sun giving way to some afternoon showers, high of 68. But again, it's the cold air coming in next week, which will be a big change. I mean, chopping about 20 degrees off those daytime highs, only in the upper 40s with some chilly breezes. So beautiful weather this week. Enjoy it. Weekend's still nice before, you know, we're kind of out of the best of fall. Angie and Shamari, back over to you.
Okay, we'll soak it up. But thank you, Caitlin. Kim K gets her results back from her California bar exam this week. And if she does not pass, we're going to know who to blame. We'll point the finger. ChatGPT, it's your fault. This comes after Kim K revealing that she actually used the AI program to help her study. TMZ's following this story. Michael Babcock joining us live. This is a story that's years in the making. It took her, I think, 4 tries to pass the baby bar. No easy feat. And the California bar, definitely a tough one. A lot of people don't pass the first time around. So what else is she revealing?
Hey, Angie, you know, you're absolutely right. I mean, the California bar, it's a 2-day test. It's got a failure rate of above 46%. So almost half of the people who take this test fail it. And, I don't know if Kim is trying to set up her eventual excuse if she should not pass it. But she was doing that lie detector, one of those YouTube videos, those digital videos with Vanity Fair, with Tana Taylor. And she was asked about the bar, and she did reveal that she has used ChatGPT to study. But Angie, she says that she has been getting a lot of wrong answers when she's asked ChatGPT, and I guess, again, if she does eventually not pass the test, maybe she's got a built-in excuse here now. She has worked really hardly on this, all joking aside. It did take her 4 times to pass the baby bar back in 2021, but she ultimately passed it. And here, she can keep retaking it if she does not pass the first time. If she doesn't pass the second time, she can keep going. And I think she's intent on being a lawyer. And at some point, she is going to pass this test, I would expect. But studying a little bit rough with the artificial intelligence, according to Kim.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't blame her, right? Because not only is she a mom of, 4 kids now, but she's shooting a show. Then she started shooting, the Keeping Up with Kardashians.
Yeah.
She has her clothing line. Then shooting this other series where she does play some kind of lawyer or in a law office or whatnot.
Yep.
So she's doing a lot. And I listened to a recent interview from her, and she talked about how she would go weeks off the grid in total isolation from her family.
Yeah.
And it was called like the Kim Law lockdown. And
Right.
But I think she did admit, she said, listen, if I pass, I'm telling everybody, I'm posting it everywhere, of course.
Right.
And then, she'll be street legal to start practicing. But but if she doesn't, no doubt she'll do it again. And it is one of the hardest
I would never
in the
doubt her.
nation.
Right. I would never doubt her. She's intent on doing this, and she's going to do it, Angie. And she has worked tremendously hard on it, as you say.
Yeah.
Anyone who thinks she has not taken this seriously, that's not right. She really has.
All right. Well, we will wait and see. Like you said, if she doesn't pass, she'll try and try again. Can take it as many times as she wants. And you can catch more TMZ right here on Fox 5 at 7:30, right after Like It or Not.
Still to come, a local youth choir revealing a big honor, the big stage they'll be performing on this holiday season.
Sounds good. And new at 5, Capitol Police arresting a man on the Hill today for threatening to kill a member of Congress. Details on how he was caught ahead. Time now to check your feed at 4. From soccer superstar to official knighthood, David Beckham knighted by King Charles during a ceremony at Windsor Castle today for his work for football and services to charity. He was joined by his parents and wife, Victoria Beckham.
Today, Girl Scouts debuting a new patch designed to teach girls to stay safe online. The new digital well-being fun patch is designed to teach girls how to safely interact with the internet as part of a collaboration between Girl Scouts and Google.
A local youth choir from Calvert County in Maryland has been chosen to perform at the White House next month. Voices in Praise will be sharing holiday music in the nation's capital on December 20th. All of this part of a holiday open house. The performance kicks off at noon.
Congratulations to them. All right, everyone, your news at 5 starts right now.
And right now at 5, for the top of the ticket to all 100 delegate seats across the Commonwealth. Every race in Virginia will help define where the Commonwealth goes next and how it gets there. We have team coverage tracking turnout, the candidates, and the results.
Big changes could be coming to Maryland's political landscape. Governor Moore putting new maps in motion that could change who represents you.
And updated youth curfew deadlines in D.C. as lawmakers look to put permanent rules in place.
And as the shutdown hits the sky with no deal in sight, day 35 of the government shutdown, seeing delays stack up just ahead of the holiday rush. But off the start tonight, we start in Virginia as the nation is zeroed in on the Commonwealth with abortion access, gun laws, and education policy on the line.
And whatever happens today will decide which party controls Virginia's government and how closely it aligns or clashes with Washington. We have live team coverage for you tonight. Katie Barlow is following the hotly contested race for Attorney General.
With Tom Fitzgerald here and Tisha Lewis on the governor's race. Tom tracking the Spanberger campaign, but we begin with Tisha at the Earl Sears election night headquarters. Tisha.
And just moments ago, Republican gubernatorial candidate Winsome Earl Sears posting on X that we didn't come this far to only come this far, doing our best to make a last-minute pitch and appeal to those last-minute voters, folks who are likely getting off work and heading directly to the polls to vote. Again, we are here at the Earl Sears Election Night Watch Party, also the headquarters. You can see behind me the stage is set. It all open to the media this afternoon, scheduled to open to the public within the next 2 hours, but the campaigning continues.
Here I am 4 years later, again, asking for your vote. I'm going to make sure you keep as much of your own money in your pocket because you worked hard for it. So taxes are going to be lower. You're going to be safe and secure in your own homes. We know how to do this. We're not going to defund the police. We're not going to get rid of their qualified immunity. And then, of course, we're going to make sure we continue to create jobs.
Lieutenant Governor and Republican gubernatorial candidate Winsome Earl Sears still campaigning today at a diner you saw just moments ago, discussing why Virginians should vote for her, vowing to lower taxes, focusing on public safety, saying Virginians will be safe and secure in their own homes, saying she will not defund the police. Earl Sears repeatedly saying, quote, "We know how to do this. We've been doing the work." It's a last-minute pitch to voters before the polls close tonight. This history-making race for governor is largely viewed as a litmus test on voter satisfaction with the Trump administration, despite no Trump endorsement. This election comes as scores of residents in the Commonwealth navigate an historical federal government shutdown and showdown, plus deep cuts to the federal government workforce and more.
Hadn't been a Republican governor elected in Virginia for 12 years.
Right, exactly.
Yes, a real drought. But the people heard a message of coming together, a message of victory, a common sense message, a no-nonsense message.
There you go. So you can see the backdrop behind me. We are here in Leesburg. Again, this is the Earl Sears election night watch party. Also, the headquarters, Earl Sears going up against Democratic candidate and former Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger. If elected, she would not only become the first female governor of the Commonwealth, but also the first black female governor of Virginia. We did reach out to the campaign to ask them about Earl Sears voting, if she voted today, and they tell us that she actually voted early via absentee ballot.
Meantime, Democrat Abigail Spanberger will rally supporters tonight in Richmond.
Tom Fitzgerald has been following that campaign from the get-go. Fitz, you spoke with her team. Lots to say as the polls start to close here.
Listen, no mistake, and you know this, Jim. Spanberger team feels pretty good about where they entered today. But, while they remain highly optimistic of their chances of winning this race tonight, they also stressed, look, there's nothing guaranteed in these elections until every single vote is counted, and they don't want any of their supporters today becoming complacent and then just not going to the polls to vote. Now, Spanberger has been crisscrossing the Commonwealth. She went on recently an 11-day, 40-stop bus tour. Her message is centered on economic growth, job training, small business support, and strengthening trade partnerships. She's also been really hammering home on her background as a former federal agent and a CIA operations officer. Back in 2018, she made national headlines by flipping a long-held Republican congressional district in Virginia's 7th district. But since then, she's built a reputation up on the Hill as a moderate Democrat who prioritizes national security while supporting most of the core Democratic social policy issues.
We need a governor who is working tirelessly to mitigate every harm that might be caused by a reckless and chaotic administration. And we need a governor here in Virginia who is looking past the chaos of this moment and endeavoring to make a much, much brighter, stronger, inclusive Virginia for all of us. That is what I want. That is why I am running. That is why I know we will win.
So Spanberger enters tonight pretty much where she's been throughout this entire race. She was ahead at the beginning. She's ahead right now. But as we know, she's racked up double-digit leads in some polls. Some of it has it within 5. But by and large, most of the polls are in agreement tonight that she's, coming into tonight ahead.
Yeah, and to that point, really the race that most people are watching, given the fact that she's been in the lead from the beginning here, is the Attorney General, right? The down ballot here. And will it be a split ticket? And what does that look like for the future of the Commonwealth?
What was interesting today, I don't know if you saw the video that Jason Miyares' campaign put out. He was with a voter who said, I just voted for Abigail Spanberger, but I voted for you for Attorney General. So the question is, are we going to see a lot of split ticket voters tonight? So we may not see a Republican sweep like we did 4 years ago.
It's happened before. Remember, Congressman Don Beyer, who's a Democrat, served as the Democratic lieutenant governor to former Republican Governor George Allen. So Virginia does have a history of this. That case you just described, that's going to be interesting because, the prevailing wisdom on this has been that maybe somebody might not vote for Jones because of these, violent tweets that he put out. Would they necessarily turn that into a vote for Miyares? Miyares' team looks at it like this. Somebody not voting for Jay Jones, in their view, is a victory for them. So the more of that they can get, the better for Miyares.
Could be an interesting night.
We'll see what plays out as those results come in. Thank you, Fitz.
All right, let's talk about that Attorney General's race right now, but also the Lieutenant Governor is up for grabs. The Lieutenant Governor will replace Winsome Earl Sears. Conservative radio host John Reed is facing off against Democratic State Senator Ghazala Hashmi for the job. Reed says he wants to bring business and jobs to the Commonwealth. Hashmi says she has the political experience to be president of the Virginia Senate. Recent polls have Hashmi slightly ahead in the race.
And as we've been telling you, in the race to become Virginia's next Attorney General, incumbent Republican Jason Miyares facing Democrat Jay Jones. Chief Legal Correspondent Katie Barlow will join us in about 20 minutes with everything to know and watch in that contest. But be sure to keep it right here with Fox 5 all night long. We'll have live election results and analysis here and on Fox Local. Our special coverage starts at 7 p.m.
I think I'm getting used to this with you every election night now.
We've done a lot of them together.
We have at this point. Live look at the White House for you right now. You know what's interesting as we talk about weather is for years and years, you would always look at the weather forecast and wonder how that would impact the turnout. That's sort of no longer a factor with all this early voting we have going on.
Yeah, unbelievable record numbers. Just up and down the East Coast. You talk about New York City already seeing 1.4 million people cast their ballot in a city. That gives you a bigger picture of what's to come on election night. But nonetheless, beautiful shot behind us here of the White House, Mike.
Yeah, and what was a beautiful election day. I mean, weather was no excuse across much of the area not to get out and vote. A 65-degree day here on this election day in D.C. Same temperature we had yesterday. Low temp this morning, chilly. If you're an early voter, man, those temps are down in the 40s. Cool start, but what a finish here. How about that sunset from our camera down at the wharf? Beautiful view of some not so beautiful traffic out there heading into Virginia. As we look at the temperature, 62 D.C., Dulles at 60, BWI Thurgood Marshall already down to 59. Nothing really bothering us here in the immediate area. You get up towards, say, some of the southern Pittsburgh suburbs, Morgantown, West Virginia. They've had a couple of sprinkles and showers today. That should stay away from us, though the feature that's making them could lead to some passing clouds later on this evening. But expecting a dry dry night here in town, and then a colder night tonight than we had last night, down to about 45 D.C., 40 Dallas, and look at more 30s out to the west there. Culpeper, Hagerstown, Frederick, middle 30s as you start your day. Manassas, 39 overnight for you. Tomorrow's planner, another pretty good one. We'll mix in a few afternoon clouds, but temperatures up to about 70. Should be the warmest day of the week. A big cool down is waiting for us, though. We'll talk more about when that could strike coming up in just a few. Marina?
Mike, thank you. Now to Fox 5 News alert. Capitol Police arresting a Pennsylvania man on the Hill today for threatening to kill a member of Congress. Just after noon, an officer spotting 43-year-old Richard Griffin, who was stopped at the Delaware Avenue door of the Russell Senate office building. Capitol Police have not said which congressman he was threatening.
The world mourning Vice President Dick Cheney tonight. His family says he passed away due to complications from pneumonia, along with cardiac and vascular disease. Cheney was arguably one of the most powerful yet polarizing vice presidents in American history. He served as Defense Secretary, White House Chief of Staff, and a Wyoming congressman before he became vice president under George W. Bush. He also advised President George H.W. Bush during wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Today, Republicans paid tribute to him on the Senate floor.
Like many Americans, I was saddened to learn this morning of the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Dick was a lifelong public servant who believed very deeply in our country and brought his considerable knowledge and intelligence to its service.
Flags were lowered to half staff of the White House today. Cheney is survived by his wife Lynn and two daughters, Mary and former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Dick Cheney was 84 years old.
A United Airlines flight evacuated today Reagan National Airport after unfounded reports of a bomb threat. That flight from Houston landing before noon and being met by emergency crews. Fox 5 has exclusive video showing passengers exiting that plane. Air traffic was paused for about an hour as passengers were bussed back to the terminal. And plane travel may be shut down in parts of the country during the holidays. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying the shutdown has paused air traffic controllers past their limit. The Federal Aviation Administration reporting more than 50% of all major air traffic control facilities facing a staffing shortage. Shutting down airspace would create chaos surrounding the Thanksgiving and Christmas holiday travels, two of the busiest times of the year. Air traffic controllers required to work without pay during the shutdown.
Tonight in Maryland, a step towards redistricting as Governor Westmore creates a commission to look at congressional House seats in the state ahead of next year's midterms. The commission will hold public hearings before making a recommendation to the governor and the General Assembly. Moore says the commission will start work this month.
If you look at the maps that are established right now, those maps were pulled together in days. And frankly, the maps we have right now cut communities, cut neighborhoods. And so all I'm simply saying by the redistricting advisory commission that I've ordered is that I want to hear from the people.
The commission will be made up of 5 members. Maryland Senator Angela Alsobrooks will be chair. Today, Californians are also voting on a Democratic plan to replace independently drawn House maps with new districts. If approved, the new lines could eliminate as many as 5 Republican seats and give Democrats an edge in next year's midterms. Texas kicked off the redistricting battle earlier this year with several states following suit.
All right, still to come, it's not just Virginia voters heading to the polls today. What's at stake in at least one Maryland county that could shape elections to come?
Plus, the grades are in Maryland school districts are posting mixed results. What new data means for ratings and funding. First, here's Bob Barnard.
You may have seen this video of a teen takeover here in Navy Yard Halloween night. The next day, the mayor declaring an emergency teen curfew. I'll tell you what the D.C. Council did about this today when Fox 5 comes right back.
There is a new teen curfew on the horizon in D.C.
D.C. lawmakers taking action this afternoon, just days after the latest teen takeover that was caught on camera and involved the National Guard. Fox 9's Bob Barnard in the Navy Yard neighborhood with those details.
Lots of talk today about needing to stop the chaos, but also giving young people opportunities and alternatives to gathering in large groups and causing all kinds of trouble. Now, here are the key facts about the new 90-day citywide curfew. It'll be 7 days a week from 11 p.m. till 6 a.m. for those 17 and younger.
There are ways to solve this. We've been using temporary curfews for 5 months, and we are no closer to an actual plan.
Today's D.C. Council vote coming just 4 days after the latest so-called teen takeover here in Navy Yard Halloween night. Captured on camera, hundreds of young people in the park here in the heart of this neighborhood. Some of the kids chased down by National Guard troops. The very next day, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser declaring an emergency teen curfew that expires at midnight tomorrow. The summertime curfew ended in early October. Now, by a 9-4 vote, council members this afternoon have adopted an emergency 90-day curfew. At the same time, giving the D.C. police chief the authority to declare 6 p.m. curfews on a temporary basis in commercial districts like Navy Yard, The Wharf, Gallery Place, and U Street. Council members today sounding off.
A curfew cannot be the long-term solution to meet our young people's needs. I'm not suggesting that is what is being said, but when we only advance a curfew, it begs the question, how are we expecting things to change?
We have to understand why some of these kids are out late at night, because they don't want to go home. And until we address those underlying factors, those root causes, we're going to continue to find ourselves looking for short-term solutions like curfews in an attempt to place law enforcement as the only solution to this problem. It is not.
There was a second vote this afternoon to extend the teen curfew for 225 days. That's called a temporary order, but that one needs congressional approval. And next month, the D.C. Council will consider legislation making the teen curfew here in D.C. permanent. The shorter emergency legislation needs the mayor's signature before it goes into effect. That's expected to happen right away.
Two men are behind bars tonight in connection with Saturday's explosion at Harvard Medical School in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Logan Patterson and Dominic Cardoza are facing conspiracy charges. Witnesses say the pair lit a firework inside of the building and a cherry bomb inside of a locker in the early morning hours of Saturday. Nobody was hurt.
A federal judge hearing arguments today in Chicago over conditions at a suburban ICE facility. Plaintiffs there claiming detainees were denied food, water, medical care, and legal access. Government attorneys deny the allegations and warn claims have led to death threats against officers. Simultaneously, a related hearing continues in D.C., where federal officials are defending ICE practices as the case moves forward.
All right, back to weather right now. And as we mentioned yesterday and once again today, at least with turning these clocks back, we get some nice horizons.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the only positive that I can find at this point, Mike. But also for Election Day, also a positive, pretty good weather.
Yeah, great weather for Election Day. Temperatures middle 60s, few degrees above normal. Winds got you a bit if you were out and about today. We had those gusts up around 30 this afternoon. But as we look, Skycam Reston Station into Virginia, where all those elections being held, we do see that beautiful orange sunset. Now November sky for you. 62 degrees, Reagan National Airport, where winds have lightened, and they should remain light tonight, though they are going to be back a bit as we head into tomorrow afternoon. Good news with tomorrow, it's a warm wind. Getting ahead of myself, though. We'll tell you more about it in just a moment. Let's check on current numbers, and let's start with Virginia. Why not? Haymarket, 61, so is Fairfax. Dale City, checking in at 62. Colonial Beach and Montrose at 61 each. Leesburg, U2. Jumping into Maryland, Germantown up in Montgomery County, you're at 57. Beltsville, 60. Bowie and Upper Marlboro at 60. Leonardtown and Prince Frederick there, Southern Maryland, at 57 degrees. Winds, as mentioned, not awful. Gusts kind of 10 to 15. You'll notice it, and you'll notice it certainly more and more. Even a light wind after sunset this time of year, right? You'll notice it. It'll get you. Make sure you have the extra layers on tonight. Still great for fall foliage. If you happen to be making weekend plans, say to get some of those Instagrammable photos, whatever you want to do, great weekend for it with most of our area at peak. We likely will not remain here long. Reason why? How dry. You know, it's still in the drought in much of the area, and these winds certainly don't help. Certainly noticed a few of my neighborhood trees. Those leaves are coming down quick in those breezes this morning. So enjoy these colors showers while we have them. Satellite and radar not showing you much here tonight. Should be a pretty clear evening here in D.C. Maybe a couple of passing clouds courtesy of a little bit of Great Lakes moisture mixing in with a front that's over the Midwest. That's not really going to bother us all that much. Now, this front, while it's stationary for now, will come through overnight as a warm front, and that's going to start at least a one-day warm-up here in Washington, D.C. We got a pretty nice Wednesday setting up across our area. 57 by the 6 o'clock hour, by 8 o'clock 53, by 10 o'clock tonight 50 degrees. Any evening plans, extra layers, but we are rain-free here in D.C. High pressure tomorrow keeps us rain-free as well. Good amount of sunshine and southern winds. Mentioned that warm front coming through. That'll turn those winds out of the south, and it's going to be a downright nice day. 60s to right about 70, which we don't see the number 70 too much during the month of November. So anytime we do get it, it is a treat, and we want you to enjoy. Mentioned it was a one-day wonder. Wednesday's high just 70 degrees. Thursday, oh no, fall is back. High of only 58 degrees. But I will give you more good news. How about we warm it up again for the weekend? In fact, both Saturday and Sunday, looking like highs could be close to 70. We're going 69 there Saturday, Sunday 68. Perhaps some morning showers Saturday. Afternoon does look dry. Sunday's kind of more hit and miss shower activity. Now, the caveat with that is after that warm up, we're going to be dealing with some of our coldest air so far of the season. It's going to come barreling through kind of Sunday night into Monday and Tuesday. And by next week, highs might not make it out of the 40s during the early part of the work week. Caitlin's got those details and your 7-day coming up later in the show. Stick around. Marina?
Mike, thank you. Still ahead, council term limits and a new way to cast your ballot. What's being decided today in Prince George's County?
And later, it was a race marred by scandal, but today's AG contest in Virginia will decide how justice is delivered in the Commonwealth for years to come. We're breaking it down with our experts straight ahead. Our Election Day coverage continues here on Fox 5 because it's not just Virginia. Maryland is also bringing out people to the polls today. That includes in Prince George's County, where voters are deciding on 3 referendums, the first of which could bring ranked choice voting to the county that would allow voters to rank candidates by preference, with losing candidates eliminated and votes redistributed until one person gets a majority. Another referendum would change city council terms from 2 to 4 years. If 4-year terms pass, voters would also decide whether council members could be subject to recall. Neighboring Annapolis and Gaithersburg residents are also voting on city mayors, council candidates, and local ballot measures.
Staying in Maryland, a mayoral race in Frederick bringing Washington and the economy front and center. Incumbent Democratic Mayor Mike O'Connor facing off against Republican Tom Trott. O'Connor says he will continue making the city more affordable and deal with the impact of federal layoffs, while Trott says he will cut the city's property tax rate. 2 of the city council races also contested. Meanwhile, some Virginia voters also deciding on referendums to improve schools in Fairfax County. A $460 million bond referendum will be on the ballot. The money would go towards school improvements and building expansions. In Loudoun, the county also trying to get support for more than $75 million in bonds for its schools.
All right, still to come, Virginia's top legal job is up for grabs.
Chief legal correspondent Katie Barlow tracking that race tonight. Katie?
That's right. And we're also bringing back the Fox 5 Election Center, where we'll be tracking returns all night as soon as polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll give you a sneak peek right after this.
the closest race in the Commonwealth tonight is for the next Attorney General, with incumbent Republican Jason Miyares facing off against Democratic challenger Jay Jones.
Our chief legal correspondent, Katie Barlow, will be tracking returns closely tonight. She joined us here in studio as we talk about what is on tap for. It's going to be a very eventful night here.
That's right. I promised a sneak peek of our election center, by the way, and we're having some technical difficulties, so we're going to have a sneak peek later in the evening. You'll get to see it on Fox Local when we start streaming the results. But tonight, the first thing I'm looking at 7 p.m. when those results come in is how much daylight is going to be between Democrat Abigail Spanberger and Democratic candidate for AG Jay Jones, because Spanberger has had a steady lead throughout the course of the campaign over her Republican challenger Winsome Earl-Sears. Jay Jones had a lead over the summer, but then that switched to Miyares. Now they're really neck and neck after both the texting and the speeding and community service scandal. So I think right out of the gate, if we start to see some daylight between Spanberger and Jones, that might give us an idea of where the night is headed for the AG race.
So when you look at this race here, what's the first thing you're going to look for as we see some of these numbers come in?
I think that's going to be the most important thing. And look, the other thing to think about is the race for Attorney General has dramatically changed in the last 15 to 20 years or so. AGs used to just defend the state when they were sued, or they advised the governor. But in the last 15 years, particularly since the Obama administration, the role of Attorney General has become so important, in part because they all joined together in these nationwide lawsuits. We just saw it happen in the SNAP benefits lawsuit, where the AG in Maryland and the AG in D.C. sued the Trump administration to try and force their hand to pay out those SNAP benefits. But somebody who wasn't on that lawsuit, Virginia Attorney General Jason Miyares. He chose not to join that lawsuit. Virginians were paying attention there. And so tonight they will be electing an individual when they're making decisions about whether or not to sue the Trump administration, whether or not to join these nationwide coalitions pushing a particular policy. So that's something that I think is also going to be in voters' minds tonight, and it has really changed for the role of AG and an election for AG, and it's not something that we saw about 15 years ago.
All right, Katie, I know you guys are going to be working out all the kinks as we see this is live television. We have a lot of hours here on Fox 5 as well as on Fox Local, and our special coverage begins with Katie and all of us here at Fox 5 at 7 p.m. tonight. Thank you.
All right, Fox 5 in Anne Arundel County, where County Council approved a bill to add requirements for air conditioning in buildings with multiple units. The bill modifies the property maintenance code, requiring landlords to keep provided air conditioning systems in working order. It also allows the county to provide alternative cooling relief if the owner fails to do so, and bills the owner for the cost. It also modifies how fines are imposed. Last summer, residents in one apartment building in the county went without AC for a week during the hottest part of the summer. 4 D.C. organizations will receive nearly $10 million to help students as they travel to and from school. The Safe Passage program places ambassadors along nearly 130 routes across the district. Their duties range from overseeing students' commutes to de-escalating and reporting any violence in the community. And staying on the school front, students are back in the classroom at Anacostia High School today. The school had to be shut down for several days due to a sewage backup. Students had been attending classes at Kramer Middle School. The sewage problem affected the kitchen, the cafeteria, and the basement, but all cleaning and disinfecting was done ahead of students' arrival this morning.
And today, the state of Maryland announcing modest gains in state scores and student success. A new report looking at 1,400 schools across the state, but still room for improvement. Fox 5's Julie Donaldson joining us live tonight with that breakdown. Julie?
Hey, Marina. Well, the majority of schools, they showed stability across the board with the same grades, or stars as they call them, as the previous year. Now, there were some increases with a few schools that took a few steps backwards. Now, elementary and middle schools, they are graded on 4 main factors: academic achievement and progress in achieving English language proficiency, school quality, and student success, while high schools also factor in graduation rate and readiness for post-secondary success. Now, they're graded using stars, with 5 being the highest mark. 15% of schools showed improvement, while 10% had a decrease in rating. The lack of change poses a challenge to board members on what measures can be taken to advance those schools that say they feel stuck. Now, there was a reduction in absenteeism, and math and English scores, they showed improvement among all students across the board. However, the racial discrepancy, it still exists, as both Black and Hispanic students showed lower results compared to white students.
We know our students come from all walks of life, but when we have them for 180 days, what kind of growth are we seeing? I think the top line message for us, right, we're seeing ticks up We're seeing ticks up in chronic absenteeism, literacy, mathematics, but to make this a more dynamic tool, we've got to think through some of these pieces, and we're going to be doing that in the coming months.
Now, these grades, they hold schools accountable, and it's also used as a measure to determine where resources need to be allocated. Now, the school board, they say they're going to take a closer look in the coming months into the data to see how schools can show growth across the board, and ultimately all of them rating with 4 or 5 stars. Marina, Jim.
Still to come, extra police at polling sites after an election day scare up north.
Plus, a law triggered by tragedy 2 years after 18 lives were lost in a bowling alley massacre. New England voters now weigh in on who should be able to report violence.
Welcome back. It is Election Day in New Jersey, and voting continues despite several unfounded bomb threats against polling locations. The threats were emailed to 7 counties, including one key swing county. One polling location, a school, closing earlier as police searched it, but it quickly reopened. This happens as there's a hotly contested governor's race in that state as well between Democrat Mikey Sherrill and Republican Jack Ciattarelli, who you see there. Similar bomb threats disrupted the presidential election last year, mostly in battleground states. And in New York, a big race there as well. The mayoral race is being watched across the country Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, a Democrat who's running as an independent, and a Republican Curtis Sliwa, all facing off in a high-stakes race that has everybody talking for months. Mamdani, a 34-year-old state lawmaker, defeated Cuomo in the Democratic primary. Cuomo decided to run as an independent. Mamdani has run into some criticism over his stance on Israel and his past criticism of the police department. If he wins, he would become the first Muslim mayor of New York City. Meanwhile, Republicans nominated the founder of the Guardian Angels, Curtis Sliwa, but earlier this week, President Trump decided to endorse Cuomo.
Maine voters deciding whether to expand the state's gun laws 2 years after a U.S. Army veteran killed 18 people dead in Lewiston. The ballot measure would let family members ask a court to take guns away from someone they believe is dangerous, something only police can do under current law. Supporters say it could prevent another tragedy, but opponents, including Democratic Governor Janet Mills, argue it would create confusion and threaten public safety. The vote comes as families of the Lewiston victims continue to sue the Army, claiming it failed to report and stop the gunman before the attack.
So to come, U.S. mayors rally abroad to make climate change a frontline issue.
And the White House walking back the president's latest comments about SNAP benefits. What's next for the AID program ahead at 6? But first, hi, Caitlin.
Marina, some nice Election Day weather, and we're going to carry that trend over into tomorrow. In fact, even a little bit warmer. Look at that full 7-day forecast. It's coming up after the break.
In Virginia closing in just about more than an hour here, but voters have several key issues on their minds as they cast their ballots in this election.
Let's get you out to our Nana St. Bonsu. She is live in Fairfax County getting the pulse of the people. A lot of issues out there on the ballot today, Nana.
Hey, Jim and Marina. Yes, actually a list of issues that we'll get to in a second, but we're here outside the Fairfax County Government Center where you can actually see people are running in last minute to cast their ballots. As of 3 o'clock this afternoon, election officials say a little over 160,000 people have voted across the county. We had a chance to speak with some voters on their way out, and they talked to us about some key issues and the reason why they're voting.
One of the biggest issues is definitely the economy. I feel like it's really hard to do anything in this economy. You know, buying a house is something that's really important to me as I'm growing older, and being able to access benefits.
Keeping the people first and mutual respect and civility. Safety in school, climate change, stuff like that, mostly like down the board issues.
I'm interested in the downstream effect of what these local elections will have on our next big federal election.
Now, all eyes are on Virginia tonight. Voters we spoke with understanding that there is a lot at stake, a number of them saying that they came to vote because it's their right, and political experts saying tonight's outcome could shine light on what the country can expect in next year's midterm elections. But these voters here in Fairfax County, they really just want to make sure their next governor, whether it's Winsome Earl-Sears or Abigail Spanberger, addresses some of the issues that the current state is going through: the economy, jobs, cost of living, and education. We did have a chance to speak with an election official earlier who says that even though 1.4 million people in Virginia have voted early in early voting or mail-in, some results may take some time to come in tonight, wanting voters to remember that Fairfax County alone has 265 precincts. There is still time to vote. The polls close at 7, and remember that as long as you are in line, you'll be able to cast your ballot.
All right, let's talk a little football right now. 1 week from this Sunday, the Commanders will be playing the Dolphins in the NFL's first ever game in Madrid. There's still a lot of excitement for the game, despite the Commanders being devastated by injuries, including Jaden Daniels' dislocated elbow.
You'll see a mix of Dolphins fans from across Spain, across Europe, and from the U.S. in there. I don't have the exact breakdown by South Florida, but I think you'll see a good mix. That creates this kind of unique unifying element in the stadium. But certainly for us, important that local fans get the opportunity to experience a game.
Commanders take on the Dolphins November 16th. Kickoff is at 9:30 a.m.
The RFK Stadium project taking another step forward today. Mayor Bowser announcing Brian Hanlon will be the project executive. He's tasked with all things planning and delivering the new stadium. Hanlon is currently director of D.C.'s Department of Buildings and will stay in that role. The first phase of the stadium set to open in 2030. All right, time now at 5:46 as we give you a live look outside. And yesterday it still got a little bit of dusk here, but it seems like it's pretty dark out there, all things considered. It was a pretty standard and good Election Day weather.
Yeah, that is the even though, again, it may not be the crucial factor it used to be for so many years, but a lot of people still, if you haven't voted yet, you get up on Election Day. If it's nasty, you say, I'm going to stay home.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a history of the weather affecting elections.
Yeah.
So luckily, I can't take any blame for anything that happens tonight. Going to see myself out of that one, guys. As we have had beautiful weather today. Yesterday was nice. All week looks great. I mean, this is prime fall for us here in Washington with what's unfolding through this work week. Tomorrow, a few passing clouds, a nice warm feel. And then as we head into Thursday, we're back to feeling seasonably cool, but the nice trend continues. Leaves are at their peak. It's perfect for getting outside at any time that you can, even just on your lunch break for a little walk, because as we know, it's pretty dark by the time we get out of work for the day to enjoy the best of our fall weather around here. It'll be a little milder again by the weekend. Now today, 65 was the high temperature, just a touch above what's considered normal for November 4th. Peak wind at 27 miles an hour, so we still had some breezes, and it'll continue to be a little breezy at times tomorrow, but no big wind like we've seen in days past. 62 in D.C. right now. Couple of readings in the 50s along the Chesapeake as well as Northern Virginia. We're down to 55 in Fredericksburg, 56 in Culpeper, 59 in Frederick, and 55 in Winchester. Wind gusts, though, have kind of come down. I mean, we're barely even gusting over 15 miles an hour at times, so looks like we'll stay calm as we get into the rest of the evening. Just a few clouds on satellite radar. Those showers up in southwestern Pennsylvania, very light and falling apart, won't be impacting us. In fact, as our next frontal system approaches, it's really coming through dry. We don't have a chance for any showers until at least early Saturday. So polls are still open in Virginia until 7. Weather will be fine, clearing skies and temperatures in the 50s. Overnight tonight, we fall back into the upper 30s to mid 40s. So 45 as you step outside on your Wednesday morning. Tomorrow's beautiful, sunshine, lighter winds, and aside from an occasional breeze or gust, you know, I don't think it'll be overly a problem. 70 degrees for that high, so nice mild feel. That's kind of how we'll end the work week. And I say mild because even though Thursday and Friday are cooler, it's still within the realm of what's considered seasonable. But by early next week, big change as low pressure comes diving down from the north, and this will usher in our coldest air mass of the season. Really below normal temperatures are expected to start next week. So I say this all because by next week, leaves will probably be past peak. It'll be really chilly out there, and we may be battling some rain showers. So first chance is Saturday morning, which looks to be honestly very quick moving and not a lot of rain. Also very early in the morning, so most of the day should be fine. Sunday we could get showers, really now trending more during the day. At first it looked like in the evening, but it could be early morning. This will usher in the colder air. This is the strong front that, yes, is painting snow showers across the Ohio Valley, highest parts of the Appalachians, and maybe some rain showers that linger into our area. So the weekend itself is still mild. 69 on Saturday, 68 on Sunday. Again, early shower Saturday should quickly clear. Sunday, we could be dodging a few raindrops around there. And Sunday also brings our first sunset, sadly, before 5 p.m., 4:59. You see, we continue to lose time as we get deep into November, that sunset right after 4:45, and we'll kind of hang out there for a bit as we get towards the winter solstice in December. There's your 7-day, so nice weather to wrap up the work week. Few showers, but still mild this weekend. Look at next week, though. Highs only in the 40s. Very chilly feel to kick off the second week of November. That's your 7-day. Back over to you.
All right, we have some breaking news right now. Take a look at your screen. You're about to see what's happening in Louisville, Kentucky right now. There are reports of a UPS plane crash near Muhammad Ali Airport, which is the main airport in and out of Louisville, Kentucky. Live pictures of the scene right now. The Fox station in Kentucky reports there are injuries at this point. That's all we know, just injuries. There is a shelter-in-place order now in effect for 5 miles around the airport. So clearly, with those plumes of smoke out there, a major undertaking underway right now in Louisville, Kentucky. We are working to learn more, and we'll keep you updated on this developing situation.
Montgomery County opening a new park in Poolesville, Maryland, named the Royce Hansen Conservation Park, dedicated to conservation and resource-based recreation. Gwen Talbert is there today with a look.
Well, it's an amazing day out here today, and if you look behind me, you can see the beauty that this trail will take you to. And this park is a place that you definitely want to come and see. With me now is Mitty Figueredo, and she is the director of Montgomery County Parks. Thanks for being with us. You know what? This place is just huge and amazing. Tell me about the size of it.
It's almost 500 acres here in the heart of the agricultural reserve in Montgomery County.
And what can people see as they walk down the trails?
They can see a couple of restored ponds. We have a 30-acre restored meadow, and of course the beautiful trails that take you into the forest and around the meadow. It's really quite scenic.
Well, on a day like today, definitely it is, with the fall foliage on top of it, right? So this is named specifically after Royce Hansen. Now, he played a very special role in Montgomery County when it comes to the environment. We've got a photograph we'll show of him, but tell us about him.
Royce Hansen was chair of the Montgomery County Planning Board twice, and among his many achievements is the creation of the Agricultural Reserve in Montgomery County. I think this is of national significance. It sets aside almost a third of the county for agriculture and recreation and conservation.
All right, as we look at some video of this this amazing place. Now, there's also a whole reforestation planning that's going on.
Yes, indeed. I think they're planting over 1,600 trees and shrubs over the next few weeks to make sure that we have native plants and trees and that this beautiful property is restored.
And what about what's going to be happening for students?
We are partnering with Poolesville High School's Global Ecology program so that the kids can come out here and work on site with their hands and engage in projects and learning.
All right, so you've heard it. This is really going to provide a lot of opportunity not only for students but also for people in the community to just come out and enjoy. And it's open from sunrise to sunset. Back to you.
Today, the Girl Scouts debuted a new patch today. The new digital well-being fund patch is designed to teach girls how to safely interact with the internet.
We share a joint responsibility with families, with communities, to make sure that our girls understand healthy and appropriate use of the technology, and to the point of these are our future leaders, our future technology innovators, and we play an important role in helping to build tomorrow's sets of leaders.
This is part of a collaboration between Girl Scouts and Google. Google also announced it'll donate funding to Girl Scouts to support the initiative.
A local youth choir from Calvert County has been chosen to perform at the White House next month. Voices in Praise will be sharing holiday music in the nation's capital on December 20th. As part of a holiday open house, the performance kicks off at noon.
So to come, a defining milestone for David Beckham, decades in the making.
And coming up at 6, new details in the trial of a former federal worker accused of hitting a federal officer with a sandwich. The latest from court today. thanks to Noah, a worker trapped for 11 hours under a collapsed medieval tower in Rome has died. Rescuers pulling the 41-year-old from the rubble late last night. He did not survive his injuries. Italy's prime minister expressing condolences as investigators look into possible negligence in the renovation project. The tower was being restored after being vacant since 2006.
Boeing faces its first civil trial over the deadly Ethiopia 737 MAX crash that killed 157 people in 2019. Families of 2 victims will ask a jury to decide how much the aircraft maker should pay. The case comes amid Boeing's acceptance of liability and a pending $1+ billion agreement with U.S. prosecutors.
Mayors from 300 cities gathering today in Rio de Janeiro ahead of the UN Climate Summit in Brazil. U.S. cities including Austin, Boston, and Phoenix joining, pledging action as the Trump administration rolls back federal climate policies. The coalition working to prepare cities for extreme heat and protect buildings from the impacts of rising temperatures.
Former prosecutor and Fox News host Kimberly Guilfoyle officially becoming the U.S. ambassador to Greece. Guilfoyle took office today after being sworn in back in September. Her arrival comes as the U.S. seeks to boost liquefied natural gas exports to Eastern Europe.
And from soccer superstar to official knighthood, David Beckham knighted by King Charles during a ceremony at Windsor Castle for his work for football and services to charity. He was joined by his parents and his wife, Victoria Beckham.
And we will be back at 7 for our special election coverage.
We have all live results and analysis all night long, but for now, here's the 6.
Right now it's 6. After months of campaigning, Election Day arrives in Virginia. We're following high-profile races and the balance of power in the House of Delegates. What to know with 1 hour until polls close. Snap, standoff. The White House walking back new comments from the president. The latest with the government shutdown set to hit a new record. And D.C.'s teen curfew extended. City leaders now looking into a permanent fix. Your news at 6 starts now.
And we continue to follow breaking news out of Louisville, Kentucky, as we take a live look from the Louisville airport at the Muhammad Ali Airport. This is the main airport in the Louisville area. This is where reports of a UPS plane crash have happened.
The Fox station in Kentucky reports there are injuries with fire and debris. In the last 30 minutes, a shelter-in-place order just went into effect 5 miles around that airport. We are working to learn more, and we'll keep you updated, but we want to stay on top of these live pictures right now. You see some firefighting effort. It appears to be going where we're straining our eyes a little bit there to see exactly, because this is obviously from a fixed camera that is pointed at that plane crash site there. But again, this scene unfolding there in Louisville, Kentucky, where a UPS plane has crashed.
A massive plume of smoke rising into the sky right now. What we know is that this is about 6 miles from facility in Louisville, which is a major global hub for UPS, a very highly active cargo aircraft zone. There are still a lot of unknowns. The condition of all individuals involved, aside from the injuries that were reported. We're talking crew, ground personnel, and more. Also, the cause of the crash. It is a story that continues to break, and we will continue to follow and bring you updates as they come into the Fox 5 newsroom.
But as we show you different angles here, we had a ground shot just now, but you saw someone run in front of that camera, and so we're taking this fixed camera again. Showing this crash site, thick plumes of black smoke filling the air there in that area. That is why we're seeing that shelter in place order that just went into effect 5 miles around the airport, because obviously there was a lot of fuel when we've seen plane crashes before. We are working to also find out where this plane was coming from when it landed there in Louisville. As is, these details are just coming out right now, and we're still working to get more information. But that thick smoke there obviously causing an issue for any firefighting efforts. But we do know there are injuries at this point.
Was the aircraft taking off? Was it landing? Was it performing another type of operation? We are still awaiting updates from officials and more coverage to come on this breaking story as we get more information. But now we want to shift our eyes to the big story around here, Virginia. We're talking about Election Day. Less than an hour until the polls close in statewide elections. The off-year election seeing some major turnout from voters.
Several high-profile positions, as well as every seat in the House of Delegates, up for grabs. The biggest races we're following tonight, a highly contentious Attorney General's race between incumbent Jason Miyares And challenger Jay Jones, the race getting national attention in the wake of the Jones text message scandal. Voters are also casting their ballots in the lieutenant governor's race, where Democrat Gonzalo Hashmi is facing off against Republican John Reed. And one woman will make history tonight. Voters deciding between Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears and Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger. One will become the first female governor of Virginia.
We have team coverage of the governor's race tonight for you. Tisha Lewis is live in Leesburg, Virginia at the Earl-Sears campaign headquarters.
But we start with Sharon Roget live at the Spanberger Watch Party in Richmond. Sharon.
Yeah, Kenneth, Angie, we're here at the Convention Center in Richmond, just 1 hour before polls close for the Abigail Spanberger watch party here. And even though it's empty right now, the Spanberger campaign tells me they're expecting a packed house. The media is set here. The stage is set. And the Spanberger campaign tells me that going into this, they are feeling confident. For the last several months, they have held a consistent lead over her Republican challenger, Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears, by about 7 to 10% in the polls. However, tonight will be a governor's race that will be watched across the country, because no matter how this ends, this will be historic for Virginia. If there is a Spanberger win, she will be the first female governor of the state. We checked in with her campaign earlier. They told us that Spanberger voted on the first day of early voting. She is wrapping up her 11-day, 40-plus stop Virginia Votes bus tour that hit all 11 congressional districts. She says her #1 focus as governor is to make life more affordable for Virginians. And with the government shutdown, furloughs, thousands of federal employees in Virginia, she says this election is an opportunity.
So much chaos coming out of Washington that is impacting our fellow Virginians, that's impacting our economy, that's impacting so many of us right here. We need a governor with a plan to stand up for Virginia. And we need a governor with a plan to see us through this time of chaos and challenge.
Now, just this past weekend, Spanberger got the endorsement of former President Obama, who campaigned with her in Norfolk. And Virginia has historically been a bellwether across the nation, signaling that if Democrats have a good night tonight, that could signal a lot of frustration with the White House. If they have underwhelming performance from the governor down ballot, that could mean the opposite. Again, we are expecting results in under an hour. Supporters of Abigail Spanberger will be filling in here around 6 o'clock. We'll bring you more updates as we get it. Guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Sharon. And our Tisha Lewis, continuing our team coverage right now, live from the Earl-Sears election night headquarters in Leesburg.
Tisha, what's the latest there?
Well, we just spoke with a Winsome Earl-Sears supporter who lays out why they casted their ballot and their vote for Winsome Earl-Sears. This as supporters start to trickle in here to the Earl-Sears election night watch party, and also the headquarters. It opened to the media this afternoon. It's going to open to the public in less than an hour. Even so, it's down to the wire. Campaigning still happening. Earl-Sears making a last-minute pitch to voters, namely undecided voters, as they get off work and head to the polls and also cast their ballot. So the campaigning continues as she hopes that they resonate with her message.
Hadn't been a Republican governor elected in Virginia for 12 years.
Right, exactly.
Yes, a real drought. But the people heard a message of coming together, a message of victory, a common sense message, a no-nonsense message.
There you go, Lieutenant Governor and Republican gubernatorial candidate Winsome Earl-Sears still campaigning today at a diner, discussing why Virginians should vote for her, vowing to lower taxes, focusing on public safety, saying Virginians will be safe and secure in their own homes, saying that she will not defund the police. Earl-Sears repeatedly saying, quote, "We know how to do this. We've been doing the work." Again, it's a last-minute pitch to voters before the polls close. This history-making race for governor is largely viewed as a litmus test on voter satisfaction with the Trump administration. Despite no Trump endorsement, this election comes as scores of residents in the Commonwealth navigate an historical federal government shutdown and showdown, plus deep cuts to the federal government workforce and much more.
Tell us what was important to you in terms of the issues for this election.
Keeping Virginia safe. I like that they have collected a lot of the illegals. I want to keep our schools the way that they've been since Governor Youngkin came in.
The stage is set here in Leesburg, and we are expecting a packed house. Also, back on here live, I did speak with the Earl Sears campaign. They tell us that Earl Sears cast her ballot early via absentee ballot so she could continue campaigning today. Fox News just releasing a poll saying the #1 issue that's important to Virginia voters is the economy.
Tisha Lewis with the Winsome Earl Sears campaign tonight, and be sure to keep it here on Fox 5 all night long. We have live election results and analysis here and on Fox Local. Our special coverage starts at 7.
The Senate failing to pass a funding bill today, meaning that this government shutdown will officially become the longest in history. There's no signs it's going to end anytime soon. Republicans are 6 votes short of the 60 needed to end the shutdown. The vote mostly remains on party lines. There were reports that a short-term continuing resolution was being floated by some lawmakers, but there does not appear to be much traction. Now, if the shutdown does continue, plane travel may be restricted in parts of the country during the holidays. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying that the shutdown has pushed air traffic controllers past their limit. The Federal Aviation Administration reporting almost 50% of all major air traffic control facilities are facing a staffing shortage. Shutting down airspace would create chaos around Thanksgiving and Christmas, 2 of the busiest times of the year for air travel. Air traffic controllers are required to work without pay during the shutdown.
A United Airlines flight evacuated on the Reagan National Airport tarmac today after reports of a bomb threat. That flight from Houston landed around noon before being met by emergency crews. Exclusive video shows passengers exiting that plane. Air traffic was paused for about an hour as passengers were bused to the terminal. The incident under investigation.
Well, there is a new teen curfew on the horizon in our nation's capital. D.C. lawmakers taking action this afternoon, just days after the latest teen takeover that was all caught on camera and involved the National Guard. Fox 5's Bob Barnard is down in the Navy Yard neighborhood with late details.
Lots of talk today about needing to stop the chaos, but also giving young people opportunities and alternatives to gathering in large groups and causing all kinds of trouble. Now, here are the key facts about the new 90-day citywide curfew. It'll be 7 days a week from 11 p.m. till 6 a.m. for those 17 and younger. Today's D.C. Council vote coming just 4 days after the latest so-called teen takeover here in Navy Yard Halloween night. Captured on camera, hundreds of young people in the park here in the heart of this neighborhood. Some of the kids chased down by National Guard troops. The very next day, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser declaring an emergency teen curfew that expires at midnight tomorrow. The summertime curfew ended in early October. Now, by a 9-4 vote, council members this afternoon have adopted an emergency 90-day curfew. At the same time, giving the D.C. police chief the authority to declare 6 p.m. curfews on a temporary basis in commercial districts like Navy Yard, The Wharf, Gallery Place, and U Street. Council members today sounding off.
A curfew cannot be the long-term solution to meet our young people's needs. I'm not suggesting that is what is being said, but when we only advance a curfew, it begs the question, how are we expecting things to change?
What I fear the most is the devastating impact if one of our young people is harmed or killed by one of these unlawful federal agencies during an enforcement effort.
I want real solutions. I've been pushing for more social workers. I have a plan in place now for more trade and vocational programs, for more after-school activities. Those are the things that are going to help. This bill tells people that there's a solution, and it's not.
There was a second vote this afternoon to extend the teen curfew for 225 days. That's called a temporary order, but that one needs congressional approval. And next month, the D.C. Council will consider legislation making the teen curfew here in D.C. permanent. The shorter emergency legislation needs the mayor's signature before it goes into effect. That's expected to happen right away.
Still ahead, new details on the trial of a former DOJ employee accused of hitting a federal officer with a sandwich.
Also, the report card is in. How Maryland students' test scores stack up.
And President Trump threatens SNAP benefits. What's next? And Caitlin Roth has a check of that forecast.
Yeah, Kenneth, it's been a nice election day weather-wise, and we should see that trend continue into the rest of the week. Look at your forecast after the break.
We continue to follow that breaking news out of Kentucky. In just the past few minutes, we learned that a UPS flight bound for Honolulu crashed during takeoff at Louisville Airport in Kentucky.
Here you're looking at live pictures from that scene. The Fox affiliate in Kentucky reports there are injuries. There's a shelter-in-place order 5 miles around the airport because of the thick plume of black smoke we've been seeing. We've also been watching a steady stream of water from firefighters on that fireball there as they work to get that fire under control at the end of the tarmac. Again, that plane in Louisville crashed at the Louisville airport bound for Honolulu. As soon as we learn more information about what caused this crash, the extent of the injuries, we will update you.
In Maryland, Governor Moore putting the state back in the redistricting debate. He is creating a commission which will look into potentially redrawing congressional maps.
This despite pushback from the Democrats' own party. The commission will get feedback on redistricting and make recommendations to the governor and General Assembly. The governor claims the goal is to create more fair congressional maps.
The maps we have right now cut communities, cut neighborhoods. And so all I'm simply saying by the redistricting advisory commission that I've ordered is that I want to hear from the people. And we want to determine, do we have fair maps right now? Because it is my priority and it is my focus on making sure that next November that we have fair maps in the state of Maryland people can vote on.
Democrats currently control all but one congressional district. Redrawing the map could give them one more spot in Congress. And today, the state of Maryland announcing modest gains in state scores.
Yeah, so a new report now looking at 1,400 across the entire state. Fox 5's Julie Donaldson joining us live with more. She's breaking it down. Julie?
Hey there, Angie and Kenneth. Well, across the board, most of the schools, the majority of them, they showed stability with the same grades or stars, as they call them, as the previous year. Now, there were some increases, but there were also a few schools that took some steps backwards. Now, elementary and middle schools, they are graded on 4 main factors: academic achievement and progress in achieving English language proficiency, school quality, and student success. Now, while high schools also factor in graduation rate and readiness for post-secondary success, they are graded using stars, with 5 being the highest mark. Now, 15% of schools showed improvement, while 10% had a decrease in rating. The lack of change, well, it poses a challenge to board members on what measures can be taken to advance those schools that say that they feel stuck. Now, there was a reduction in absenteeism, and math and English scores, they showed improvement among all students across the board. However, the racial discrepancy, it still exists, as both Black and Hispanic students showed lower results compared to white students.
It is truly incumbent on us as educational leaders to ensure that what we are setting as our goals are understood, right, by not just folks who are consumers of the education system, but those who are working in it as well.
Now, these grades, they hold schools accountable, and they're used as a measure to decide where resources should be allocated. Now, the school board, they intend to take a closer look into the data to see how schools that weren't showing the growth, how they can, what resources they need to do that. So ultimately, all schools have 4 and 5 stars. Guys.
Julie, thanks so much. Now let's talk weather. Take a live look outside at our wharf from our Fox 5 sky cam. Not too bad out there. It's election day. I vote for this weather. I vote yes.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Definitely, and I vote for more, Caitlin Roth.
It's a win, right? On this election day weather, which I'll tell you what, guys, it's going to carry over through the rest of the week. Really, early November is showing up in a big way when you compare the really nice weather with the leaves shining in all their glory. It really is a nice time to be here, at least weather-wise. Passing clouds, warmer tomorrow with a few breezes still. It was a little gusty at times today. I don't think it'll be anything crazy, but maybe noticeable at times through Wednesday. Cooler for Thursday as a cold front comes through, but seasonably so. And then we go up again this weekend. But I'll tell you what, signs of our first big, really chilly blast, more reminiscent of winter, coming early next week. So this is the week to be outside enjoying the nice weather and taking in the peak fall foliage. 65 was the high temperature today in Washington, 27 miles an hour is the peak wind gust. Right now, temperatures have mostly fallen back into the 50s. It's 58 in D.C., 56 in Annapolis, a chilly 46 in Leonardtown. And as the polls are still open until 7 in Northern Virginia, temperatures are mostly in the low to mid 50s. Satellite and radar not showing much here. Frontal system off to our west. It's going to come through dry. There's just a few showers over Ohio and southwest Pennsylvania, but even those are fading away pretty quickly. So high color for pretty much the whole area. I mean, it is peak D.C. and points north and west, high to peak across Prince George's County, southern Maryland. It's really just the lower Chesapeake that maybe next week we'll see their fall color peak. But by next week, you know, you're battling some wind that's been ongoing and also some not great weather. So I would say this week and this weekend is certainly prime time around D.C. 45 degrees tonight under mostly clear skies. High pressure is just off to our south tomorrow. So a bit of a warming trend with winds out of the south, and I think it should be easy for most of us to hit 70, if not low to mid 70s, off to our west tomorrow afternoon. So beautiful Wednesday, and Thursday's not bad. It's just cooler. You're just dressing differently for some brisker temperatures there in the upper 50s. So temperatures are, give or take, seasonable, a little above, a little below through the rest of the week and into the weekend. But that chilly blast that I foreshadowed, you can see diving southward across the central part of the country. This is over the weekend. This indicates departure from normal. And when you see those purples and pinks, that indicates well below normal. So a shift to some colder weather as we get into next week. Ahead of that, we'll have a few showers. First chance comes Saturday morning. This looks very brief, very light, and then it's out here for a nice rest of the day. Sunday could be a little trickier with passing showers, and then Monday, yes, that's snow showing up west of the mountains, and we could have some snow showers across the mountains, chilly rain showers here as that cold air really dives southward. So here's your 7-day, nice end to the work week, and the weekend in between a few showers is generally nice with mild temperatures, but wow, yeah, look at those temperatures next Monday and Tuesday. Highs are only in the upper 40s. That's a look at your 7-day, and we'll be right back after this.
Sean Dunn back in federal court today for his misdemeanor trial. This is the man who's accused of hitting a federal officer with a Subway sandwich during the height of the D.C. takeover. In court today, the jury heard arguments over the definition of assault. Dunn claimed he is being treated unfairly in the trial. He will be back in court tomorrow. And police arrested the driver accused of a deadly hit and run in Prince George's County. The suspect, Maba Dima, is being charged in that incident. It happened October 8th after the victim, 50-year-old Elisa Martin, was hit by Hyundai Genesis while riding a bike with another woman on Soil Conservation Road. The other woman in that hit and run was injured but is said to be okay.
2 men are behind bars tonight in connection with that weekend explosion at Harvard Medical School in Boston. 18-year-old Logan Patterson and 20-year-old Dominique Cardoza are facing conspiracy charges. Witnesses say the pair lit a firework inside the building and a cherry bomb inside a locker early Saturday morning. No one was hurt. A live look at the White House tonight, where flags were flying at half staff in remembrance of former Vice President Dick Cheney. He died last night from pneumonia and heart disease. Cheney was known as one of the most powerful but polarizing vice presidents in American history, serving under President George W. Bush, advising him during the wars on terror in Afghanistan and Iraq. Cheney was 84 years old.
Polls almost closed in Virginia. Coming up, the races to watch as results roll in.
And we're staying on top of this dramatic scene in Louisville tonight. The latest on that UPS plane that crashed. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Seven-time Super Bowl champion Tom Brady revealing today that his dog Junie is actually a clone of his late dog who passed away in 2023. Brady worked with a company known as Colossal Biosciences. They cloned the pit bull mix using a blood sample collected prior to her death. Obviously, we don't have any video or images of Junie, just Brady playing football. Yeah, the company says their goal is to help bring back extinct animal species.
Yeah, but if you're a big fan of Brady, you probably saw his dog prior to her death in 2023. Like in some of his commercials, he used her, you know, in his like wellness brand a lot. But 2023, that was a tough year for him. You know, that's when he retired for good, and you know, and then he had lost his dog, and maybe this is just one way to, you know, not to really have to say goodbye, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm in for the cloning thing, but Brady, he's got a lot of money and some, you know, he won the Super Bowl.
Barbara Streisand. I think she cloned like 7 of hers. He's got some catching up to do.
All right. Well, Angie, got to go. A lot more news ahead. Let's get to those headlines. Right now, 6:30 Election Day wrapping up in Virginia. Polls closing in less than 30 minutes. The races to watch as results roll in. Then confusion over SNAP benefits after some of President Trump's latest comments. What's next for the vital food assistance? And a new step forward for the new RFK Stadium, the man picked to lead the highly anticipated project. Thanks for keeping it right here at 6:30. A big night in Virginia. Voters set to elect the state's first female governor, and we are tracking the races for lieutenant governor and attorney general. The balance of power is also up for grabs in the House of Delegates, where Democrats currently hold a slim majority. Tom Fitzgerald, Katie Barlow, standing by on my long walk to the other side of the studio, which really represents the long night that some of these politicians may have and these candidates may have as they wait to find out the results.
I think it represents how long we've all been dealing with political commercials and celebrating being done with that at the end of the night, perhaps.
People are really happy. I feel like there's going to be some residue, though. Like, you might get one in the early morning hours. Of
Maybe some runoffs.
Yes. But I'm speaking here, Katie, so hold on for a second.
See what you did there.
Yeah. So, Fitz, when it comes to this governor's race, history will be made. Winsome Earl Sears was, I mean, it's many points, double-digit deficit as far as against Abigail Spanberger here.
Well, there's some symmetry to this race in that we appear to be ending it where we began, and that is with Abigail Spanberger having, you know, been ahead in the polls, wire to wire in this. There was really no point in this campaign so far where she trailed in any one of the polls. The trouble they ran into, obviously, was in October when these emails and text messages came out from Jay Jones that was rolling a hand grenade into the Spanberger tent. You know, their response to it was muddled. She didn't have a great performance, you know, against Winsome Earl Sears in that debate when Sears tried to press her on that. It was basically radio silence saying this is a Jay Jones problem, this isn't my problem, but it was trouble. And one thing, you know, voters do look at a candidate when they run into trouble, and all candidates run into trouble at some point, is how do they handle that trouble? You know, I think probably if they look back on it, maybe Spanberger's team might have had a better response to that, but I think that their physician's oath took hold, do no harm. It wasn't our situation, so they were kind of hands up on it, and they tried to stay away from it and Jay Jones as much as possible, because you remember, he disappeared from any of their campaign, literature, pamphlets, and he didn't see any more pictures of Abigail Spanberger and Jay Jones together.
And on that attorney general's race, Katie, I mean, we'll get to the legal points in just a second about how important that position is, especially when you are potentially fighting against the Trump administration or working with the Trump administration. But Abigail Spanberger, Jay Jones, that was a liability for her in this race in the final hours.
It was, and what I'm looking for tonight is right when we start to get the initial returns. As you said, Abigail Spanberger has a double-digit lead. She's had a steady lead in the polls. I want to see how much daylight there is between Abigail Spanberger and Jay Jones, and that will probably be an early indicator of how the night is going. If people are going to the polls and they are voting for Spanberger and Miyares, which Attorney General Miyares came on my show last week and said he had talked to a number of voters who plan to do exactly that, I think we'll start to see that in the early returns. And if there's a significant chunk of daylight between the two of them, we might see where this is going.
There's a big feeling right now that Virginia's going to have a split ticket. If it's not going to be close. You know, Virginia has a history of this. You know, they have had, remember, in the Commonwealth, the tickets run independently, so you don't have a lieutenant governor and a governor candidate running as a team. They're all voted individually. Now, you got a state like New Jersey, a very powerful governorship. That governor appoints all of those offices. That's not the case in the Commonwealth. So Abigail Spanberger might very well be in a situation where she might have to, you know, work with a Republican Attorney General in J.C. Miyares. It is unlikely that she would have that same problem with her lieutenant governor.
But, Katie, is there a chance that Jay Jones potentially could get a win tonight because people know, despite the despicable text messages, they know they need a Democrat in that position to fight against the Trump administration.
Look, I have talked to some voters this evening in Virginia who went to the polls. They were Democrats. They were planning on voting for Jay Jones, and they ultimately ended up doing that, but begrudgingly so after the text messages.
But even if they don't vote for Jones, Miyares' team looks at that as a victory because a no vote at all helps Jason Miyares.
A few seconds left, Fitz. House of Delegates, all 100 seats.
All of the line tonight, too, and it's really important for redistricting because they've already in special session right now to redistrict those congressional races. If Republicans are able to take back the House of Delegates, that stops on a nail.
Wow. Okay. Katie Barlow, Tom Fitzgerald, thanks so much. We appreciate it. And we could get some unofficial results as soon as polls close. We'll be on top of the latest developments during our special coverage, which kicks off at 7. Tune in here on Fox 5 or on the Fox Local app. We continue to follow that breaking news out of Kentucky tonight. A UPS plane crashing on takeoff at Louisville Airport. This is video from that scene in the past hour. The aircraft crashing as it left the runway bound for Honolulu. In just the past few minutes, we've learned the MD-11 plane had 3 crew members on board. At this hour, UPS says there aren't any confirmed casualties. The NTSB now leading that investigation into what happened. We're continuing to monitor that breaking news out of Louisville there, and we'll keep you updated as we learn more. SNAP benefits standoff. The White House walks back President Trump's latest comments on the food aid program. What's next after this Fox 5 breakthrough? President Trump causing confusion over SNAP, threatening funding for the program despite recent rulings. The president posted on social media today that SNAP benefits will only be given out when the government reopens, while blaming Democrats. The White House press secretary today walking back that threat.
No, the administration is fully complying with the court order. I just spoke to the president about it. We are digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future, and that's what he was referring to.
The Trump administration is using around $5 billion to partially fund SNAP this month. The Montgomery County Council is sounding the alarm on how changes coming to Medicaid programs will impact county residents. Those changes passed as part of President Trump's big, beautiful bill will start to take effect next year. People could lose Medicaid coverage due to changes to work requirements, eligibility, and documentation.
There is an expected annual loss of $2.7 billion in federal funding at the state level, which is 20% of the state budget. The changes in loss of funding and coverage will ripple through our hospitals, clinics, and communities.
Meantime, the council also trying to support federal workers impacted by the government shutdown. A public hearing and vote on a public service support package is set for November 18th. It would include $3.5 million to help feed impacted residents. Well, there's been a lot of talk about Virginia, but other major races happening across the country today. Details ahead. And a next step in the future of D.C.'s RFK Stadium site, what the mayor announced today. Stay with us. The RFK Stadium project taking another step forward today. Mayor Muriel Bowser announced Brian Hanlon will be the project executive for the stadium in charge of planning and delivering the new home for the Commanders. Hanlon is the director of the Department of Buildings and will stay in that role. The first phase of the stadium is set to open in 2030. A quiet trade deadline for the Commanders. No moves made by Washington today. The team isn't in a spot to go for a big-name player with the hopes of making another deep playoff run, having lost 6 games this season, including 4 straight. The Commanders will also be without quarterback Jaden Daniels for an indefinite amount of time after he dislocated his elbow Sunday night. Daniels' injury comes as the Commanders are set to take on the Miami Dolphins in the NFL's first ever game in Madrid 1 week from Sunday. Despite the team being devastated by injuries, there's still plenty of excitement for this international game. NFL officials talking about the process for deciding international games locations.
We've done watch parties. We've obviously been very engaged in social media and media. So you get a real sense of what the fan base is like and the level of engagement. And then critical in addition to the fan base is really the right partners in the market, the partnerships with the city, clearly having the right stadium in order to deliver a world-class NFL game.
The Commanders-Dolphins game, November 16th in Madrid, kickoff, 9:30 a.m. Yeah, time difference. Only 20 minutes until polls close in Virginia. We're hearing from voters in the Commonwealth's biggest county after the break. Plus, Kim Kardashian admits she's been turning to artificial intelligence and her studies to become a lawyer. TMZ joins us live with more. And Mike Thomas, this is still the 6.
Still the 6 indeed. We're not going to let that go here as we work our way through the middle of the work week. Temperatures jumping up into the 70s tomorrow, but we got some big swings coming our way towards the weekend. We're going to have the latest on that when?
The 6
return.
Polls in Virginia close in just about 15 minutes. Voters have several key issues on their minds as they cast their ballots in this election. Fox House Nancy Bonsu live in Fairfax County tonight, talking with those last-minute voters about what's important to them. Nana.
Hey, Kenneth, good evening. So the polls close in 15 minutes. So if anyone is watching this, hearing this, as long as you are in line, you'll be able to cast your ballot here at the Fairfax County Government Center in precincts across the state. Now, I spoke to the election judge here, and he says things have been moving pretty smoothly here. An election official tells us that as of the last update around 3 o'clock this afternoon, they had a little under 1,000 people cast their ballots here. But as we know, over 1.4 million Virginians participated in early voting and mail-in ballots. We had a chance to speak with some of those last-minute voters coming out of this precinct about some of their concerns, their views, and why it was important for them to come out and vote today.
To me, it would be immigration.
Getting crime down, having safety for kids in our schools, making sure that young, particularly women, aren't going to be assaulted because of more proactive transgender policies.
One of the biggest issues is definitely the economy. I feel like it's really hard to do anything in this economy. Buying a house is something that's really important to me as I'm growing older, and being able to access benefits.
Keeping the people first, and mutual respect and civility.
Now, these voters here in Fairfax County really just want to make sure their next governor, whether it's Winsome Earl-Sears or Abigail Spanberger, addresses some key issues like the current state of the economy, jobs, cost of living, and education. We did have a chance to speak with an election official who says, again, over 1.4 million people in Virginia have already voted. But he said that to say these results may take some time to come in tonight, reminding voters that Virginia alone, Fairfax County alone has more than 260 precincts. I know we're going to come back to me. Actually, I want to show you, yes, there's about, 12, 13 minutes before the polls close, but these election officials are actually already getting ready to collect the media from the 265 precincts in the county. So all of the votes will be voted here. This is their central location, but as you can see, they're bringing out the buckets, the containers where once the media comes, they'll be removing them from the truck, placing them on the table, and then taking them inside to count. So we'll be here. We'll have all that information. But again, you have about 10 minutes to cast your ballot. Kenneth?
All right, Nana, thank you. And several other states have races to keep an eye on tonight. The biggest, the highly watched New York mayoral race. New Yorkers choosing between Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who is running as an independent, and Republican Curtis Siwa. Meanwhile, New Jersey voters will elect a new governor, where Democratic Representative Mickey Sherrill is facing Trump-backed Jack Ciattarelli. Out west, people in California are deciding whether to enter the redistricting fight, voting on a proposition to redraw the state's congressional map in favor of Democrats ahead of the 2026 midterms. You can find the latest updates at fox5dc.com. But for now, we turn our attention to the weather. A live look outside, the view from our Fox 5 sky cam at the White House tonight. And I will say, when it comes to the weather, we needed some good election day weather to get the people out there to vote. And boy, did they get it. Mike Thomas.
Yeah, well, no excuse to stay inside and not vote today, although I know most, you can even vote from home in the modern era, right, in a lot of spots. But yeah, if you were waiting till the polls open today to do it and weren't sending in one of those ballots, you did have a great weather day for it this afternoon. Tonight, well, sun's now well down across the D.C. region. Temperatures starting to fall back, of course, after a 65-degree above average day today in D.C. Same temperature we did yesterday. Dallas 64, Baltimore 63 degrees outside today. Pleasant evening, not so pleasant in the traffic department there. Case Memorial Bridge, 395 jammed up, particularly heading into D.C., those northbound lanes this evening. 58, not too far from where this shot's taken there at Reagan National Airport. Dallas at 57, BWI Thurgood Marshall, matching as well. Mostly clear skies across the area. Showers, we told you, out in the mountains were not going to bother us here in D.C., and you can see those last few frames of radar really kind of fading those away across parts of Ohio and West Virginia. Did mention earlier during the 5 o'clock that this front was going to turn into a warm front, right? You see that last update from the National Weather Service showing it has turned all red. That's how we symbolize warm front and weather. That's going to move through overnight and bring us some warmer temperatures for the day on Wednesday. Tomorrow, likely the pick of the week. Now, not going to feel like it when you start your day. Morning temperatures, chilly to cold, 45 D.C., 49 Leonardtown, 39 though Manassas, Culpeper. That's cold for you. Martinsburg, 37, Hagerstown, 38, Frederick, Maryland, 36 degrees. High pressure, though, slipping to the south will help steer those winds in a more southerly direction, and that always brings the warm stuff. Doesn't matter which season it is, relative to the season, of course, but southern winds generally warm us up here in Washington, and we should see those temperatures get into the widespread 60s and even some low 70s, including here in D.C. We think we'll have a shot at touching that 70-degree mark. You see your planner, good one. Sunshine, 0% chance of rain, and there you go, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, temperature about 70, so just as the kids getting out of school, they'll only have have a couple hours of daylight to enjoy it, right? But temperatures should be quite nice for those after-school hours. Just winds will be blowing a bit. Not going to be crazy, crazy windy, but just like today, a little breezy from time to time. Now, swings of early November here as we do shift winds around again on Thursday. And look at the difference. Temperatures go from 70 down to 58. But then we slowly creep back up again as we work our way towards the weekend. And we're actually flirting with 70 degrees on both Saturday and Sunday, though temperatures will still be a little wonky. Saturday we'll have some showers around. Afternoon hours do look great, though. So Saturday's still kind of an A-plus day. Sunday, on again, off again showers possibly. 68 degrees. That could end up being an earlier high, though, as we do have a storm system that's going to come through. And you'll see there's Saturday afternoon. We're just fine. But there's a storm on Sunday that could bring us some rain showers. We may spike those temps into the 60s and then some gusty winds on the backside. You'll see a little bit of snow trying to mix in there in parts of West Virginia. Highest elevations out that way. Could see some of their first flakes of the year. D.C. should stay snow-free, but look at what it does to our temperatures heading into Monday and Tuesday. Highs only in the 40s, so definitely enjoy these 70-degree days while we have them. Kenneth?
You know what we will. All right. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Now time to check with our friends at TMZ. Singer Tish Hyman going viral for a video of her complaining about a man using the women's locker room at a gym. And aspiring lawyer Kim Kardashian says she used ChatGPT to study for the bar exam, but it sounds like the program didn't help her very much. TMZ all over these stories, of course. Branson Quirk joining us now. Branson, good to see you, friend.
Good to see you, Ken. Do I call you Ken or Kenneth? What do you prefer?
You know what? Thank you for asking, because I was about to say, hey, Bran. You know, thank you for asking. So I will let you know I do go by Kenneth on the air, but you know, you can call me whatever you want as soon as we get off the air. Okay.
People call me Bran Flakes too, so I get it.
Oh, okay. Let's hope you're a little bit more tastier than that. Okay.
Very bland.
It's getting weird. Let's move on to Tish Hyman. What did she do? Why is she going viral? What was she complaining about?
Yeah, so this incident went down at the Gold's Gym in the Beverly Center here in Los Angeles. A video went viral of singer Tish Hyman in which she's giving a rant in the middle of this gym, shouting at the top of her lungs about an encounter that she had inside of the women's locker room in which she was changing, and then basically said it flat out. I can't even say the words here on air, but she said that there were men with big D words in that gym locker room, essentially referring to people who identify as transgender. And this, of course, went viral with her comments. We had her on TMZ Live to explain herself, and she said that she has written multiple complaints and other women at the gym as well to staff at Gold's Gym, but Gold's Gym has done nothing. According to her, we know that she was kicked out of the gym. She lost her membership, as well as this person who we also had on TMZ Live who goes by Alexis, and they tell us that it's kind of the other way, that Tish is aggressive towards her, and that right now she's transitioning. Harvey Levin did ask and said, but do you understand from her point of view, seeing you and being frightened, because that's what she said. And this person said that they don't understand it, but would like to see Gold's Gym have a third locker room of sorts for people that identify as trans.
Yeah, a serious topic that even in our, it's election day in Virginia, and that's a topic, election, topic as well, when it comes to people heading to the poll and what they care about. But I will say it's never a good idea to go ranting and raving in a public space, because everybody's got their phones out. It seems like she probably could have taken her concerns to management and left it there, but causing a scene there just makes the story about you causing a scene. But
it takes the incident to another level.
Right,
it just does.
It definitely does. Hey, Kim K, we know she wants to be a lawyer. She says she uses ChatGPT. I'm not judging.
I'm not either. I just talked about this from my personal experience. Love ChatGPT. But Kim, she said that it hasn't really worked out that well for her in her studies, revealing on the Vanity Fair lie detector test, saying that she essentially used ChatGPT for a lot of her studies, including some tests that actually caused her to fail, saying that ChatGPT gave her wrong answers a lot. But I will say, and I just talked about this, that ChatGPT makes sure to tell a lot of people in their disclaimers that everything that they put out is not totally accurate. So for Kim, this did not work out well. We do know that she took her bar test in July and that she's going to get her results this week. So we're going to find out if Kim becomes a lawyer this week.
I want to represent me. Oh, no, not at all.
Do you really?
No, I don't. Hey, ChatGPT is helping me raise my kid right now, so I'm like, it's fine. No,
it's helped me with a lot of things. Diets,
yeah,
you know.
It really is. It's helpful.
Relationship
but
problems.
But you got to remember, it's also AI. Hey, Branson, got to go. Big night here, so we'll check you out on TMZ right here on Fox 5 at 7:30 right after our special election coverage. We'll be right back. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm over here at the Take It 2 desk. I've taken it over, Marina, ahead of your election special
Someone
with
get me
Jim
the buzzer.
there.
Buzz him out.
I was going to say, where is that? There is no buzzer.
Guys, zoom out. I want to zoom out and show the whole desk here, and the fact that we're actually still moving things around in here because we're preparing. We want our special coverage to be really special for you guys.
That's why they gave you the Take It 2 desk.
All of that coming up here tonight.
They refuse to zoom out. They're like, we're not doing it.
Exactly. Per my orders. Thank you, control room. We appreciate you.
So much to get to tonight. Of course, the Virginia governor's election, and we're going to cover a lot of the other races happening nationally. But the polls are about to close in Virginia. We'll have you covered every step of the way here on Fox 5 and Fox Local.
Yeah, Kenneth, it's been good seeing you here on the 6. We'll see you now on Fox Local. Tune over now.
I like it.
Now on Fox 5 and Fox Local, it's election night in Virginia.
We need a governor who will stand up for small business owners and for farmers and for Virginians.
She is grow government. I am going to grow business. That's what we're going to do.
All eyes on the Commonwealth, an early predictor for each party's future. An election marked by political scandal.
I'm ashamed. I'm embarrassed.
and I'm sorry.
Tonight, Democrat Jay Jones looking to defy the polls after text messages surfaced threatening a Republican lawmaker and his family. Incumbent Republican Jason Miyares trying to seize the moment.
It's unconscionable, and if you were truly sorry, you would not be running for this office because you disqualified yourself.
It's bound to be an historic election. In the race for Lieutenant Governor, Democrat Ghazala Hashmi facing off against Republican John Reed.
And a woman set to be Virginia's next governor as former Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger faces off against Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears.
The polls just closed, and our election night coverage is just getting started.
It is 7 o'clock here, and we welcome you to our special election night coverage here on Fox 5 and Fox Local. Tonight, after a campaign with twists and turns, it all comes to an end.
And many believe this will serve as a benchmark before next year's midterms. We're still awaiting results. Possibly the most watched race tonight for governor. Democrat Abigail Spanberger looking to flip the governor's seat blue, taking on Republican nominee, current Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears.
We are going to check in with Kenneth Moten and Tom Fitzgerald for a closer look at the numbers and what we know in a moment. But first.
Yeah, we've got team coverage here across the Commonwealth. Tisha Lewis in Leesburg at the Winsome Earl-Sears watch party. Nana St. Bonsu talking to voters in Fairfax.
We're going to start, though, with Shirin Raje. She's live in Richmond at the Spanberger election headquarters right now. And, Shirin, we know that Abigail Spanberger has been leading in many of those polls. It's narrowed and it's widened. But regardless, how's the campaign feeling tonight?
Oh, absolutely, Jim. The campaign is feeling confident but cautiously optimistic. The watch party here in Richmond is just getting underway, and I just saw a flood of people coming through these doors. It is expected to be packed in here tonight. The stage is set for Abigail Spanberger to get on that stage once we get those results in. But history is in the making here in Virginia. This state will be electing its first female governor. Both major political party nominees are women. If Abigail Spanberger wins the governorship and flips it blue, it's going to be a big signal for policy change throughout the state, a big signal across the country. Now, a little bit of background here. Abigail Spanberger is a former CIA intelligence officer. She's a three-term congresswoman that has really ran her campaign on the message of affordability for Virginians and lower costs for housing and health care and energy costs and better schools throughout the Commonwealth. She has spent the last few weeks talking to voters in her 11-day 40-stop bus tour, speaking to voters about these issues. Take a listen.
The answer is we vote for people who are committed to making the change and the progress that we know is important in our Commonwealth. The answer is that we stand up against the chaos and the division that we see coming out of this administration, and we commit to making changes here on the ground that will steady Virginia.
Now, despite her lead in the polls, Democrats aren't taking anything for granted. Former President Barack Obama recently endorsing and campaigning for Spanberger, underscoring how high the stakes are. There are some concerns, and there were some concerns that Spanberger's lead might shrink after a text message scandal that rocked the Attorney General's race. Earl-Sears attacking Spanberger for refusing to withdraw her endorsement of Jay Jones, who is actually expected to be here tonight. These odd-year governor's races have long been viewed as an early barometer of how the country feels about a new president, and tonight is no exception. This year's vote comes as the federal government remains in a lengthy shutdown, now in day 35. This is going to be a critical issue here in Virginia. I spoke to a supporter, actually, that just arrived, Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan, speaking on the impact of the government shutdown on voters. Take a listen.
It's been huge. Some voters have said that they're coming out voting particularly about that, but Virginia's got the second highest number of federal employees, and before the shutdown, they were feeling the pain. Our economy was feeling it. The shutdown has only made it worse, and people are worried about what this all is going to mean for everything from health care to education, and they're coming out to vote accordingly.
Kind of.
And it'll be the first test leading into the midterm elections of next year. Again, polls are closed. This is the moment where those numbers will start to come in. The crowds are gathering behind me. It is supposed to be a rockin' party here tonight. Of course, the campaign, again, confident that hopefully they will take this home given the lead that they've had over the last few months. But again, we'll be watching especially some areas in Northern Virginia very closely tonight.
with you from Richmond as we start to get those results here, as now the polls have officially closed.
All right, in the meantime, we continue our team coverage with Tisha Lewis. She is in Leesburg at the Earl Sears watch party.
Yeah, and Tisha, what's the sentiment there? Is it the same as we just saw from Sharin's live shot in Richmond, where there seems to be a lot of excitement and a positive attitude tonight?
Well, there's a lot of excitement, Marina and Jim, and also optimism. You can see what a difference an hour makes. The polls have closed, and the party has started here at Winsome Earl Sears. Election night watch party and headquarters. Take a look. You can see that folks are starting to gather here. A campaign staffer telling us that supporters are getting settled as the polls have closed and the numbers start to come in. And Earl Sears staffer telling us Winsome Earl Sears voted early via absentee ballot so she could spend the day campaigning, and also emphasizing the importance of early voting. A new Fox News poll says the top issue important to Virginia voters is the economy. This comes as no surprise as the Commonwealth continues to navigate the government shutdown, downsizing of the federal workforce, and much more. We did speak with a supporter who arrived early about the top issue important to her, and here's what she shared about why she voted for Earl Sears.
I want to keep our schools the way that they've been since Governor Youngkin came in and Lieutenant Sears came in, and letting the parents have input in. So those are pretty important things to me. I have grandchildren, so I want to make sure that it's good for them.
This is video of Winsome Earl Sears today at a diner making that last-minute pitch to voters and why they should vote for her. Again, the polls are closed from here. Again, we are told that Winsome Earl Sears is here, and we spoke with one of her top campaign staffers. We're going to bring that to you coming up at 8. But again, you can see behind me, folks are starting to pour in. The music is playing. The food is out for this watch party, and there's a lot of optimism and excitement in the air. We'll be sure to bring you the latest developments. Obviously, Winsome Earl Sears, a native of Kingston, Jamaica, would not only become the first female governor of the Commonwealth if elected, but the first black female governor of Virginia as well.
That is one of the glass ceilings that will be broken tonight, because regardless of who wins the governor's race, Virginia will be electing its first female chief executive. For even more political insight, let's go over to the election desk with Kenneth Moten and Tom Fitzgerald.
Yeah, he's standing by with our political panel tonight. Kenneth and Fitz, good evening.
Hey, Marina and Jim, good to see you. Yes, we will be here all night monitoring these elections, talking about them, the issues, the candidates, some of the results as they come in. Tom Fitzgerald, we got Mark Williams, GOP strategist as well. Thank you for joining us here at Fox 5. Fitz, let me start with you here. We just left Winsome Earl Sears, Spanberger's campaigns. How are they feeling tonight at this point with polls?
I talked to the campaign and the Spanberger camp. They're feeling pretty good heading into tonight. And why wouldn't they? I mean, they've had leads from the beginning of this race to where we are tonight. A lot of them tonight, the Real Clear Politics parked Spanberger at 10 points up on their average of polls. So, you know, they're eyeing, you know, possibly a double-digit win tonight. Much different perspective you're hearing from the Spears camp and from a lot of Republicans, maybe a little bit of buyer's remorse. Remember, you know, 4 years ago, we knew Glenn Youngkin could not run for another term as governor. That's the way they do it in Virginia. You only have, you know, 1 4-year term at a time. And there was a lot of talk, were we going to see Jason Miyares run for governor versus Winsome Sears in a Republican primary in the Commonwealth of Virginia? Didn't happen. Miyares decided he was going to run for Attorney General again, and by all accounts, he's, you know, run pretty strong so far, and a not so great year probably for Republicans. Winsome Earl Sears right now, you know, has a lot of people wondering if this is going to impact some of the down ballot races, and that we're talking about the House of Delegates right now, because all 100 seats in the Virginia House of Delegates are up for election tonight. Now, that's important not only for Virginia, but nationally, because, you know, we've been talking about the special session going on with redistricting. Virginia Democrats, who control the General Assembly right now, want to redistrict 5 of the congressional districts which are currently held by Republicans. If they're successful in that and are able to wipe that out, they could have a big impact of the makeup of the Congress up on the Hill. So if Republicans are able to get control of the House of Delegates tonight, that would stop that in its tracks. Yeah. That would come to an immediate
end. Well, Mark, were Republicans competitive in the gubernatorial race? They tried to be. I mean, at many points, you know, Spanberger had a double-digit lead in the polls against Winsome Earl Sears and, you know, sitting lieutenant governor. But were they competitive?
I mean, I think they'd like to think that they've been competitive, and obviously the truth will be told this evening. So we'll see. It's 7 o'clock. I think everyone's optimistic at this point in the evening. You know, we start to get some more returns in, and you get to the 9 p.m. part. I think some of the reality starts to set in for the Sears camp. But again, we'll see. I think if Spanberger posts a double-digit lead, then I think Republicans kind of have to take a good hard look at some of the candidates that they fielded.
I'm curious about this. President Trump last night did a tele-town hall for the Republican ticket. And while he urged Republicans to go out and vote Republican, he has not actually formally ever endorsed Winston Sears. He says he didn't like Spanberger. He says he wants to see a Republican win. But, you know, a lot of other Republicans over the years had crossed Donald Trump, and he leveled him. Right. But then they wound up back in the good races. How come Winston Sears never got that second chance in Trump world? Was the sin that unforgivable?
I don't think so. I think Trump likes to back a winner, and I don't think she was going to be.
So it's that's what
that's what I think that it is at the end of the day. Like you see all the people that he comes out for. Most of the time, they are kind of further down the road and will be the winners at the end of the evening.
But you're feeling more confident, obviously, about the Attorney General's race.
For sure. And Jay Jones made this a race at the end of the day with the text message controversy. You know, kind of an off-year election. I think Republicans were really behind the 8 ball in trying to win a lot of these elections. But I think that will actually help Republicans down ballot as well. I think a lot of Republicans turned out because of that controversy.
All right, there's a lot to discuss here. We will be talking with you guys throughout the evening here. Thanks for speaking with us now, but for now, we're going to send it back to Jim and Marina.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you. We're going to be back with much more Election Day coverage right here on Fox 5.
And be sure to stay tuned on Fox Local throughout the night as our election night coverage continues after this.
Welcome back. Election night coverage right now underway here on Fox 5 as we follow all the major races. In the race for lieutenant governor, this is the person who will replace Winsome Earl Sears in the number 2 slot. The race between the Republican on the right, John Reed, a conservative talk show host out of Richmond, and Democratic State Senator Ghazala Hashmi. Right now, we are getting early results in. They're populating, as you see on the screen right now. And again, it is very early. Some of these results, as I'm looking at what we're seeing from our Fox 5 count on fox5dc.com, a lot of these results coming in from the Lynchburg area, some early results from Fairfax County as well. But right now, it is a 57-43 margin there. Two candidates who really, by all metrics, do not have a lot of recognition in our area. They're both largely Richmond-based.
Right. You talk about the race at large, though, historic, not just in the executive side, but even this race itself. You would have either the first Muslim lieutenant governor or the first openly gay man to stand as lieutenant governor for elected position in Virginia. So regardless, and of course, the glass ceiling that you mentioned earlier to be broken there for the governor's race.
One of the reasons this is very an important race as well is early on, John Reed had no opposition. Ghazala Hashmi had a large crowd that she emerged from. And John Reed had no opposition. But several months ago, Governor Youngkin actually asked John Reed to step aside in the race because of a website that came up containing some sexually explicit images that John Reed has denied was linked to him. But he sustained. He went through that early scandal, and he has been very visible. He's been working quite diligently trying to sway some votes because, again, Virginia is one of those few states where you elect your governor and lieutenant governor separately.
Yeah, and also interesting is that they were supposed to have a debate. Hashmi did not accept the debate conditions, and John Reed instead decided to debate with artificial intelligence. Yeah. I'm not sure how that would play out, and maybe that is something that, some would say would give him more recognition and more media coverage. As you look at the races here, the 3 big ticket races, right? The governorship, lieutenant governor, and attorney general, and really this mid-race has not seen the critical mass of reporting as we've seen with the larger race, the gubernatorial race, and of course the AG race, which has been absolutely marred by controversy. Yeah, and not necessarily a position we talk a lot about, but in the meantime, let's talk to Nana Santiago-Bonsu. She is live right now in Fairfax, where she's been speaking with voters about the key issues. Nana, yeah, there you are. Hey, it is live TV right now, and Nana, we know the polls closed and people are showing up there behind you.
Yes, Jim, sorry. I was in my phone. I was texting the election judge who just informed me that at this precinct, this is the Fairfax County Government Center, they had a total of about 1,049 voters just here today. And speaking of those voters, we did have a chance to speak with a number of them earlier today. They said, yes, they know that all eyes are on Virginia. There's a lot of different views and concerns that's on their mind right now. That's why they came out to vote. But they said no matter what the outcome is, they're just happy and they're celebrating already because it's going to be a historic one, knowing that Virginia will have its first woman leading the state.
That's paramount. That's absolutely the most beautiful thing is the fact that there's representation there, especially when it comes to women.
It's huge. I mean, it's important that our children are seeing women in positions of power.
It's pretty awesome. My mom is a single mom, and she's been a very strong person in my life, and I know the importance of a woman, how strong she can be. So I think regardless of the outcome, it's pretty amazing to see a woman in that position.
Now, let's talk about some of the concerns that these voters we spoke with had. They said, obviously, the state of the economy is important to them, the cost of living, education, and just also what jobs will look like in the coming months. Now, the election official that we spoke to says a total of 1.4 million Virginians voted early. That's in early voting and mail-in. And they just want people to be clear that some results may take some time to come in tonight, wanting voters to understand that right here in Fairfax County alone, there are 265 precincts. Now, we're going to come back to our camera because just kind of show you a little bit of activity that's taking place outside the government center. These are election workers who are actually waiting for drivers. So as we know, drivers from all the precincts across the county will bring their media over here and hand it over to these election officials. We're told this is the central location. in the county where they will go ahead and start putting those votes together, those numbers together, and that's where we're going to get the results from. But it's a long night ahead of us. But again, the voters here that we spoke to, they're just excited. They're saying no matter who wins, again, whether it's Abigail Spanberger or the Lieutenant Governor, Winsome Earl-Sears, they're just happy that they're seeing a woman in this office.
All right, Nana, thank you. And we've got more Election Day coverage tonight on the other side of this break.
Plus, check out our Fox Local app because we'll be streaming coverage when we're not on the air. And, of course, you can also get the latest election results. I'm taking a look at some of the numbers coming in. They're actually coming in pretty quickly at this hour.
Yeah, we'll see how long it takes tonight.
Yeah, stay tuned. We're back after this. All right, back now as we will see the latest results. They are coming in the last half hour since the polls closed.
Yeah, I'm checking in here on fox5dc.com. You too can check the vote totals here. But also, we've got our Katie Barlow at the Election Center with us, getting all those votes covered for us. Hey, Katie.
Hey, good evening, guys. We finally got everything working. So welcome back to the Fox 5 Election Center. Here we will be bringing you the latest results as they come into the Fox 5 newsroom, just as we did last election year. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at the Virginia governor's race. Again, we're just seeing early returns, but as Jim said, they're coming in at a steady clip right now. So Democrat Abigail Spanberger sitting at 55%, and Winsome Earl-Sears, a Republican challenger, sitting at 45%. Only about 6,000 votes separating the two of them. So we're still waiting on plenty more to come in, but that's tracking about what we saw in the polls leading up to the race, about a 10-point difference. There was a steady, almost double-digit lead for Democrat Abigail Spanberger throughout the race. One thing I want to keep an eye on tonight, though, is how this race and these numbers compare to the Attorney General race, because that race tightened in recent weeks after the recent scandal with Jay Jones' text messages and with his speeding and community service in court. So this race is turning out to be a little bit tighter. You're seeing perhaps individuals who came out to vote for Abigail Spanberger did not come out to vote for Jay Jones. There is some daylight, although it's minimal right now, between Spanberger and Jay Jones. So Jay Jones sitting at 51%, about 40,000 votes, and Jason Miyares, the Republican incumbent AG, sitting at 49% with 38,000 votes. So right now, about 1,000 votes difference between these two. And there is some early indication that Virginians went to the polls and voted either for Spanberger and Miyares or Spanberger and didn't vote for Jay Jones. We're starting to see a little bit of a delta there between their returns. Let's also take a look now at the race for Lieutenant Governor, where you can see Democrat Ghazal Hashmi and Republican John Reed right now, a 53-47% split. So all three races showing a different split right now, meaning Virginians went to the poll and either voted for different parties or did not cast a ballot, down ballot race compared to where we're seeing, I believe, the highest numbers in the race for governor. So something to keep an eye on throughout the evening. There will be tea leaves that we can read comparing the voter numbers. And of course, we'll bring you all of the latest returns right here in the Fox 5 Election Center. Guys?
All right. So to come, we'll check more results.
We'll be right back.
Back now this Virginia election night. The latest numbers coming into Fox 5 right now. Let's take a look at the latest in the race for governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia right now. Abigail Spanberger, 53% of the votes. Winsome Earl-Sears at 47%. But look, it's only 5% of the votes in, but it's giving you a sense right now of where some of these votes are coming in from, which at this point appears to be mostly from the Richmond area. And generally, that's where some of those earlier votes come in there, Norfolk, Virginia Beach.
Yeah, and Jim, you and I have done a lot of election night coverage here at Fox 5 for many years, and I think what's interesting is usually by this hour, I know it's almost 7:30 here, you start to get a better sense of where things are headed, but increasingly these elections are getting later and later into the night. They're more split, evenly split, and I think that's what we're seeing across the country, including here in Virginia. As we take a look now at Virginia's lieutenant governor race, there you have it. Ghazal Hashmi leading barely there. Again, 5% of the total votes coming in at this hour.
And in the race for attorney general, I know Katie just broke down some of those numbers. As you see, an update coming in, but they're starting to see the flip there where Jason Miyares at this point has pulled ahead of Jay Jones. But again, still a 51-49 margin, just a razor-thin majority. So at this point, we're going to keep tracking that. But this is going to be a long night for a lot of politicos across Virginia and across the country.
Especially for this race, which seems to be the tightest of them all, as every vote will count to the very end.
By the way, one other thing, we are also tracking those House of Delegates seats because that is a razor-thin margin and is...
All right, it's 7:30 on this Tuesday, November 4th. That means it's time to find out if you guys like it or not. Look, I'm producer Chris. You guys know that, and I am wearing a tie. Why? Because it's election night, so we are shaking things up a little bit here. And I know what you're thinking right now. Producer Chris, you spend most of your time talking about celebrities, tattoos, and tattooed celebrities. So why on earth would I come to you for election coverage? Hurtful, but fair, to be honest with you. But I surrounded myself with the best of the best, and Fox 5 is the place to be. Fox Local is the place to be for all of your coverage of the Commonwealth election. So without further ado, let's bring in our friend, Fox 5's On the Hill host, Tom Fitzgerald, joining us for the first time, his debut appearance on Do You Like It or Not. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Listen, Tom, I know you're a busy guy. I'm not going to sit here and assume that you've watched this show every night loyally like so many of our Zoom Room guests do. But what makes this show so different is the Zoom Room. That is how people can join us live, talk about whatever they want. You can ask Tom questions. You can talk about the election because that's what we're focused on tonight. So, Jim, let's show people how to join the conversation. We're streaming. We're on Fox Local. We're also on Fox 5 DC's YouTube page. You can leave comments. You can leave questions on our YouTube live stream. That's going to be going all night long. But you can also scan the QR code on the screen, either one of them, and that will bring you directly into the Zoom room. I see some of our familiar faces already, Allison and Chad. I see some new ones as well. We'll check in with you guys in just a second. But Tom, I'm going to start off with you. Polls just closed about 30 minutes ago.
Right.
We see the results coming in live right now. Jim, if you want to pull up iNet, we can see some of the numbers so far. What do you make of what you're seeing right now?
Well, it's so early. What are we looking at here? 10% of the votes counted. But, to look at the map, all right, just to take a look at the state of Virginia, where Abigail Spanberger, has to do well is where she is doing well. You see those blue areas of the state. Richmond, Norfolk, Northern Virginia, those are the big population areas. Winsome Earl Sears' whole ball game was out in southwestern, Virginia, the border with North Carolina, those traditionally, Republican heavy areas. But, make no mistake, Spanberger has been ahead of this race from the beginning through the summer to now. The only real bump in the road she had was this, text scandal with Jay Jones, the Democratic Attorney General candidate, who these texts were revealed that he was saying things that he wanted to put 2 bullets in the head of, Todd Gilbert, who was the former Republican Speaker of the House of Delegates, and then he wished death upon Gilbert's children. So, that's bad. That's really, really bad for any campaign that's been cruising through the way hers was. She was hit with it during the debate, didn't probably give the best of responses to that, but at the end of the day, Spanberger's campaign's position was, look, it wasn't our text, it was his. The question was, were you going to disavow him? Could he drop out of the race? The reason he didn't drop out of the race is because really under Virginia law, there was no mechanism for that to happen. Now, I covered a race in New Jersey, 25 years ago, where U.S. Senator Bob Torricelli got a little bit of a scandal, had to drop out of the race. New Jersey was able, the Democratic Party, to come up with a way to get former Senator Frank Lautenberg into that race. They put Lautenberg onto the ballot. Lautenberg won the race. Didn't have time to do this. This happened so late. And under Virginia law, if Jones had dropped out, what would have happened was he would not have been eligible to win that race under Virginia law, even if he got enough votes, because if he had officially dropped out. The other thing is, they'd already printed the ballots, Chris.
Right.
So that horse left the barn. They were stuck with Jay Jones, whether they liked it or not. They certainly didn't like the controversy that, bogged down their campaign in the last 4 weeks. Virtually every time Spanberger went out someplace, she was asked about this. So, but it still was not enough for Sears to really catch fire in this race, and it was a problem for her.
Let me ask you a question about the numbers we're seeing so far. Like you said, only 11% of the votes counted, 219,000 for Abigail Spanberger right now, 177,000 for Winsome Earl Sears. You mentioned the ballots already being printed. We also talked about kind of a lot of early voting numbers. What do you make of the turnout, and do you like what you're seeing or not?
Early voting has been strong in Virginia. Already 1 million people cast early voting ballots in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Now, when you think just a couple of years ago, it was actually kind of hard to early vote in Virginia. They didn't really do a lot of it. You could vote absentee, but that would have involved you declaring that you would not be there on election day, that you would have to get a paper ballot, you'd send that in and everything. But they really have now become one of the more aggressive early voting states. Think about it. They've been early voting for weeks right now. So, for them to be here with 1 million votes already counted, this race might be decided already right now. As you and I were standing here, we just don't know it because the results have not been released. But a lot of people have already voted before November 4th ever came along.
All right. Well, we've got our Zoom room up and running, and so let's check in. And right now I'm going to call on Sandra. Sandra, thank you for joining us once again. Remind me where you're watching us from tonight.
From Alexandria.
Okay, so we've got a Virginian. We're going to ask, did you go out and vote today?
I sure did. I got my sticker.
You've got your sticker. What was the polling place like where you went?
It was pretty empty. I'm not going to lie. Which, to me, I thought it would be a better outcome. But I think people are, I don't want to say afraid, but they are kind of on the fence on who they want to vote for this time around.
For what office, Sandra?
What you mean, what office?
Well,
So
I mean,
governor.
you're voting for governor this year. You're voting for lieutenant governor. You're voting for attorney general.
For governor.
Yeah.
I've seen better outcome for other things, but I think on this election, it's been a lot of tit for tat. So I think a lot of people are just like, we don't know who's going to be the best fit.
If you don't mind me asking, what issues mattered most to you and drove you out to the polls?
For me, the issue here, Virginia, really is, well, for one, the schools. They asked the question about the schools. Also, the issue is just on how things are being ran. And, the president, I don't want to say nothing bad about him, but, he has some good and some bad, but it's a lot. It has a lot to do with what really is going on, not just in states and just the rest of the country.
Let me ask you, who do you think has more an effect on your local schools, a governor or a president?
A president right now?
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Because the reason I ask that is because normally, in off-year elections like this, the answer normally would be the governor, but I'm not so sure that you're not right, because a lot of what's been going on in the current administration was shutting down the Department of Education. A lot of these mandates that have been put on, especially when it comes to, DEI programs, this White House has had an extremely active role in schools, and that's not something you normally hear outside of the gubernatorial level of politics.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, like I said, as a mom of four, I have 2 in elementary and 2 in high school. I've seen a lot of budget cuts. So, and then me working for Fairfax government, I'm grateful that I still have a job, that I'm able to go and clock in and get paid for. But then again, there's been cuts there too. It's a lot going on now, for the schools, for the country itself. We live in uncertain times, is what I say. We got to make it count.
Yeah. Well, I mean, certainly everything that's going on in Washington is affecting local jurisdictions and local governments as well, too. Look, we were just in Fairfax County yesterday, and, one of the things that we were talking about was the strain this is putting on food assistance programs right now. There's a lot of You know, it's always an argument when you talk to people in Montgomery County and Fairfax County about who has more federal employees.
Yeah.
But let's just say, for the sake of sparing us an argument over this, they both have a lot of federal employees.
Absolutely.
And, you know, the folks in Fairfax County were telling us, you know, they're trying on the local county level to supplement some of these food programs right now, but it's tough because, you know, as much as you might think that, you know, a big government like Fairfax County, and it is a big county government, or, you know, Montgomery County, they're not the federal government.
Right.
So they don't have the resources. They're not going to be able to fill that hole right now. So it does put a strain. You know, not only we've been talking about the government shutdown's gone on for 35 days now, but that trickles down.
Yeah.
And that puts a strain on every lower form of government as you go down the ladder.
Well, I want to pick up on the schools thing that you talked about. You talked about the Department of Education, but another issue in this election that we've heard from the sitting governor and we heard during the debate between Spanberger and Earl Sears was about some of these cultural issues, the transgender bathrooms and things like that. Tom, how big of an impact do you think some of these, what the president calls the 99-to-1 issues, the 80-20 issues, are going to impact this race as well?
Well, it's interesting because when Glenn Youngkin ran 4 years ago, he ended his campaign on a very strong school message. It didn't start off that way. You know, early on that election cycle, when we were out in Loudoun County, you know, Winsome Earl Sears was the one who was out there talking about these kinds of issues. You know, transgender issues, pronouns. Also, there have been some problems in Loudoun County schools in regards to some assaults that took place, how that was handled. There was a teacher that was suspended for not using correct pronouns. Winsome Earl Sears was very out early on that issue. The Youngkin campaign 4 years ago, not so much. Over the summer, as Youngkin got out there and he campaigned, he started hearing this, and you did see that message kind of inject itself into the Youngkin message, and he was successful 4 years ago. What's been different this time is the Republican candidate, Winsome Earl Sears, she started out there, and she has brought that message throughout this entire campaign. That has kind of put Spanberger on the defense of a lot of those issues, but she's been trying to counter that by talking about her own experience as a law enforcement investigator and also her experience as a CIA officer, trying to, boost her own law and order credentials because, Sears has been going after her about that a lot.
Okay, so we're day 35 of a shutdown. We've hit a new record. Obviously, we mentioned President Trump, the impact he is having on some voters. How much of this election do you think is a referendum on what's happening in Washington right across the river?
I don't know that the governor's race and the attorney general's race, the lieutenant governor's race, are that. Virginia and New Jersey, which both have gubernatorial races in the year after a presidential race, and they always do, are always looked at as these big bellwethers. Is the president doing good? And, we're going to decide that based upon these two governors. All right, well, let's look at these two states. All right. New Jersey, where I hail, has a history of electing two-term governors, and then at the end of that 2 terms, they get a little sick and tired of their governor. We've seen this before in New Jersey, and so they do tend to flip parties. Now, this is going to be the challenge for Mikey Sherrill tonight. Can you now install a 3rd term of a Democratic governor in New Jersey, a state that has a history of trying to change things up after 2-term governors? Phil Murphy is leaving, not so popular, and if that sounds familiar, it's because Chris Christie, the Republican, left not so popular. So it's something she's had to deal with, and that race has tightened up a lot over the last couple of years. Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, he's kind of a perennial candidate in New Jersey.
3rd time, I believe.
Yeah, he's hoping 3rd time's the charm, throw a pun out there. But, in Virginia, look, you can only run 1 4-year term as governor of Virginia. So you are destined to get a new governor every 4 years in Virginia. And the last couple of elections have gone for the Democrats. They've had a lot of success. Think about it. You had Ralph Northam, probably didn't end that well for the Northam campaign, but he did serve out his full 4-year term. You had Tim Kaine, you had Mark Warner, Bob McDonnell was in there along the way, but for the most part, they've had a 20-year run now of predominantly Democratic governors in Virginia. So Spanberger would be part of that if she can tend to keep that going. The lieutenant governors who get elected governor, I'm talking about Tim Kaine right now, tend to be Democratic.
Okay.
So that's just background history.
Well, that leads us right into our next topic, which is the lieutenant governor race. Not getting as much attention, but another unique thing about Virginia is that we could end up with a split ticket, for example.
Well, I don't know if we'll wind up with that in the lieutenant governor's race. Ghazala Hashmi, the state senator, has been pretty tight with the Spanberger campaign. Now, you don't run as a ticket in Virginia. All these races are elected independently. Spanbergers are on our own line of the ballot. Hashmi and John Reed are on their own ticket line on the ballot, and as is Jay Jones and Jason Miyares for the Attorney General's race. But Spanberger and Hashmi have been very close on the campaign trail. Jay Jones has been peeled off pretty clearly since the tech scandal broke. So if there is a ticket to be had here, it's Spanberger and Hashmi. Jay Jones is kind of on his own tonight.
Okay, and you see the numbers right now, 55%, 45%. I do want to bring the Lion Zoom room back into this tonight because I see Chad, I see Allison, I see David in there tonight. And what I want to ask you guys is about these sort of unique aspects. And I know you're out in Maryland, you weren't voting today necessarily, but these sort of unique aspects of this Virginia race, whether you can end up with a split ticket or 1 4-year term for your governor. Allison, do you like that idea? Do you wish more states did that?
I mean, to me, at the end of the day, just the most important thing is that we get somebody in office that actually cares about the people rather than finger pointing and blaming other people for things that can. I just want to see somebody that can make some things happen rather than just talk. Like, that is the most important thing. And I do have grandchildren that are in school in Virginia, so I definitely care about how it's governed.
David, I know you were never at a loss for words when it comes to some of our topics. So do you like this or not when it comes to Virginia and how it only has 1 4-year term for its governor?
I think they should open it up to at least 2 terms. I mean, the will of the people should be able to determine who they want as their leader. There should be limits on that. If you get someone who is hyper populist and it's generally unhealthy in the long term. So limiting to 1 term for governor, I think, is not the best choice for the voters.
They tend to like it, though, down there when you talk to the the state senators. And why? Because it's not hard to figure out. They all want to be governor. So you got a better chance of being the governor if the governor only gets 4 years and then they're out and somebody else can get in there.
Yeah,
So it's in their own vested political interest to keep it that way. But, I think you make a strong point there that if you got a governor you like, why should you not be able to vote for them again?
Well, we've seen some of those former governors move on to other statewide offices because Tim Kaine and Mark Warner, both former governors and now sitting senators as well.
Yeah, and it's an open question. History will, never know this. But had Ralph Northam been in a position where he could have run again, after the scandal that he faced at the end of his term, it's hard to see how Ralph Northam would have prevailed in a re-election campaign. But then again, Terry McAuliffe had a chance 4 years ago when he ran again after sitting out for 4 years. And Glenn Youngkin was able to handle him pretty easily in that race. So, just because you've been governor doesn't necessarily also mean that you've got, do not pass go, free ticket right into the governor's mansion again. But I agree with you. I mean, I think voters should have the final say on this.
All right. Well, we're going to have much more coming up on this election edition of Do You Like It or Not on the other side of the break. Katie Barlow is going to join us live to break down a little more about that attorney general race. We're also going to talk about what's happening in New York City right now because that's one to watch as well.
Can I also say that I like standing next to you?
I appreciate
because,
that. I like it as well.
Because you and I are eye to eye.
Yeah, okay.
Literally.
Yeah, you got a couple inches on me. I could spike the hair up a little bit higher.
We're in the neighborhood here, buddy.
He's
okay?
legitimizing me right now is what's happening by standing next to On the Hill host
I like
Tom
being able to
Fitzgerald.
look you in the eye. It's very comforting to me.
We'll be right back. Katie. Right here at Fox Local, team coverage continues. Katie Barlow, our chief legal correspondent, and In the Courts host, joining us now live. And just for the record, whether it was David or Chad from the Peanut Gallery, I love the commentary, okay? And Tom Fitzgerald loved it too, all right? He can talk, and that's why I love having him on the show. It makes my life and my job so much easier. All right, we've already covered the Virginia governor's race. We've covered the lieutenant governor's race.
Yes.
We've dabbled in the attorney general race, but that's where we bring you in now because you've been keeping an eye on these numbers. And let's take a look at them, Jim.
So, well, first of all, Tom puts the whole team on his back on election night. We really just ride Tom's coattails, thankfully. But so I'm looking at these numbers right now. So one of the key things that I'm going to be looking at tonight is the difference, the delta between the number of voters who voted for Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat in the governor's race, and the number of voters who voted for Jay Jones, the Democrat who's running for attorney general. Because if there's a pretty wide difference between the two of those, that may be an indicator that Miyares might be more successful than we think, and it might be an indicator of how the race is going. But so far, Jones has been in the lead for the most part. There was a brief time there, although it just narrowed, actually a significant amount. So now the delta between Jay Jones and Miyares is just about 7,000 votes, which is the slimmest margin I've seen with Jones on top. Miyares was on top a little bit. But you compare that then to almost 100,000 difference between Spanberger and Winsome Earl Sears. So doing some quick back-of-the-napkin math there, that's about a 93,000 voter difference of people who decided to vote for Abigail Spanberger but not vote for Jay Jones. And that might not be great news for Jones, but he does still have a steady number of voters. I mean, 480,000 votes, almost 481,000, nothing to laugh at. And also reflective of the broader point that we're talking about here in this election, which is Trump. This is considered a referendum on the president, and this race in particular might be one of the better indicators of how voters are feeling about Trump. because Trump actually endorsed Jason Miyares.
Okay.
He did not endorse Winsome Earl-Sears. He said he wanted a Republican to win, and he's generally supported a Republican ticket, but he never threw his hat in the ring and really rallied behind Winsome Earl-Sears. He did with Jason Miyares, and that works both ways. There were a number of ads that the Jones team ran against Miyares saying, you know, he is doing Trump spinning and he's more focused on national politics than Virginia politics. And we'll see. But if Jones wins tonight, I do think that that will be reflective, the most reflective race of how Trump is performing among voters in Virginia.
Okay, I'm going to tap into your legal expertise here with this next question. So one of the things that came up at the debate, obviously the text message scandal and Jay Jones' prior arrest and how he kind of handled that, whether it was community service or not, huge issue. But there was also this question of the role of the Attorney General, whether it is a politician or whether it is a prosecutor. And how does that kind of factor into voters' decision as well?
So it's a great question because most people didn't pay attention to the race for Attorney General 20 years ago. But during the Obama administration, the role of Attorney General really started to evolve. And attorneys general across the country started to coalesce, and they would build these coalitions, and they would go after companies like pharmaceutical companies, or they would go after people who were doing environmental damage nationwide. Before that, the Attorney General really just defended the state, and they advised the governor here and there on legal issues. But that has since changed, and since 2009, 2010, that role has really grown to where we're talking about it on all major networks tonight. The Attorney General race, perhaps the most watched race because it's the closest in Virginia, and that's reflective of the role. Another indicator of how Virginians are thinking about this, attorneys general in these lawsuits that they file, they've been doing that a lot in the Trump administration. And in our region in particular, you see the D.C. Attorney General and the Maryland Attorney General, both Democrats, often filing lawsuits against the Trump administration. A recent example is the lawsuit to try and get SNAP benefits paid out. Jason Miyares was not in that lawsuit, and that's probably in part because of his political party and his support for the president. And so if that switches and it becomes a Democrat, Jay Jones has vowed that he will sue the Trump administration and go after those types of cases. And so, yes, it is a prosecutor, much more so than it used to be. And the role is much more important to voters and to how voters are represented on a nationwide basis than it used to be.
Okay, well, we want to head back into the Zoom room now. Chad, okay, so my question, I'm not going to put you on the spot, Chad. I know you're in Maryland, D.C. as well, so not voting today. But listen, the DMV as a whole gets a reputation for being super wonky. You're obviously tuned in to Do You Like It or Not tonight, but are you following election results the way that I think DC people are generally assumed to be doing it, glued to the TV screen, the Steve Kornacki sleeves rolled up?
I don't think so. I think we're pretty normal, and hey, let's Everybody hates these political ads. Every single person hates them. Nobody's swayed by these political ads. We hate them. Except for one. Hold on. I'm making a DJ soundbite out of this one.
I think I know. Chad,
I am speaking.
Okay, I am speaking. I assume that's what it was going to be. Actually, I'm going to turn this back to Katie Barlow. Do you think that was one of the more effective political ads at this point? Because that's gone a life of its own on TikTok, to be honest with you.
So I'm not sure. And to be fair, when something takes on a life of its own, it's free PR. So I think that there is a thumb on the scale there. When it goes off on TikTok, that's particularly helpful. But to his point, I don't know how much those ads are swaying the needle, particularly when there are such strong feelings going into this race. Right. Whether supportive of the current administration and the direction that Virginia is going with a Republican governor or really opposed to it, I think that was already baked in.
Yeah. I'll be the guy. I'll be the one to tell the behind-the-scenes secrets, and that is there are some people who love election ads, and that is TV stations.
That's
because
true.
They pay the bills,
Yes.
Chad. They pay the bills. The other major race that we were watching is up in New York City this election night, the mayoral race between Andrew Cuomo, Zohran Mamdani, and Curtis Sliwa. Now, President Trump actually took what I consider a pretty unique step of not endorsing the Republican candidate, but also encouraging Republicans to vote for the independent former Democratic governor of the state, Andrew Cuomo, to stop the communist, as he puts it, from taking over. Does that surprise you at all?
It does. It's a bit of an odd move because I think what Trump likes is to win. I think that's in part why he didn't endorse Winsome Earl-Sears. There was not many moments, if any, during this campaign that she showed signs of carrying a lead similar to what Spanberger has held throughout this time. And that might be because he likes to endorse people who win. So I think it's an odd move for Trump to throw his hat in the ring there, especially given Cuomo's numbers so far. But we'll see.
All right. Katie Barlow, thank you so much for spending some time with us here on Do
Happy
You
to
Like
be
It or
here.
Not? I see that Alyssa Salami is coming in.
Fox called Spanberger.
Fox just called Spanberger. Abigail Spanberger. Already, what time is it? 7:59 and 15 seconds, calling the race for Abigail Spanberger.
More than 100,000.
Of course,
Yeah.
a more than 624,000, 625,000 to 516,000. 30 seconds left in the show. Thank you to everyone who joined us in the Lion Zoom room. Our coverage is far from over. We're going to hand things back off to Jim, Marina, and Kenneth over on Fox Local. They'll be in studio. Tom Fitzgerald, Katie Barlow, much more analysis, real-time results on the way. We'll be back at 9 o'clock as well. Tony P. and me right here for the Live Zone Primetime Election Edition. For Producer Jim, I'm Producer Chris. Katie Barlow, thanks for watching. Have a great night.
Find your next holiday story at Macy's.
Made in Georgia.
Now on Fox 5 and Fox Local, it's election night in Virginia.
We need a governor who will stand up for small business owners and for farmers and for Virginians.
She is going to grow government. I am going to grow business. That's what we're going to do.
All eyes on the Commonwealth, an early predictor for each party's future. An election marked by political scandal.
I'm ashamed. I'm embarrassed. And I'm sorry.
Tonight, Democrat Jay Jones looking to defy the polls after text messages surfaced threatening a Republican lawmaker and his family. Incumbent Republican Jason Miyares trying to seize the moment.
It's unconscionable, and if you were truly sorry, you would not be running for this office because you disqualified yourself.
It's bound to be an historic election. In the race for Lieutenant Governor, Democrat Ghazala Hashmi facing off against Republican John Reed.
And a woman set to be Virginia's next governor as former Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger faces off against Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears.
Our election night coverage is just getting started.
Good evening and welcome to Fox 5 special election night coverage. We're following breaking news out of Virginia's gubernatorial race.
We can now project that Abigail Spanberger will become the first female and the 75th governor of Virginia. This will be a flip for the Democratic Party. Spanberger, a three-term congresswoman representing parts of Prince William County and other areas north of Richmond, will become the next governor, a race that was very much hers to win for much of this period here. The night began, and quite early on, she took the lead, and here we are. Abigail Spanberger will become the next governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Fox 5 has team coverage of tonight's results. We are going to start with the governor's race. Tisha Lewis is at Winsome Earl-Sears headquarters in Leesburg.
But let's start off with Trin Roget live tonight in Richmond, Virginia, where the Spanberger headquarters there is victorious tonight. Trin.
History made here in Virginia tonight. Abigail Spanberger, we are calling it, is the new 75th governor of Virginia, the first female for the Commonwealth. The energy in this room here in this convention center in Richmond is electric. Everyone glued to the screens, glued to their phones as these first results were coming in. Of course, some of these big counties, we were still waiting on those results. Every time we saw those numbers light up here, the people also lit up in cheer. A big night for Abigail Spanberger. We'll be waiting for her to take that stage momentarily. She defeated her opponent, Republican Lieutenant Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears. But taking a look at some video, she has been on this 11-day, 40-stop bus tour, and her message to her people tonight is about affordability in this state, about lowering health care costs, housing costs, and really rejecting the messages coming out of the White House. A lot of voters tonight that we spoke to are concerned about the state of the government, the state of the government shutdown now in its 35th day. That was the motivating factor, as we have more than hundreds of thousands of federal workers in the state of Virginia. A lot of families I also spoke to tonight came here not only because they're supporting Abigail Spanberger, but because of how historic this is for Virginia. Many families bringing their kids, their daughters, wanting to witness this moment. For the first time, we're seeing a female in the top spot here in Virginia. Also, as we know, Virginia is a bellwether for the entire nation. So what happens here tonight, and we'll see how these races go down ballot, is also an indicator for the 2026 midterm elections and how Democrats will fare going forward. But again, a big night for Abigail Spanberger. She is the new governor of Virginia, flipping that governorship blue and marking a new state of policy for the state of Virginia. We'll be watching as the results come through. Again, it's still early, but we are calling this race as we now focus our attention down ballot, guys.
And we will point out that the calls come from the Associated Press and Fox News as well as these results come in. And I'm looking at some of these numbers coming in. Northern Virginia overwhelmingly going for Abigail Spanberger. Not a big surprise there, but she definitely showed some strong showings in Loudoun County.
Well, that's the case, right? For Glenn Youngkin, it was important in the last election for him to pick up some of those votes in Loudoun County, which went blue as well. But certainly Winsome Earl-Sears did not do the work that Glenn Youngkin had done and preceded the moment. And clearly tonight, Abigail Spanberger wins in Loudoun County and the rest of Virginia.
All right, Shirin, we're going to check back with you in just a little bit. Obviously, that is where we will hear a victory speech a little bit later on tonight, but we have to go to Tisha Lewis right now.
Yeah, she's in Leesburg tonight from the Winsome Earl-Sears watch party. Any sense of when we can hear from the Lieutenant Governor, Tisha?
Well, that is the big question, and we did just speak with her lead strategist just a few moments ago. We are all watching these numbers very closely, and so is the Earl-Sears team. You can see the crowd behind me. What a difference a few moments makes. A very quiet crowd here in Leesburg at the Winsome Earl-Sears Election Night Watch Party and headquarters. I want you to take a listen to the conversation that we just had with Earl-Sears lead strategist, Mark Harris.
Fox News just put out a new poll saying that the #1 issue for Virginians is the economy. How do you feel Winsome Earl-Sears tapped into that concern?
Yeah, I think we talked a lot, whether it was the car tax, whether it was job creation, her record on job creation, the administration's record on job creation. You know, we believe that we went out there and talked to those voters about that key concern to help bring them into the tent.
There you go, the economy and job creation. Again, that was Mark Harris, the lead strategist for Earl-Sears, and that was the strategy, but that strategy falling a bit short. Fox News projecting Abigail Spanberger as the next governor of the Commonwealth, along with the Associated Press. Back out here live at the Election Night Watch Party, and again, the headquarters, a very quiet crowd here, far from the victory party. Sears falling short. We are told that she is going to be giving some type of speech. We don't quite have a timeline on that, but we will be here and we will bring it to you when it comes in.
All right, Tisha, thank you very much. We will check back with you when that happens. In the meantime, let's get to some other news today, because voters in Fairfax and Loudoun backing bonds to improve local schools. In Fairfax County, the $460 million bond referendum on the ballot. The money would go towards school improvements and building expansions. As for Loudoun, the county secured a bond for more than $75 million for schools. Marylanders also went to the polls, maybe not statewide, but certainly in places like Frederick, where a mayor is on the ballot tonight. Incumbent Mayor Michael O'Connor, a Democrat, facing off against Republican Tom Trott. O'Connor says his campaign is about making the city more affordable and dealing with federal layoffs. Trott vowing to cut the city's property tax rate. Two of the city's council seats are also up for grabs.
And several other states have races to keep an eye on. The biggest, the highly watched New York mayoral race. New Yorkers choosing between Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who is running as an independent, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. Meanwhile, New Jersey voters will elect a new governor, where Democratic Representative Mikey Sherrill is facing Trump-backed Jack Jack Chittarelli. Out west, people in California deciding whether to enter the redistricting fight, voting on a proposition to redraw the state's congressional map in favor of Democrats ahead of the 2026 midterms. And of course, you can find the latest updates at fox5dc.com as well as on Fox Local. Back to Virginia, where voters are choosing their first female governor.
And while voters in America's largest city are choosing their new mayor from a list of candidates, which couldn't be more different, this all, as they say, all politics are local, and it's going to affect the midterms in 2026. Our special coverage continues after this. And we're back here on Fox Local and Fox 5 Plus, the latest on the Virginia governor's election, which in the last 15 minutes was declared in favor of Democrat Abigail Spanberger. The Associated Press and Fox News both projecting the third-term congresswoman will win the governor's mansion. This is a live look inside our headquarters in Richmond, Virginia tonight. The crowd, definitely a huge crowd turning out there. We don't know at what point we'll hear a speech, but as custom in politics, we're likely going to hear a little bit later on from Winsome Earl-Sears, and then we'll perhaps hear from Abigail Spanberger a little bit later on.
Yeah, I imagine because this is such a contested race, especially down ballot, we're going to wait to see what the lieutenant governor's race is called, and of course the attorney general here to be the tightest expected tonight.
Yeah, well, a lot of people think today's election results, not just here, but across the country, there are big elections, as we mentioned elsewhere, could be a preview of the midterms in 2026.
And both parties watching closely for any insight into how voters are feeling. Kenneth Bowen joining us along Tom Fitzgerald and GOP strategist Mark Williams and defense lawyer Dante Mills to discuss today's race and a look ahead at 2026. Hi, gentlemen.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm surrounded by some very smart men here to help break this down for us, especially before we start talking about the word bellwether and talking about 2026, guys. We must talk about that big development here. Major projection, but maybe not a surprising projection. Spanberger being projected as the winner of that gubernatorial race in Virginia. Fitz, you've been covering it for months now. No surprise.
No, and you know, if you've been paying attention to this race over the summer, we are where the poll said we were going to be. Right. You know, there's really no shocker. You know, as we look at, you know, I always say that like a victorious race has 1,000 fathers. You know, and a losing race, everybody's hands off. So, you know, Republicans, although it's not going to be pleasant, they need to look at why, you know, in a year after, you know, by some accounts, you know, Glenn Youngkin is going to be in the conversation for 2028. Like it or not, he is going to be. Now, you've got a governor coming out of 4 years of, you know, one of the most high-profile states in this country, Virginia, a purple state. Why wasn't he able to transfer that momentum to his lieutenant governor? Republicans do need to do some soul searching here. Why was the Youngkin model not put back up on the wheels and roll down the tracks here? Because they're going to have to answer that as this goes forward. And Glenn Youngkin's going to have to answer this as he goes forward, because he probably has larger ambitions than just being a one-term governor of Virginia.
What was that saying? 1,000 fathers?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Well, Mark, who's paying the child support then? When the Republican Party, when it comes to answering for this defeat?
Well, I think at the end of the day, they're going to say it comes down to candidate selection. Like Sears is no Glenn Youngkin, and that's what they're going to continue to say. Like, I don't think it's a bellwether. I don't think it's kind of the wind shifting in one direction or the other. When you're in an off kind of season election like this, and I consider, you know, this election, and, you know, this is no kind of shade to the Virginia gubernatorial race, but this is kind of a third-tier election, right? If we consider the midterms a second-tier election and presidential a first-tier, like, there's not a huge amount of turnout for this one. And so I think it's really hard to glean really a whole lot, especially when we thought Spanberger was going to run away with this.
It's a localized election, and you don't want to kind of give too much credence to it, especially on a national stage, because I think it is very local. And also who Virginia is. When there's a person in the office who was just voted in, they tend to go the other direction. So we know that a Republican was just voted into the White House. That next gubernatorial race generally tracks for the other side, especially in Virginia, because you have a lot of people that's in the military that's committed to the government, and they kind of take out their grievances. I will say that here, there is some manufactured kind of drama with Jay Jones. All he had to do was not say that he, you know, that some a politician or children should die, and I think that would have been just a straight shot.
What do you mean, not say that he sent the text?
Right. I don't know if manufacturer seems like a...
unnecessary, I should say.
Okay.
Unnecessary, because it should have been a clean sweep for Democrats, and it should have been called already, but now we don't know. I think that is still up in the air, because he put himself in this situation, and that was just unnecessary.
I think the bellwether question for gubernatorial races is a fair question. I think it will apply not in the governor's race in New Jersey, not in the governor's race in Virginia, but in the House of Delegate races. Because you think about it, this is the entire swath. These are going to be districts throughout the Commonwealth right now. I think we're going to get a clearer picture of where the voter mood is right now in those House of Delegates races that are being decided tonight.
You can, because as you said, Virginia is a purple state, so you have those mixes of jurisdictions.
Right, so I think even more, I think we're going to learn more about where the country and the state's mood is right now through the legislature. And look, can you remember a time when legislatures have been more important than they are right now? I mean, how many times, and you probably did this as well, would you go out, cover in a legislative race, and people don't know, by and large, the names of their legislatures? A lot of them do now. Because where the battle for the House of Representatives in Washington is going on right now is in the state houses. It's in Austin, Texas. It's in Sacramento, California. It's in Tallahassee. And now it's in Annapolis. And now it's in Richmond. So these legislative races are taking on massive importance that they never had before.
But is this the reason Jay Jones is still competitive in this race? Because the Attorney General in the Commonwealth will fight against or support the Trump administration here, and people who maybe had trouble walking into that, you know, and voting for Jay Jones over Miyares because of the text messages, said, but that the issues here, he said some really horrible things in these text messages, but it's the issues here that we're most focused on.
I think Jay Jones is competitive because Virginia is a purple state in an off-year election. Okay. To be completely frank, like that's why it is competitive right now. He actually should be blowing this race out. If it's not for the controversy, we're not even talking about this.
There's been talk of buyer remorse on the Republican side about Winsome Earl Sears as the nominee for this party as governor in 2025. The same thing is going on with the Democrats now. I've talked to some Democrats over the last couple of days especially, and, you know, he's 36 years old. He really did not have any kind of a profile statewide before he got into this race. Most people learned about Jay Jones in just the last couple of weeks, and what they learned was not good stuff. So
But I don't know if you would. Most people won't learn about who's running for the AG position. It's not a celebrated position where it's going to drive people out to the polls and to the election booth. I think they know about this more so because of that controversy. If not for that, it would have kind of just went along with the way that all of these other elections went.
But if
Spanberger won by 10%. He would be up 10% right now outside of that.
When we're going out and we're talking to the voters, we're hearing schools. So if you're somebody who cares about schools, you're paying attention to the Attorney General, is because this Attorney General, who's in office right now, has been suing one of the largest school districts in Northern Virginia, and we're talking about Loudoun County right now. Almost the day he was inaugurated, there was a gubernatorial a document that went out that launched an investigation. So, you know, these offices that predominantly in the past I don't think got as much of attention, they're getting a lot of attention now.
Especially when so 4 years ago, we were in the kitchens of Loudoun County parents who were upset about what was happening in schools, and they voted Glenn Youngkin over Terry McAuliffe, right? And a person who had already held the governorship. And so,
Terry McAuliffe.
Yeah. So they wanted Youngkin because they felt like he was a person who would give them choices for their schools, for their kids' schools. So why didn't Winsome Earl Sears? She started out on trans issues hardcore when she started her campaign. Was that the right direction? When you're doing the Monday morning quarterback on what she did wrong, I mean, the list is long, but is that one of the issues here that people just weren't focused on or cared about the most?
I don't think it can be a singular issue when it comes to Sears. I think at the end of the day, she just wasn't a great candidate. She's not Glenn Youngkin. It took Glenn Youngkin to take Virginia from being purple to red, and she's just not in that mold. So sure, if she would have focused on schools, maybe she's not losing by 10 points, but if she focuses on that, she's not making up that margin by just focusing on schools more.
Yeah, I don't think it's schools. I think the issue, and we're seeing this all across the country with the people that I'm talking to, and specifically here in Virginia with Spanberger, the focus has been on affordability. People want to be able to afford groceries, afford to stay in their homes,
huge
afford to
issue in
stay
New
in
York
communities.
Tonight. It's a huge issue in New York tonight.
And Spanberger focused on that. She said, I want to make things affordable, and I think people kind of got behind that. So any issue other than that would have been secondary.
And I was with Spanberger last week during a portion of this bus tour she was on. One of the arguments she's been making the last couple of days was not just the affordability issue, because how many times have you heard a politician go out and say, I'm going to make your life better, I'm going to make your groceries cheaper? What she has been doing in these stops is also making the connection of this is what the Trump administration said they were going to do to your grocery bills. This is where you are. So that compare and that contrast and measuring the distance between what was promised and where we are has been something she has really tried to hammer home, and it's resonated with the voters as we see tonight.
We really can't underestimate the federal government shutdown as well. I mean, we haven't talked about it much in this segment, but the impacts of that, especially in the final weeks leading up to a crucial election, and you have nearly 200,000 Virginians who are federal workers, and their jobs have most likely been decimated over the past 11 months under the Trump administration. People are upset. They're angry not only about their grocery bills, but the fact that their jobs are in jeopardy. They're not being paid right now. That's a big deal. And obviously, a Spanberger administration most likely would fight a Trump administration, just like we're seeing Governor Wes Moore kind of compete and fight against the Trump administration and some of the things they're doing when it comes to
he's trying to get a redistricting effort going on. They only have one.
It's a little early, though, to say, to really be able to tell the impact of the shutdown on this election when you talk about early voting and things like that. I will say that Trump, he's in the spotlight all the time, so I think it accelerated that I need change mantra. He's only been in office, since the beginning of the year, and people are already talking about change. I think that's some of his own doing by kind of overwhelming them with new things all the time and being in the news all the time. But I don't know if we can really get a hold of how the shutdown is impacting.
I hear you, but for people who are not getting paid right now and who we speak with on the streets, every single day, who've been dealing with this now day 35 of a government shutdown, they probably would beg to differ. But hey, we're not done. We're still talking with you guys. We appreciate the expertise so far. Jim Moreno will send it back to you for now.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Stick around. We're going to have the latest as history is made in Virginia. Abigail Spanberger set to become the Commonwealth's first female governor.
Plus, the latest numbers from the lieutenant governors and attorney general's race when we come back.
And welcome back to Fox 5's continuing coverage of the race for Virginia, where at this hour, Abigail Spanberger is the presumed winner of the race for governor. In fact, about 30 minutes ago, she was declared the winner based on those early results coming in from the Associated Press and Fox News, right now holding about a 10% margin over Winsome Earl Sears. It has been a big night for Democrats so far in the lieutenant governor's race. Ghazala Hashmi continues to lead John Reed, and that attorney general's race remains deadlocked.
Yeah, we're still waiting the calls there for Lieutenant Governor and Attorney General. Let's get over to our Katie Barlow live in the Fox 5 Election Center with an update on those numbers at this hour. Katie?
Hi, guys. Good evening. Welcome back to the Fox 5 Election Center. I know the race has already been called for governor in Virginia, but for our purposes in looking at the races that haven't been called yet, I think it's helpful to take a look at these numbers. They're split 10% right now, but what's important, I think, to look at is so far 990,000 people in Virginia have voted for Abigail Spanberger. Now, if we could bring up the race for Attorney General just to compare those numbers, 990,000 for Abigail Spanberger. I'm not sure how quickly we can switch it out if we can change it to the Attorney General now. But looking at the numbers online, well, this is Lieutenant Governor. You can actually see about 40,000 fewer individuals voted for Ghazala Hashmi. But here's the key. 898,000 individuals have voted for Jay Jones. That's about a 92,000 vote difference. Not insignificant in a race that is now within 1% between Republican incumbent Jason Miyares and Democratic challenger Jay Jones. That appears to indicate that individuals showed up at the polls and voted for Abigail Spanberger and either voted for Jason Miyares or not Jay Jones. Another interesting number to look at, you can see over here, Jason Miyares' numbers, he's at 878,000 votes. If we could bring the governor's race back up again and compare Jason Miyares' numbers to Winsome Earl Sears' numbers, you can see that Jason Miyares actually has thousands of more votes than Winsome Earl Sears. Also an indicator that there were a number of split ticket voters. Now, lastly, if we could take a look at the lieutenant governor's race here, where Ghazala Hashmi has a steady lead, and if she is elected, she would make history tonight as the first Muslim woman elected to statewide office in United States history. And right now, there's 6% separating the two, 950,000 to 838,000 votes, so 100,000 vote difference there right now, but that race has not yet been projected to have a winner. So we're taking a look at the two races that have remained uncalled so far this evening. We'll keep an eye on it for you throughout the evening as we get more returns to the Fox 5 newsroom. Back to you guys.
Now I know you ain't nothing but a lie.
And we're back now with more live coverage from the Virginia Lieutenant Governor's race, which in the last moment has been called in favor of Democratic State Senator Ghazala Hashmi. She will become the state's first Muslim lieutenant governor. So now history made on both sides of the ticket. You will have a female governor and a Muslim female lieutenant governor.
Yeah, historic there. The first elected Muslim to statewide office across the country here, making history there. You look at the point difference here, Jim versus the governorship here, about 10 points right now between Spanberger and Earl Sears where things stand. Of course, we're waiting for the totals, but then Hashmi and Reed, you start to lose percentage points there to 7. And I think the trickle-down effect that we've been watching here is to wait and see for that attorney general race, how much, if and so, it does split the ticket.
Yeah, and of course, we are following the breaking news out of Richmond as well, with Abigail Spanberger declared the winner there. We're going to check in in Richmond with Shirin Rajay, who is live from her watch party at this hour. Shirin?
Yeah, guys, the excitement is building here at the convention center in Richmond as supporters are waiting for Abigail Spanberger to take that stage behind me, give her victory speech as the new governor of Virginia. There are dozens of people that have packed that stage right now. It's going to happen any minute. We're going to bring it to you live. But actually, there was a burst of cheers as the sign on the podium here went to Governor-elect Spanberger. There's a lot of confidence and excitement in this room as this race was called pretty early on. We're still waiting for some of these results to come in some of those big counties across the state. But Spanberger ran on a campaign that was based on affordability, and that message has really resonated with a lot of folks up and down Virginia and the Commonwealth, especially given what's happening with the government shutdown there. Telling me a lot of voters are concerned with the state of this the state of this, I guess, the government, of how it's moving towards. Now, Abigail Spanberger also campaigned a lot in those rural counties, a lot of those counties that were prone to be Republican. She was trying to make some headway there. We'll see what those final numbers turn out to be. But again, a historic night here in Virginia, the first female elected governor here in Virginia. This was a race, though, that a lot of folks were saying was a big deal for Democrats. We'll have to see down ballot how it develops throughout the night as some of the other races are called. But again, the music is calming down. You see the stage behind me. It is packed with a lot of her presenters. The first family of Virginia.
Please welcome the governor-elect of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Abigail Spanberger. The governor-elect of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Abigail Spanberger.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much. My fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message. We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth. A message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most: lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race. The Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well. I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a Commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a Commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving as your next governor. I want to thank so many people for the support that they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, and your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you. To our campaign team, you're the best in the country. Every single member of our team, every single one of you, you work tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people hope. Thank you for knocking on doors in the sweltering heat. Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight. Thank you for giving everything to this campaign and then some. And thank you to my family. To my husband, Adam. My partner in everything. I love you with my whole heart. I am grateful for you. And it is very strange to declare my love for you in front of millions of people. But every adventure we have ever been on has been worth it because you have been by my side. I love you. I'm grateful for you. And I cannot wait to see what the next couple of years bring. To my daughters, Claire, Charlotte, and Catherine, you inspire me and motivate me every single day. Everything I do to build a better future for you and for all of Virginia's children, and I am so proud of you every single day. I am lucky to be your mother. And Catherine, you did not clean your room today as you promised me. She's working on it. If I was working on it, we wouldn't have won this election, okay? To my sisters, my dearest and earliest friends, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. To my friends who have traveled from around the world to be here with me today, thank you. Thank you for making me who I am, and thank you for always believing in me. And to my parents, I love you. Thank you for leading by example every day. And I know that today is a day that you all could have never imagined. But you taught me the importance of service to others and relentless hard work. And Mama, when I think about your life, from the time spent in foster care to putting yourself through nursing school and the challenges along the way, you made clear to us that to whom much is given, much is expected. And you have given me so much, born of your own struggles and your own challenges, and I know much is expected. And Dad, thank you for your example of service and tireless devotion to family and country. Nothing has made me prouder than to follow in your footsteps, so many steps along the way. I love you. I've talked a lot throughout this campaign about the importance of service and how it's shaped my life and my approach to public office, and that all came from my parents. But this commitment to service, it is not unique to my family. It's ingrained in so many of Virginia's families. It is part of Virginia's story. Here in Virginia, this is where American democracy was born and where we are still working to perfect it today, where James Madison built the framework for our Constitution to protect us from tyranny, where Washington and Jefferson fought to establish a government of, by, and for the people. It is also the place where Barbara Johns, a 16-year-old student from Farmville, led a walkout of students that became part of the Brown versus the Board of Education case to integrate public schools. Barbara Johns never gave up, and she showed us that no matter your age, you can be part of the change and the progress that you want to see here in Virginia and across the nation. We are a nation founded on ideas, but we are a country where it is up to us, the citizens, who must put those ideas into action. It is us, the citizens, who work to make the change and progress and build upon the foundations laid out over so many years. And Virginia, now it is our time to lead. Tonight, it's hard not to reflect on the nearly 2-year journey that we've taken together on this campaign. And just a few minutes ago, Adam said to our daughters, "Your mom's going to be the governor of Virginia." And I can guarantee those words have never been spoken in Virginia ever before. It's a big deal that the girls and the young women I have met along the campaign trail now know with certainty that they can achieve anything. It's a big deal to the women older than I am who forged the path in dreams, hard work, and in a belief that change and progress would be possible so that so many of us could follow in their footsteps in any career, in any role, in any challenge. The history Virginia is making tonight, it is yours. And I thank those who have come before me, and Mary Sue Terry in particular. She was the first woman elected statewide in Virginia. And because of her and the continued work of so many, there will be many more women to come for generations to come. So now that the campaign is over, the real work begins, because this was never about just winning an election. It was about what comes next. It's about the governing. Virginia voters made our choice tonight, and that choice was loud and clear. We are going to work to lower costs of renting, buying, or staying in your home. We are going to cut red tape and build homes families can actually afford. We're going to lower health care costs. We're going to crack down on predatory pharmaceutical practices and surprise billing. And we're going to produce more energy, and we are going to lower costs, and we're going to do it by producing more energy here in Virginia, and we're going to make sure that large utility users make sure that they pay their fair share. We're going to grow Virginia's economy by investing in apprenticeships and job training of the future. We're going to leverage AI and cutting-edge manufacturing to bring more capital investment into our Commonwealth. We are going to take politics out of our schools. We're going to make sure that teachers are well paid and well respected.
It looks like something happened there. Looks like everybody's okay. Somebody passed out there as Abigail Spanberger was delivering her speech. But as we've seen, moments like that in political rallies, it does jar you.
Yeah, certainly. You didn't hear anything, and then you saw the now governor-elect turn around and assist a supporter in the crowd there. Her daughter's behind her. We were checking to make sure who exactly it is, but it seems as though we're getting a thumbs up here. So maybe Abigail coming back to the podium here, and we're going to hear from the governor-elect continue what has been a historic speech. As she said, she can guarantee that no one has ever said Mom is going to be the governor of Virginia. And that, of course, is speaking to the history that she's now making as the 75th governor of Virginia, being the first female to hold the office.
All right.
We are going to make sure that our teachers are well paid and well respected. So that our students can focus on actually learning, and so that parents know that their children will succeed. And And we are going to make our communities safer by providing the training, pay, and support that our law enforcement community needs and deserves. These aren't slogans on a bumper sticker. They are actionable policies that I am ready to implement starting on day one. And starting now, that work begins. So as we begin this transition to a new administration, I want to be absolutely clear about a couple things. First, Virginia is the only state in the South that hasn't restricted women's reproductive rights since the Dobbs decision, and under my watch, it will stay that way. In Virginia, healthcare decisions about contraception, fertility treatments, and reproductive care will continue to be made between women and their doctors, not politicians. That's a promise I've made and a promise I intend to keep. Second, I will always stand up for Virginia workers, always. And right now, our federal workforce is under attack. And the chaos coming out of Washington is killing Virginia jobs and creating economic uncertainty for tens of thousands of families. Government employees, government contractors, small business owners who are impacted by the chaos coming out of Washington. Virginia's economy doesn't work when Washington treats our Virginia workers as expendable. To those who have been impacted by the mass layoffs, by furloughs, by the hardships that you are experiencing, please know that I will direct the full power of the governor's office to support you. And to those across the Potomac who are attacking our jobs and our economy, I will not stand by silently while you attack Virginia's workers. I will fight every single day for every single Virginia jobs, the ones we have now and the ones we will bring to our Commonwealth into the future. I will stand up to anyone who tries to harm our economy or the livelihoods of our Virginians.
You have been listening to Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger of Virginia delivering her remarks after winning an historic race, but the speech continues. As you can see, we'll continue to follow that on our Fox 5 YouTube page over on Fox Local.
Yeah, she's got a lot to say as she charts out her path for the next 4 years there for the Commonwealth. And of course, you can continue to watch that speech and much more coverage and analysis on Fox Local as well as the Fox 5 DC YouTube page. Just scan that QR code. That'll take you straight to it because
citizens deserve nothing less. I know we're living in a time filled with chaos. We live in a time marked by uncertainty. And along the way, we do our best to try and explain it to our kids. I know the list of challenges that we are facing is long, but I also know that the only way we're going to solve these problems is by tackling them together. Democrats, Republicans, independents, all of us, because that embodies the message that we sent tonight. That is what being a Commonwealth is all about, standing united for our future. That is what Virginia is about. So let's show the world what we're made of. Let's get to work. Thank you all so very much. And I'm so excited we got this party started a little earlier than expected.
All right, you have been listening to Abigail Spanberger, the projected winner of the Virginia governor's race, the first female governor-elect in Virginia history. You are now in our 9 o'clock hour of continuing coverage here on election night, joined by Tony P. and Tom Fitzgerald. Guys, you heard her talk about everything from her plans for the Commonwealth, her message across the Potomac, her message to supporters, her message to her opponent. What did you make of Abigail Spanberger's
Well, if I'm with Tony P, can I be Tommy F?
You got,
absolutely.
All right.
We sound like a mafia family with all these names.
You know, things happen, Tony. You know.
I love it.
I don't think it's going to be a speech that goes down in the ages. And, you know, for the most part, Abigail Spanberger has kind of run a really consistent race, wire to wire here, until she got to October and, you know, was kind of hit out of left field with the Jay Jones story. And we still don't know how that race is going to turn out tonight for the Attorney General. But I picked up, you know, one of the things I picked up in listening to Abigail Spanberger, the governor-elect tonight, was very similar to how she ran as a member of Congress. She's not part of the squad. This is not somebody who, you know, is lockstep and barrel with the AOCs of the Democratic Party. And at times, you know, there were well-reported stories about how she locked horns, you know, sometimes with language you wouldn't use in front of your parents, over some of the direction that the Democratic Party was going. What she talked about tonight was a Commonwealth, about how she was going to, you know, branch out to the different political factions in Virginia. But also there were some very direct, targeted remarks and chosen language about the President of the United States here. She didn't call him a king, but she certainly made some references to monarchs.
It came pretty close.
Yeah,
it was in the ballpark.
And, you know, whether or not what happens in Virginia tonight, or, you know, what appears to be happening in New Jersey, is a referendum on Donald Trump, well, we're going to find that out next year in the midterm elections. But this was a good night for the Democrats so far in Virginia. The real test of that is going to be this Attorney General's race.
Exactly. And like the biggest question, at least I have, is how does this actually carry forward to 2026? Does this have an impact, especially with California Prop 50? What is that going to look like once the polls close out west? And how does the map shape up for these type of wins? Because again, I mean, we've seen in the past there's a little bit of a match, like you saw in Alabama in 2017 with that Senate race. A lot of Democratic fervor led to a 30 to 40 seat wipeout in 2018 for the Republicans. But who knows now? Because again, a generic ballot right now only shows about a 3 to 4 point lead for Democrats. So is that more about just overall, like the party people inside the Democratic Party don't like their parties, so they're not approving it as much? Or is this potentially going to be a tighter race going in, for 2026, and this may not have a major impact?
One of the things I'm keeping an eye on tonight, it's not the marquee race that everybody's talking about, but it's, the House of Delegates race in Virginia. It's not Prop 50, but, they've got a special session underway right now in Richmond, which was commenced by the Democrats that currently hold a majority, slim majority, in both the state Senate and the House of Delegates, to redraw the congressional districts in Virginia. And it's a bigger deal in Virginia than it is in Maryland, where they're talking about this right now, because Maryland only has one Republican seat, Nancy Harris, right now. They got 5 Republican members of the congressional delegation from the Commonwealth of Virginia right now. I was with all 5 of them on Monday down in Richmond. And they view this as not only pulling the rug out from under the redistricting commission that the voters had already approved in Virginia, but they think that there is going to be, if they really do go ahead with this, that there's going to be a backlash against Democrats, because voters just a couple of years ago approved this bipartisan congressional redistricting commission. So how this House of Delegate race goes tonight is going to decide whether or not this redistricting special session goes ahead or not.
Right.
Because if the Republicans take control of the House of Delegates, that thing is over.
Exactly, and will there be a détente? Okay, you have Texas, you have California. Is there kind of a stand-down moment if the special session doesn't work out for Democrats and they can't go forward with that? Do you see a détente potentially happening? Because again, you're seeing all these states starting to pick off different congressional districts, Texas, California, we're going into Virginia potentially, or is it going to keep going no matter what happens?
I think it's going to keep going no matter what happens, because just
interesting.
Just Sunday, where you're sitting right now, we had Bill Ferguson, who's the Democratic State Senate President for Maryland. Now, Bill Ferguson, who's a Democrat, disagrees with the Democratic governor of Maryland right now, Wes Moore, about this redistricting.
Right.
Wes Moore is, charging ahead with this. He appointed a commission today, led by a Democratic U.S. Senator Angela Alsobrooks, to lead this as to whether or not the maps in Virginia are fair right now. Now, Virginia had already been hauled into the U.S. Supreme Court on a district that is currently represented by Democrat April McClain Delaney a couple of years ago before she served in that office. But I see no signs that any of this across the country is heading anywhere except the Supreme Court.
And do you feel that, again, with these type of margins tonight, not just in the VA governor's race, but the lieutenant governor's race is expanding to about 7-8 points? Do you sense that potentially this could backfire for Democrats in terms of they already have this momentum that's kind of underneath this referendum on President Trump? They might squander that if they go a little bit too far and overplay that mandate?
Well, it's a good question, and I think we ask that question every time there are these two gubernatorial races in New Jersey and Virginia.
Yep,
and,
the clockwork.
And we always say the same thing: is this a referendum on who the president is? We said this about gubernatorial races after George W. Bush, served his first term. We said it again after Barack Obama. We said it again after Trump's first. I think the real test here is going to be next year in those midterm elections, because that's when we're going to find out.
Before we get to
Yes.
next year, I do want to get back out to
deep.
Richmond. That's where Shirin Rajae is currently. She is hanging out at Abigail Spanberger's headquarters. Just heard the governor-elect speak. Shirin, can you hear us out there?
Wait, say it again?
Shirin, can you hear us? Test 1, 2. Shirin, can you hear us? All right, we'll come back to Shirin. In the meantime, Tom and Tony. Tommy F. and Tony Page.
Yes. I mean, what's really interesting about, I think, overall, especially the Jay Jones race, do you think that if Jay Jones pulls it out by 2 or 3 points like he's looking, do you think that also changes the calculus in terms of how how this could be like a night for Democrats, or do you feel that no matter what, they've had a good night?
If Jay Jones wins this race, I think the storyline is going to be wind up. Even Jay Jones couldn't stop this.
Right. And it's like this was like that sentiment was so low.
Because there they were cruising along.
Right.
Everything was going great for them until October hit. And this story, which is still mind-boggling to people as to how somebody who was in elective office could be texting these kinds of things.
It was. I mean, you read it, it's like you kind of your stomach kind of curdles, because it's like, why would you say that?
Everything was going great for Spanberger until she got to October. Now, it didn't derail her. Certainly, look,
obviously,
she was elected the 75th governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Right.
But I think one of the storylines, if Jay Jones is able to pull this out, is that this Democratic effort tonight in Virginia was so strong, it was even able to pick up Jay Jones and get him over.
Right, he wasn't carrying any part of the ticket. It was more
no.
potentially on that end.
Do you have Shirin?
I think we've got Shirin back. We're going to try to get back out to Abigail Spanberger headquarters down in Richmond and Shirin Rajae live. Shirin, you got us?
Yeah, guys, truly, what a historic moment for Abigail Spanberger as she stood on that stage giving her victory speech with her 3 daughters behind her as the new governor-elect of Virginia. It was quite a moment to see the first female governor of Virginia. A lot of women and a lot of families in this crowd telling me tonight they are inspired by her. In fact, they brought their kids to witness this moment as well. So obviously a very celebratory feel here. This convention center was packed. It was electric. Abigail Spanberger spoke about the issue of affordability, lowering costs, lowering health care costs, and that has really resonated a lot with Virginians up and down the Commonwealth. She also spoke that it is her intent to be the governor for all, even if you didn't vote for her tonight. She was very thankful for this campaign that really out-fundraised her opponent, Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. She also spoke about the Trump administration. I mean, when you have these off-year elections, this is really the test for the Trump administration 2.0. And on a big scale, you are hearing from voters as to how they are feeling about the administration, with the shutdown now in day 35, with the furloughs that we saw, with thousands and thousands of federal workers in Virginia. That was a message that was sent tonight with the election of this new governor, this Democratic governor, who has now turned this seat blue. She started off her speech that way, that this is a message to all of Virginia, to the country, to the world about what is going on in this administration. So we will have to see down ballot how it's going to affect a lot of Democrats. Of course, they're hoping for a big night. And this was, of course, a big night, a historic night in Virginia. And we'll see kind of day one what she does as governor. But again, she is pressing forward on affordability as being her main issue, guys.
Hey, Sharon, it's Fitz back in the newsroom. How are you?
Good, good.
First of all, I feel your pain of trying to talk with headphones in an incredibly, ridiculously loud room. So I know what that's like. But are you hearing anything in that room about Jay Jones tonight? Are people talking about him?
You know, yeah, they were talking about him actually, because I asked if there was any concern going into tonight, and some voters were concerned about the texting scandal with the Attorney General, with Jay Jones. He was expected to be here tonight, but I don't see him, although it's a huge crowd, so I have to maybe look a little bit closely. They were concerned about her polling numbers kind of shrinking, or I guess shortening that gap. But no, I have not seen him this evening, and I don't. Obviously, it didn't affect her numbers tonight, Tom.
Yeah, I didn't see him either, and that's why I was asking, because I was looking up and down the stage, and they had some pretty, good wide shots of that stage, and I did not see him up there. So I was curious about that.
I haven't been following his race, so I'm not sure where he's kind of standing in all of this, but I was looking for him in the crowd. Have not seen him yet, although the party's just getting started here, so I don't know. It's kind of rocking out here. Maybe he's going to make a special entrance soon.
I definitely can feel the energy, Sharon. This is Tony P. Now, let me ask you this. Governor-elect Spanberger talked about a lot of issues she wants to tackle from affordability onward. What was the biggest kind of issue that people were passionate about in the room and still are tonight that they're looking for the governor-elect now to get done as she begins this process in January?
I will say this. I think affordability and what she ran on was the issue to run on, especially with everything happening in the economy right now. People are hurting, their pocketbooks are hurting, and they're letting their voices be heard tonight with this election of Abigail Spanberger. And now another issue that's impacting folks is the protection of immigrants. That's another issue that I'm hearing up and down the state with the ICE raids that we saw throughout Virginia. Also protecting the rights of all people. Abigail Spanberger kind of was not really campaigning on social issues, much like her opponent did trans issues. But that's also another topic on the minds of a lot of folks here, is just the protection of a lot of folks. And I will say, for a lot of young people, especially women, reproductive rights is up there. And she said tonight in her victory speech that Virginia is one of the states that is not limiting reproductive rights. And as governor, she is going to continue that trend. So I think reproductive rights can also be put up there. But these are some of the issues that brought people to the polls today. And clearly those numbers spoke for themselves.
All right. So, just getting word here, Office of Governor Glenn Youngkin announcing that the governor is going to be having a news conference tomorrow morning in Richmond to discuss the election results that are going on tonight.
Very interesting stuff there.
Live in Richmond.
Thank you,
We'll
Sharon.
Back in with you coming up here in just a minute. In the meantime, though, we do want to switch gears, get out to Leesburg. That's where Tisha Lewis is live at her Republican rival, Winsome Earl Sears' headquarters, and the mood much different there tonight, Tisha.
Yeah, Chris, talk about a whole different mood here. A very quiet and calm crowd here at the Winsome Earl Sears Election Night Watch Party. Not the outcome that her supporters have hoped for. You can see some folks behind me. It's not quite a party. Folks are standing and waiting, and I bring up waiting because we are waiting to hear from Winsome Earl Sears. I did get a chance to speak with one of her staffers, and all we're told is that she will give some sort of speech, but we have no timeline on when that will happen. Again, as I mentioned, this was not the outcome that a lot of folks here had hoped for, but Earl Sears never ahead in this race, and also losing some key groups, reportedly women and black voters and voters that are under 30 years old. And so here we are tonight after this campaign, one in which campaign staff told me that Earl Sears actually voted early via absentee ballot so that she could spend today, Election Day, campaigning, making this last-minute push to voters. And she, campaigned on public safety, also campaigning on not defunding the police, and so much more. But ultimately, that strategy just wasn't quite enough to seal the deal. We do know that Earl Sears is here in the building. We are here at the National Conference Center in Leesburg, and we do expect her to take the stage and speak. But again, not the outcome that so many people here had hoped for. We spoke with also one of her supporters. She brought up another issue that was very important to a lot of people, education and parent choice. But again, Fox News poll came out just a few moments ago saying what was the top issue for Virginia voters in this election, and all of the polls indicate that the economy was the top issue. Again, all of this unfolding as the Commonwealth and the DMV navigates this government shutdown and also a massive downsizing of the federal workforce. Again, we are waiting for Winsome Earl Sears to give a speech of some sort. We do not know when that's going to happen, but we are here for when it does happen. Chris?
But let me ask you this. So this is Tony P in the studio. Like, in terms of the overall race, do the people in that room feel that this race could have been won and that it may have been an issue with the campaign strategy and the candidate herself? Or were the headwinds just way too large, whether it be the federal workforce, sizing issues and the firings, and just the overall national economy? Or do they feel there were some opportunities for daylight here?
It'll be interesting to see where the campaign and supporters feel like they fell short in this particular campaign. But again, they were very excited for the start, and then again you could see that sort of go away as the night progressed, and here we are now. So again, it'll be interesting to speak with some of the folks out here and the campaign and see where they had a misstep.
Interesting. And now, are people in that room tonight looking at the Attorney General's race with Jason Miyares, definitely having a much shorter gap to potential victory? Are they looking at him as a potential bright spot, not just tonight, but for potential, future office as we get into 2029 sessions?
That's an excellent question. I think they are looking at all the races and any victories where they can pull them from, since they could not pull them from here. Obviously, all eyes were on this Virginia gubernatorial race, and so many folks have said that this is really a litmus test for how folks feel about the Trump administration, the satisfaction with the Trump administration. At least here in the Commonwealth, folks decided to go in a different direction with Abigail Spanberger.
T-shirts Fitz, you get any sense of why Leesburg tonight? Lieutenant Governor Sears really hadn't exactly spent a lot of time campaigning in Northern Virginia. So is there any indication why this campaign tonight would wrap up in Northern Virginia?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that you know, so many folks across the Commonwealth, Vince, as you know, are navigating the federal shutdown and also the reduction in force for federal workers. And I think that that was on the minds of so many people. The economy ultimately was on the minds of so many people, and that is what they were really focused on. Now, as for Winsome Earl-Sears, she decided obviously to have her election night watch party here in Leesburg, and also deciding to meet voters here. All we're told, you know, we asked all of these questions obviously to the campaign staff, and they're very limited in answers, but they just said that she will elaborate more when she speaks tonight.
Let me ask you this in terms of the overall national implications. Of course, you know, we didn't see a lot of President Trump out in Virginia or even mentioning names, right, in his post. Do you think that that is something a lot of folks in this building tonight are talking about? Maybe he should have been more involved to maybe get boosted.
Chris, I don't mean to interrupt you, but she's coming out now.
Sounds good.
So if you look over my left shoulder, it looks like she's coming out to give her speech, I believe. It looks like she's going to be coming out shortly.
Well, we're being drowned out by Ray Charles right now.
Yeah, exactly. Right, we're hearing Ray Charles, America the Beautiful.
And we don't want to miss it. It looks like folks are gathering to the front of the stage, so she should be coming out very, very shortly. We don't want to miss it. And so let's just listen in and see what is happening right now at the Winsome Earl-Sears headquarters.
Success, nobleness, and every gain divine. And you know, when I was in school, we used to sing it something like this. Listen here. Oh, beauty by spacious skies, by amber waves and rain, by purple mountain majesties. You know, God done shed his grace on thee. He gave me a crown that good. Yes, he did. Everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Lieutenant Governor for the great Commonwealth of Virginia, Winsome Earl-Sears, and the Sears family.
Love you more. Thank you all for coming. You know, I'm really not even supposed to be here. Think about it. I mean, I'm the immigrant from another country, and yet you all have given me the opportunity to do this. This is such an amazing thing for me. Really, even when I had the protesters from the other side, I looked at them in wonder. They thought they were hurting me, but they weren't, because I thought to myself, this is America. It's amazing that we can protest each other and go home and cook dinner for the kids and not wonder who's coming to get us. And we must never lose that. America is such a wonderful place. I don't think we know that. I'm watching people teach their children to hate their country. Why would you do that? Where else are you going to go? And so I thank you. I thank you for giving me this very great opportunity. And it started, of course, when you gave my father the opportunity to come to this great country with, again, you heard me, his $1.75. And that's what started the trajectory of my life, where I became, of course, a Marine, a business owner, CEO of certain organizations, and then a delegate, and now lieutenant governor, second in command. Now, I have to tell you, I am like everyone. I wanted to wait until every single ballot was counted. It's just because I have faith. And I wanted to wait. I wanted to wait because I know that God had called me for this purpose. And so remember now that God has called prophets. And sometimes the prophets were even beaten and some of them were killed. And so we understand that victory to the Lord looks a lot different than what we think of as victory. Victory starts with obedience. Obedience. Never forget that. So, before I say anything else, although I've said everything, I want to thank you because you believed in me, you who voted for me and who worked so hard to make our dream for Virginia come true. I still want to continue to thank God for this journey and His grace that brought me again to this wonderful country, this wonderful Commonwealth. And a special gratitude goes to my family, my wonderful husband of 39 years. And my wonderful children, Janelle and Katja. I have to tell you, I think I learn more in a loss than I ever do in a victory. And I think there's just something about that, and it builds you. It's either going to tear you apart or it's going to build you. Well, I don't tear apart. I have God. I don't tear apart. I don't think we came up short. I think we tried very, very hard. So many had counted me out for so long, and it's an amazing thing to watch. And we just kept plugging and plugging. And so I want to say to our young people here, remember that life has ups and downs. You must never stay down. There is nothing down there. You must always rise. It's one life that you have, and it must be lived to the fullest. Your life has purpose. You have purpose. I have just called Abigail, and she did not answer, and she doesn't have to answer. No, she doesn't have to answer. I think she's busy. So it went to voicemail, and I left her a voicemail, and I asked her to please consider all of us Virginians, that she will represent all of us and not just some of us. And I wished her success. If she is successful, Virginia will be successful. That's what I wish for her. And I asked her to support policies that will unite us, that will not divide us, that will strengthen our families and keep us safe. And that if I can ever be of help doing that, I'm here. I'm ready to volunteer. After all, apparently I have nothing else to do. But volunteering isn't something that's new to me. I mean, I ran a men's prison ministry, one of the best things I think I've done, apart from my husband, my children, etc. And then, of course, when I also ran a women's homeless shelter, just the fact that I would be able to shape lives, to tell them, you're not done yet. You're done when you're in the grave. But until then, God has given you breath, and you must use it. And when you are in a place, you must serve others. You must never be about your own self. And so that's one reason I'm here. You know, I came back into politics because I believed I was called. I saw test scores, and I thought it was a good education that lifted my father out of poverty, and it's a good education that will lift all of us out of poverty. And when I was vice president of our state board of education, I was never laughing if a principal or a teacher or a school board person stood before me, because our children don't get do-overs, and they weren't learning. So I hope that Abigail considers school choice, opportunities for our children to excel. It can't but be just one path. No. How dare you stand in the doorway of a parent that says, I want something different for my child. Please give me the money. I am low income, but can you give me some money that I can choose a school that I believe is best for my child? We've celebrated the 71st anniversary of Brown versus Board of Ed. And what was that about? Was it about the worship of a brick building? No. It was about the parents being able to decide where to send their children to school. That's still the option that parents want to have. Folks, I ran a race, again, based on foundational ideas that would, well, repeal the car tax, protect our girl children especially, and not create sexual trauma for them in bathrooms and locker rooms and in their sports. And I ran a race to expand our economy. When I had my business, it thrived. I started my business in the Great Recession. We did very well in a recession. And then COVID came, and we did very well in COVID as well. But it was the decision of the then governor that caused my business to close. And so it matters who the governor is. Policies matter. And to be safe matters, because to be governor is to have the other title of commander-in-chief. And the first job, I believe, of any governor is to keep the people safe. If you don't have safety and security, you have nothing. And so I'm not going to give up. Have you given up? No. No, you must not. My opponent, Abigail, ran as a moderate. If she governs as one, then she will unite us, and she'll heal our divide and win our support. I hope and pray she does. But all should note, I don't consider this a loss, because remember, I've always said this. I'm a Christian first, and a Republican second, and that's the way it always will be, because no political party has ever given their life for me. So your voice isn't lost, and I'm not going anywhere, and neither are you. Virginia is not a radical leftist state, and we will hold to account anyone who tries to impose on us the ideology of the left. We must offer our hands of cooperation, but the gesture comes with a warning. Do not tread on me. The wind belongs to God. He has ordained all that is and will be, and he wants his children to live in peace. Let us do so. Let us come together tonight as Virginians with goodwill in our hearts, filled with the hope that comes with the new day. We must pray for Abigail. We must pray for our government. You are the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We must pray for our state, and we must pray for our country. God has used us for his purposes. We answered the call and gave it all we had. We have no regrets. No matter what comes next, big or small, we still pray, "Here I am, Lord, send me." So, don't give up. We must never give up. To give up is to give up. May God continue to bless you, and may God continue to bless our cherished Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless these great United States. Thank you so very much for investing in me. Thank you so very much. Many of you, and I want to finish here, you carried me. You sent in $5 and $10 and $15, and you thought that that was nothing, but you don't understand what you did. I got a check for $3, and it reminded me of the woman with the 2 mites, and that was all she had. She gave above and beyond. And those $5 and $10 and $15 and $25, they afforded me the ability to have, averaging every day, almost $250,000 to $300,000 a day. Without those $5, I would not even have been here, because I had no money until other harder dollars came in. So don't ever think that you can't do anything. $5, as we say in Jamaica, every mickle makes a muckle. So I hope I continue to see you on the campaign trail. I hope I continue to see you, because you must understand, you have been given the opportunity to choose your government. Be a part of it. And if it's not helping someone who is the candidate, become the candidate yourself. Become the candidate yourself. So, thank you all. Thank you, and have a great night. God bless you.
All right, so Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears, a consolation speech that wasn't very conciliatory.
Very interesting.
But it went in a lot of different directions. At various points, she said she did not consider this a loss, even though Abigail Spanberger has now been confirmed as the winner of this race and the governor-elect of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the 75th governor she will be when she's sworn in January. She also did tell the crowd to pray for Abigail Spanberger, but it's easy to kind of do an autopsy on these election night speeches. Give her credit for having done one, because this is becoming a lost art lately in
right,
politics.
yeah.
How many elections have we had in the last couple of years where a candidate goes down in defeat and just you don't see them the rest of the night.
Right. They go the next day maybe.
So, you know, give props to Abigail Spanberger for at least coming out and addressing her crowd of supporters tonight who, you know, are still holding out hope that they might not go away tonight completely empty-handed, because this race to the Attorney General between Democrat Jay Jones and the Republican incumbent Jason Miyares is still not called.
It does look like, though, it's about 3.6%, almost over 100,000 vote difference here.
Yeah.
And what was really interesting about that speech, and you know, from throughout the campaign, we had heard from Republican sources that Winston Earl Sears, the campaign wasn't being run exactly efficiently. The campaign message was kind of straying a little bit. They did not feel that it was
Guys,
the.
I want to interrupt you just for 1 second. In the bottom corner of the screen, you see our lieutenant governor, projected winner, coming out and getting ready to take the podium. We're going to take you there now live.
Okay.
Tonight, Virginia, we have pointed our compass in a direction that guides us to the future while also building out our roots on our collective embrace of decency, dignity, and dedication. Virginia has chosen leadership that lifts up people instead of tearing them down. And together we have proven that in Virginia, a child's name, a family's personal struggles, and a community's identity are not barriers to belonging. I am so incredibly honored and humbled to stand before you as Virginia's Lieutenant Governor-elect. But as we all know, this moment of success is not mine alone. It belongs to every Virginian who believes that our politics must be more hopeful, more inclusive, and focused on solving problems instead of scoring points on the backs of other people's pain. It belongs to every parent who aspires to strong educational opportunities for their children. It belongs to all of our workers whose labor deserves respect and dignity. It belongs to the countless young people who refuse to sit on the sidelines and instead are charting a path forward through talent and skill, ingenuity and determination. My own journey from a young child landing at the airport in Savannah to now being elected as the first Muslim woman to achieve statewide office. The first Muslim woman to achieve statewide office, not just in Virginia, but in the entire country. And this was possible because of the depth and the breadth of the opportunities made available in this country and in this Commonwealth. And I want to reflect just briefly on that journey from a childhood in Georgia to an educator's life in Virginia's college classrooms to state government representing the Richmond area in the state Senate and now this statewide position. I first was compelled to run for office because I wanted to respond rather than quietly observe the targeting and the scapegoating of marginalized communities. I decided to run for public office because no one in this country should be made to feel as though they are not welcome in their neighborhoods or in their own communities. Now I know that many of us feel as though the nation is in the midst of challenges that are much deeper and more intense than those we have faced before, and that it will take us generations to repair. But let us not forget that the challenges we endure today are not entirely new, and they can be navigated. We have been grappling with profound questions of our national identity, our nation's history, and its complex legacies for centuries. This nation has not merely endured, but it has risen from every crisis through introspection, resolution, and determination. And tonight, we've taken another step forward. Tonight, today's elections and the voices of hundreds of thousands of voters tell us that we are ready to define a new path. We are investing in the future. We're building a Commonwealth in which every child receives a high-quality education and is able to build a life and a career right here in Virginia. And we're charting a path forward to ensure we have access to affordable health care, child care, and housing. And we will define our progress as successful when we translate that moral call to take care of each other, in making those into actions of a government that serves the people that it represents. So tonight I just want to share a brief anecdote that resonates with me every single day. It is an anecdote that I actually heard on the morning that I was sworn into office for the first time. And I think of this story every time I decide on the legislation I'm going to carry, the budget items I will champion, and the votes that I will take. And it's a simple story about the lamplighter. Now, some of you may recall those days before modern electricity, that the streets of our cities and towns and villages were illuminated by gas street lamps. And every evening at dusk, it was the task of the lamplighter to walk up and down the thoroughfare and light those street lamps. Those lamps were essential because they guided people back home through the dusk and through the darkness. And one evening, this particular lamplighter said to his young son, "Come with me this evening as we go about our work." And the little boy said to the lamplighter, "Father, what is it that we are doing this evening?" And he said, son, we are punching holes into darkness." Well, Virginia, tonight we are punching holes into darkness. When we protect public education, we are punching holes into darkness. When we give every Virginian access to health care, we are punching holes into darkness. When we ensure that not a single one of our neighbors goes to bed hungry at night, we are punching holes into darkness. So let us move forward, choosing compassion over callousness, democracy over demagoguery, courage over cowardice. Only then will we be able to continue punching holes into that darkness. Virginia, thank you for the immense honor you've bestowed upon me. Let's get to work, Virginia. Thank you.
right, you've been listening to Virginia's Lieutenant Governor-elect speaking at Abigail Spanberger headquarters in Virginia. Meanwhile, in the top right corner, you are taking a live look in New Jersey at Mikey Sherrill's headquarters. The AP has called that race for her. And then on the bottom right, you are taking a look at New York City and Zohran Mamdani's headquarters. The AP has called that race for him. Tom, it's been a busy night. Busy last couple minutes.
As they say on late night TV, though, but wait, there's more. The big race in our area, the one that we were just kicking around a minute ago before we went over to this Lieutenant Governor's speech, Fox 5 now calling the 2025 Virginia Attorney General race for...
Joined by his family. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Attorney General-elect of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Jay Jones!
Couldn't have timed it better.
There you go.
Let's listen in.
I try not to step on the record. Jay Jones, this was an open question tonight, Tony, as to whether or not he was going to be able to pull this out.
Right. And like when you look at it, I mean, again, the text messages that came out, towards the end of this race, it could have derailed the entire ticket, but he got almost 5-point victory here. I mean, again, didn't mean a lot. I mean, it was definitely a referendum on Donald Trump.
Well, it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say, because we haven't heard a lot from him.
No, we haven't.
Recently, since this text scandal broke. So, he had appeared in that Attorney General's debate. He apologized for the text. But here we go. Jay Jones, next Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Let me first start by thanking Jason Miyares for his service to our Commonwealth. In the weeks ahead, I look forward to sitting down with him to talk about where we can work together to do what's best for this Commonwealth. I also want to thank my family. Thank you to my rock, Mavis Jones. I would not be standing here tonight without her. And to Charles, and baby Zachary, who should be asleep, please know that your father loves you with everything that I have. To my campaign manager, Rachel, and the entire campaign team, the best campaign team in politics, I say thank you. To everybody who knocked on doors, who helped get out the vote, who gave their time and their money and their effort to support this campaign. To everyone who didn't give up on this campaign, I say thank you. And to the folks who stood by us every single step of the way, Labor, we love you. To the environmental community, we love you too. And to the folks who want to protect abortion in this Commonwealth, we love you too. And I want to thank every Virginian tonight who's placed their trust in me. The weight of that trust is not lost on me at all, nor is the history that led us to this moment right here. My ancestors were slaves. My grandfather was a civil rights pioneer who braved Jim Crow. My father, my mother, my uncles, my aunts endured segregation, all so that I could stand here before you today. My father was one of the first to integrate classrooms in Norfolk, Virginia. Even as the Attorney General of Virginia tried to shut those same schools down. I know that I walk in the footsteps of those generations before me who fought and bled to guarantee the freedoms that we have in this democracy right now. And I know that it's because of all of them and all of you tonight that I am honored and ready to be your next Attorney General of Virginia. The first black person bestowed with this awesome responsibility in the history of this Commonwealth. Now, you all know this was a hard-fought campaign. But at the end of the day, this election has never been about me or my opponent. It has always been about every single one of us and the future of Virginia. And this election, this victory, is for you and for every Virginian who is lying awake right now. Not because they're following along with these election returns, but because they're worried about their future, for themselves and for families just like mine. We have big fights ahead of us. Our Commonwealth and our country will continue to be tested. But tonight I make this pledge to every single Virginian. I will never, ever stop fighting for you. I will defend the rights of every single Virginian. I will protect our jobs, our health care, and our economy from Donald Trump's attacks. I will take on those big corporations that have controlled our politics for far too long and lower costs for Virginians once and for all. And I will always work to keep our families and our communities safe. And I will always work to protect a woman's right to an abortion here in Virginia. Donald Trump, MAGA, and those corporate special interests believe that Virginia's government should be beholden to them. But tonight we send a loud message to them and to every single person across this country. Virginia belongs to the people. Together we stand firm against the people who would take us backward. We will use tonight as a springboard to reject the politics of divisiveness and division. And we will build a brighter future for every single Virginian. That is our mission. That is our charge. Thank you so much. I look forward to the future with every single one of you. I appreciate you. May God bless every single one of you in this Commonwealth. Thank you so much.
All right, you've been listening to Jay Jones, Fox projecting that he will win the Virginia Attorney General's race. At the same time, you're taking that live look at Mikey Sherrill headquarters up in New Jersey and Zohran Mamdani headquarters in New York. We're down to our final 30 seconds here for the Live Zone Primetime. Our live coverage is going to continue. Our live election coverage is going to continue on Fox Local and Fox 5. We're going to hand it off to them. If you want to keep seeing and hearing these live speeches from New Jersey, from New York, and all across the Commonwealth, keep it on YouTube. You can go to Fox 5 DC's YouTube page. We will have these live streams going for the
The state versus state competition continues. The floor returns on.
The results are in. Abigail Spanberger becoming the first female governor-elect of Virginia. We have team coverage across the Commonwealth as the votes are counted for all the major races. Plus, a fiery crash at Louisville's airport, a UPS cargo plane bursting into flames just after takeoff. New video tonight of the moment the plane went down.
Already bad flight delays, potentially about to get much worse.
You will see mass chaos. You will see mass flight delays.
I'll explain tonight.
Your news starts right now. And first tonight at 10, election night in Virginia. Democrats sweeping the 3 races for statewide office. Fox News just calling the Attorney General's race for Jay Jones over incumbent Republican Jason Miyares.
And for governor, Democrat Abigail Spanberger declaring victory over Republican Winsome Earl Sears with a 13-point win. And Democrat Ghazala Hashmi over Republican John Reed in the race for lieutenant governor. Let's get to our live team coverage tonight. Sharon Rajay and Tisha Lewis are standing by with the latest from the Spanberger and Earl Sears headquarters.
Nana Bonsu will have reactions from voters, but we do want to get right to Katie Barlow in the Fox 5 Election Center with the latest numbers. Katie?
Hey, good evening, guys. As you just mentioned, in the last 20 minutes, Fox News projected that Democrat candidate Jay Jones is expected to win the race for Attorney General in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Let's take a look at those numbers right now. Jones has had a steady lead that has been increasing steadily in the past hour, up to 100,000 votes ahead. Right now, he has 134,000 votes over Miyares, the incumbent here. This is going to be a massive shift in Virginia, just as the governor's mansion, because the attorney general has a lot of independent power here. They have the power of law enforcement. Just last week, 25 state attorneys generals sued the Trump administration on behalf of their states, trying to enforce the payment of SNAP benefits, and they won a court order requiring the Trump administration to use at least some contingency funds to pay those SNAP benefits. That's the law enforcement power of state attorneys general, especially when they're working together with nationwide coalitions. The state attorney general also has the power to investigate entities. We've seen AG Jason Miyares run Title IX investigations in Loudoun County Public Schools and Fairfax County Public Schools. He has, in fact, referred those public school systems to the federal Department of Justice and Department of Education for further scrutiny. So that investigative power is also going to shift in the Commonwealth. So a huge change here in the attorney general's race. And let's also take a look, because although this is 134,000 votes ahead, it is not as resounding a victory as it is in the governor's race, where Abigail Spanberger is more than 10 points ahead of Republican Winsome Earl-Sears. And let's also take a look at the lieutenant governor's race, where we can see that Ghazala Hashmi it was a first tonight. She becomes the first Muslim woman elected to statewide office in United States history. So a huge shift politically and in law enforcement in the Commonwealth tonight. And again, reminder, just in the last 20 minutes, Fox News projecting Jay Jones, the Democrat, will take over for Attorney General from Republican incumbent Jason Miyares. Guys.
All right, Katie, thanks. The governor's race was called early tonight. Abigail Spanberger gave her victory speech around 8:30, which you saw live on Fox Local.
And our Sharon Raget has been at Spanberger headquarters in Richmond all night long and joins us now with live reaction. Sharon?
What a historic night for Abigail Spanberger, who gave her victory speech on the stage behind me in front of a packed convention center here in Richmond and in front of her three daughters as the new 75th governor-elect here in Virginia. In fact, she shared with the crowd that her husband told her girls tonight, "Your mom is the new governor." Words that have not been spoken here in the Commonwealth. Truly a historic night. She won by the margins that we roughly saw in the polls. She was leading throughout these last few months, and truly a big victory tonight in a state as purple as Virginia. Now take a look. Abigail Spanberger today, she commented on what she ran on. She ran on a message of affordability. She emphasized lowering housing, healthcare, energy costs, while strengthening schools across the Commonwealth. Spanberger has a history of winning tough races leading up to today. Spanberger has been actively campaigning across Virginia, speaking to voters on an 11-day, 40-stop bus tour. She said tonight, this win is in honor of a lifetime. Her intent is to serve all Virginians.
Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you.
Now, again, a lot of excitement on stage here at this watch party as Spanberger now looks to get to work. Despite her lead in the polls, Democrats were not taking anything for granted, though. We saw a few days ago former President Barack Obama endorsed and campaigned with Spanberger, underscoring how high the stakes are. I mean, these odd-year governor's races have long been viewed as an early barometer of how the country feels about a new president, and tonight was no exception. This year's vote comes as the federal government remains remains in a lengthy shutdown now in day 35. That was a critical issue for voters here in Virginia. But again, this was a historic race, a race that inspired a lot of folks in this crowd who brought their kids to witness this moment. Take a listen to some of those reactions tonight.
I'm so inspired, like to see the first female governor of Virginia, like standing on that stage and addressing us, and like, she's such an inspiration to me and like all the young girls I know, all the people who want to go into politics. Like as a high schooler, I want to go into politics in the future, and it's so inspiring to see that that's actually a possibility for me.
Well, I think Abigail's practical, she's bipartisan, she's proven herself, and she's a genuinely amazing public servant.
And really, again, in these off-year races, this is a moment on a large scale to hear from voters and hear what they're thinking about when it comes to the Trump presidency 2.0. Tonight, they said that this win and these down-ballot wins are sending a message not only to the Commonwealth, but across the country, a message that they're hoping will continue to resonate as we get these results coming in. In fact, the new Lieutenant Governor-elect and the Attorney General-elect just spoke moments ago here on the stage. So a lot happening. The celebrations are continuing here in Richmond, again, as we now have the first female governor in Virginia. Let's go to the Republican challenger, Winsome Earl Sears' campaign in Leesburg tonight with my colleague, Tisha. Tisha?
And Sharon, what an incredibly different story to tell. What a very different backdrop. You can see the crowds have dispersed behind me. The sign is even gone as folks pack up the tables and also the decorations. Just moments ago, Earl Sears spoke thanking her supporters, but really saying that she wanted to wait until every single ballot was counted, going on to say that God called her to do this, but going on to say that more important than victory is obedience. Earl Sears then shared that she called Abigail Spanberger, and Spanberger did not answer, according to Earl Sears. She says that she left a message wishing her success.
I left her a voicemail, and I asked her to please consider all of us Virginians, that she will represent all of us and not just some of us. And I wished her success. If she is successful, Virginia will be successful. That's what I wish for her. And I asked her to support policies that will unite us, that will not divide us, that will strengthen our families and keep us safe. And that if I can ever be of help doing that, I'm here. I'm ready to volunteer.
Earl Sears continued in her concession speech, focusing on education, protecting girls and parents' choice. That was her strategy for much of the race, a strategy that ultimately fell short. Earl Sears saying that first she's a Christian, then she's a Republican. A lot of the supporters here despondent, disappointed, and one supporter here telling us that all they can do is pray.
Back to live here with Tom Fitzgerald. 4 years ago, Fitz, we were here in studio. Backdrop of COVID, first big statewide election. Winsome Earl Sears shocked Virginia just as Jason Miyares did and Glenn Youngkin did. And you said aptly she's going to be the front runner for this seat in 4 years.
Well, it's part and parcel of the way the system works in Virginia as well, too, because you only get one 4-year term at a time. I think probably as we sit here right now, that kind of conjecture is probably moving in, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but in Jason Miyares' direction tonight as we look 4 years from tonight. But let's not get there just yet. You know, I think one of the big stories, you know, as we try to write this immediate history of what happened here tonight was that Abigail Spanberger's victory and coattails, if we still have coattails these days, I don't really know if anybody does, but were so large that it enabled Jay Jones to overcome what in most circles was viewed as probably a fatal flaw of his own making. But yet, despite that tech scandal, the size of Spanberger's victory tonight was still able to even lift up Jay Jones, and even Jay Jones couldn't stop Jay Jones with this. You know, we're talking about 13
13
point
points there.
margin right now.
Looks like 13,
sizable.
13 in that race, 10 for the lieutenant governor. We're at about 5 for the AG, but also in Virginia, and we'll dive into this a little bit more later on, but we have to talk about House of Delegates.
Yeah.
Major gains there for Democrats tonight.
And, you and I were talking about this a little bit earlier tonight. A lot of people are looking at the New Jersey's governor's race saying, oh, is that a referendum on Donald Trump? And they're looking at the Virginia, gubernatorial race saying, oh, is that referendum on Donald Trump? I've really felt all day long and heading into tonight that the Virginia House of Delegates is going to really be a more accurate preview of next year's midterm elections. And, ultimately because, in the short term, Jim, we've been reporting on this special session that's been going on. Virginia Democrats want to, redistrict the state. They're targeting those 5 Republican congressional seats that's been going on all over the country. That's going to move forward now because of what happened tonight. A pickup, I think we're at over 10 right now and heading towards a supermajority.
Going from 51 to 49 to whatever it may be. We're going to keep talking about this later on. Fitz going to come back. We'll talk more about this on the Final Five. But Angie, back over to you.
Thanks, Jim. So to come, a stark warning from the Transportation Secretary about mass airport delays if the government shutdown continues. Also, new details tonight on that fiery crash at Louisville's airport after a UPS cargo plane burst into flames just after takeoff.
In other news tonight, at least 4 people are dead, nearly a dozen more injured after a UPS cargo plane crashes moments after taking off from Louisville's Muhammad Ali International Airport. We have new video tonight of the moment the plane went down. We want to warn you what you're about to see may be disturbing. This is cell phone video taken from a plane on another runway. It shows the UPS cargo jet already on fire as it was beginning takeoff. Moments later, it crashes down near the end of the runway, tearing through a nearby building, and then there's a large explosion. Look at that fireball. A shelter in place is still in effect tonight for Louisville neighborhoods near the airport. Federal investigators will be investigating.
Well, a United Airlines flight was evacuated on the Reagan National Airport tarmac today. This after reports of a bomb threat. That flight from Houston landed around noon before being met by emergency crews. Exclusive video shows passengers exiting the plane. Air traffic was paused for about an hour as passengers were bused to the terminal. The incident remains under investigation.
Meanwhile, mass chaos could soon be coming to an airport near you, according to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who said today the feds may have to close airspace around the country.
Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal is at Reagan National Airport tonight with more on what it could mean for you.
Are you concerned about delays or cancellations?
Absolutely, yes.
And with good reason. According to FlightAware.com, there had been more than 700 canceled flights and more than 15,000 delayed flights by early Tuesday evening alone.
It's sad because people are starting their holiday travel and they're not going to be able to get to where they need to go.
And now, warnings that things could soon be even worse.
Many of the controllers said a lot of us can navigate missing one paycheck. Not everybody, but a lot of us can. None of us can manage missing 2 paychecks.
Tuesday, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying that if the government shutdown lasts into next week,
you will see mass chaos, you will see mass flight delays, you'll see mass cancellations, and you may see us close certain parts of the airspace because we just cannot manage it because we don't have the air traffic controllers.
Something travel expert Troy Piedenbrink says almost all travelers would feel.
We see a trickle-down effect. You know, when one airport shuts down, it doesn't just affect that airport. It affects all the flights that are coming in and out of those destinations. Of all the things that people are claiming around the shutdown, this one's pretty legit.
Legit, and leaving flyers like Beth Walter looking for a little luck. Is your flight on time so far?
So far.
Tuesday, Secretary Duffy also said that while air travel remains safe, the shutdown and everything that comes with it does inject more risk. Guys.
All right, so today, this election day weather, I will say, made it easier for those who had to stand in line outside.
All right, maybe a little chilly in the early morning, but afternoon, it's not bad. Sunshine was out, temperatures in the middle 60s. Yeah, why don't we do you one better tomorrow? How about
does that mean, warmer, I was going to say.
Yeah.
I'll take
I wouldn't do you one better and then make it snow. We'll make it a little warmer still this time of year. 70s. I haven't seen that in a little bit here. We've been doing a lot of 60-degree days here in Washington, so we'll take one in the 70s. And we could have a couple of days flirting with that 70-degree reading as we head through the next 7-day forecast. We'll show you that on that forecast coming up later in the show. 65 degrees, today's high temperature set just after 3:30 this afternoon after a chilly morning in those 40s. Outside there is Reagan National Airport where, thanks to the hard-working men and women out there at ATC, they're continuing to take off and go at this hour. 52 degrees, partly cloudy skies down that way. Dulles at 43, mostly clear. BWI Thurgood Marshall 49 degrees with just some passing clouds as we look at our local suburbs out in Prince George's County. Upper Marlboro at 50 while their neighbors in Bowie 49, so is Beltsville. Germantown, Montgomery County there. Upper Montgomery County, they got the elevation rise. They get cooler a little faster. They're at 41. Fairfax, same deal. How about some 30s on the map? West Springfield and Haymarket in the upper 30s right now. La Plata 44, Colonial Beach 43. Montrose sitting at 41 at this hour. We look at satellite and radar. Now I'll show you, as mentioned, a couple of passing clouds today. We stayed shower free, and we think we're going to stay that way for a few more days yet here in town. High pressure parked overhead for the moment. That's going to scoot to the east, and that front out to the west will slide through here rain free. Really what that just is the dividing line between where the northern and the southern winds are. Once those southern winds move into town, well, temperatures jump. Look at the bus stop forecast. Chilly in the morning. Grab the sweatshirt, 46 degrees. Sun up, 6:40 in the morning. Then after school, hello, shorts and t-shirt weather. Look at this futurecast going 72. Some clouds mixing in, but that's not bad. We'll take that. 5:03 p.m. tomorrow night, though, is the sunset. So got to enjoy those warm temperatures while we have them in the early afternoon. Sunshine is mentioned tomorrow with high pressure slipping east, bringing on that southern wind. It will be breezy. If there's one downside, it's that, but should remain rain-free here in D.C. Widespread 60s and lower 70s. While futurecast is going about 72, we're going to call for about 70 here in town. Now, look at the difference between Wednesday and Thursday. By Thursday, temperatures dipping down into the 50s, and we are really swinging in this new month of November. We head into the weekend. Some folks could be back up near 70 on both Saturday and Sunday. Now, that we really have to enjoy, because after that little warm bubble, we have some of the strongest cold so far this fall. In fact, it could feel more like winter around here by early next work week. We'll take you through that and much more coming up later in the show. Stick around. Guys?
So help me God. Congratulations.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney has died. Mr. Cheney passed away last night from pneumonia and heart disease. He was one of the most powerful but polarizing vice presidents in American history. He served under President George W. Bush, advising him during the war on terror in Afghanistan and Iraq. He was defense secretary for his father, George H.W. Bush. Today, the White House lowered flags at half-staff. Cheney is survived by his wife, Lynn, and his 2 daughters, Mary and former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. He was 84 years old.
Well, still to come, a new teen curfew coming to the nation's capital.
Plus, the man facing charges for throwing a Subway sandwich at federal officers is back in court today. We're back after the break.
Back now with some of the top stories that we are following. Police arresting the driver accused of a deadly hit and run in Prince George's County that killed a leader in Maryland's cycling community. The suspect, Mabo Dima, is being charged in that incident. It happened on October 8th after the victim, 50-year-old Lisa Martin, was hit by a Hyundai Genesis while riding a bike with another woman on Soil Conservation Road. The other woman in that hit and run was also hurt, but is said to be okay.
New surveillance video tonight of 3 armed robbery suspects in Montgomery County. The suspects approaching 2 men outside of Global Food Store on Outlet Drive near Route 200. They grabbed one victim from behind and took his shoes.
D.C. police now looking for a woman accused of knocking a person unconscious near the Archives Navy Memorial Metro Station. The assault happened just after midnight last Friday morning. The victim and her friend got out of a metro train when they were approached by a group of people who police say were making fun of their Halloween costumes. The woman on your screen allegedly assaulting one of them. The victim was treated at a hospital for non-life-threatening injuries.
There is a new teen curfew on the horizon in D.C. Lawmakers took action today just days after the latest teen takeover in the Navy Yard. The curfew will be every day from 11 p.m. till 6 a.m. for anybody 17 and younger. D.C. Council will also voting to allow police to put temporary curfews starting at 6 p.m. in neighborhoods like Navy Yard and Gallery Place.
Sean Dunn back in federal court today for his misdemeanor trial. This is the man accused of hitting a federal officer with a Subway sandwich during the height of the D.C. takeover. In court today, the jury heard arguments over the definition of assault. Dunn claims he is being treated unfairly in that trial. He will be back in court tomorrow.
All right, so to come, we're hours away from what is now the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. So where do negotiations stand?
Also, we are going to take another look at the Virginia election results as the votes continue to be counted tonight.
.30 right now on Fox 5. Still no funding agreement on Capitol Hill as the government shutdown nears a new record.
And as the redistricting push continues in states across the country, Maryland is now attempting to redraw its congressional maps.
And the Commanders return to D.C. We have new details tonight on who will be in charge of leading that multi-billion-dollar stadium project. But first up this half hour, let's check in again on the Election Day results across the Commonwealth. And it was a big win tonight for Abigail Spanberger. 14-point victory over Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears, flipping the seat blue. The race called at about 8:30 tonight. It was never really close, as maybe some polls had tended to make people believe believe in the waning days of the campaign. Meanwhile, in the race for lieutenant governor, the one who will replace Winsome Earl-Sears, it will be Ghazala Hashmi, the state senator from the Richmond area. She defeating conservative talk show host John Reed 55-45. In Hashmi's case, she becomes the first Muslim woman elected to statewide office, not just in Virginia, but across the country. And in the race for attorney general, this one getting national attention, where Jason Miyares, the incumbent Republican who flipped that seat 4 years ago, defeated by Jay Jones, and Jay Jones lost some ground after that text message scandal that erupted just a couple of weeks ago in the home stretch of this campaign. But within the last half hour or so, he was projected to be the winner by the Associated Press and Fox News. Jay Jones defeating Jason Miyares.
Also tonight, Democrats winning big in the House of Delegates. Democratic candidates winning all 30 of Northern Virginia's seats. At this hour, Democrats across the state have picked up 7 seats. We know that 21 races have not been called. Going into tonight, Democrats had a 51-49 majority.
Well, we know that all politics are local. There were a lot of issues top of mind that got Virginians out to the polls tonight.
Fox 5's Nana Bonsu joining us live from Fairfax, where she has been speaking with voters. So, Nana, what did they tell you?
Hey, Jim and Angie, good evening. They shared a lot of their concerns and views, but before we get to that, election officials updated us, and they said 1,049 people came out to vote here today at the Fairfax County Government Center. We had a chance to speak with some of those voters as they were leaving, and they shared with us that a lot is at stake. That's why they made sure they came out to vote.
Our values are very important for my future. What I'm studying will also be impacted a lot by this election. So I thought it's very important for me to show up and bring my mom with me.
Because it'll make a difference on what we complain about, and then we can get results, hopefully. Because every vote makes an impact, no matter how small the general people might think it does, thinks it makes.
It's a very special election. I think we're definitely seeing very different ideologies being put out there, and it's important to vote and make sure that our representatives actually represent what we want.
Now, I know a number of projections are coming in and victory speeches are happening, but every vote must be counted and certified. About an hour ago, after the polls closed, this was the scene at the Government Center. Precinct officers from across the county driving over to the center, which is basically the central base for Fairfax County Board of Elections, dropping off their election material. This is the USB drive with the results from their precinct. The thumb drives are being uploaded right now into a system, and that's how the Board of Elections gets the final numbers. Election officials shared with us that 24% of voters in Fairfax County participated in early voting, and about 1.4 million across the state. That's up about 200,000 compared to the last governor's election. And guys, it may look quiet out here, but I'll tell you there's a lot happening inside the Government Center. You have election officers working hard to count and make sure every single vote goes in, and we're told that those results will be certified the first week in December.
It was a big night for Democrats across the country tonight. Zohran Mamdani won the New York City mayoral race, defeating Republican Curtis Sliwa and former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who ran as an independent in the general election after he lost to Mamdani in the Democratic primary. With the victory, Mamdani becomes New York's first Muslim mayor, and at 34 years old, he'll be the city's youngest mayor in more than a century when he takes office in the new year. And just across the Hudson over in New Jersey, Democrat Mikey Sherrill set to be the next governor of the Garden State. Sherrill's shoring up Democratic control of a state that's been reliably blue in presidential and Senate races, but had shown signs of shifting to the right in recent years. In fact, Jack Ciattarelli, who Sherrill defeated, narrowly was defeated for that seat 4 years ago. Ciattarelli was endorsed by President Trump. Sherrill says her victory was a referendum on President Trump and his policies.
Well, Maryland's governor, putting the state back in the redistricting debate. Democrats once more now creating a commission which will look into potentially redrawing congressional maps. The commission will get feedback on redistricting and make recommendations to the governor and General Assembly. Moore claims the goal is to create more fair congressional maps.
If you look at the maps that are established right now, those maps were pulled together in days. And frankly, the maps we have right now cut communities, cut neighborhoods. And so all I'm simply saying by the Redistricting Advisory Commission that I've ordered is that I want to hear from the people.
Maryland Republicans are pushing back, saying Moore is choosing to rig the system, adding this commission is nothing more than a partisan power grab. They say Moore's real goal is to eliminate the Republican Party from the state.
Well, meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, the Senate failed to pass a funding bill yet again today, meaning the shutdown is now tied for the longest in U.S. history, and in just about an hour and 25 minutes, it will hit the record. Republicans are still 6 votes short of the 60 needed to end the shutdown, and the vote remains mostly on party lines. Republican leaders, though, think that Democrats will now compromise now that the election is in the rearview mirror.
And as that shutdown stretches on, an effort in Prince George's County to help furloughed federal workers and veterans struggling to put food on the table. Fox 5's Shamari Stone has the story from Largo.
Tonight, people affected by the federal government shutdown drove here to the Wayne K. Curry Administration Building in Largo to get free boxes of food. Many of them tell me that they are desperate and concerned about where they're going to get their next paycheck during this shutdown. Council members Shayla Adams Stafford and Ingrid Watson hosting the free food distribution and resource fair. More than 100 people showed up. They're focused on helping federal workers and veterans affected by the shutdown. And it comes on the same day the Trump administration says no SNAP payments will be distributed until the shutdown is over, despite orders from federal judges saying the government must continue to fund SNAP. And tonight, new reporting suggesting the White House may not pay federal employees who are not working during the shutdown. Tonight, some federal workers here and contractors telling me they're worried.
With the shutdown, we're unable to bill, invoice, and get paid as well.
And how does that make you feel?
Worried. Concerned.
What we're finding is that so many people are really just having what I say the rug pulled from under them in such a callous way, and they're finding themselves in a situation they never expected to be in.
And tonight's event also provided federal workers and veterans with information on how to start their own business and how to apply for county government contracts. And tonight, people tell me that they hope that the government reopens soon and that federal workers get their back pay. In Largo, I'm Shamari Stone. Back to you.
So a couple local high school back open after some major problems that kept students out for days.
Also, the grades are in. How Maryland students' test scores are stacking up.
Today, the state of Maryland announced modest gains in state test scores. The report shows the majority of schools with stable grades. 15% of schools showed improvement, while 10% saw a decrease.
We saw again last week how urgent the problem downtown flooding has become. We cannot wait any longer. The economic and community heart.
That was a wrong sound. Absenteeism reduced across the board. Math and English scores also showed improvement.
Well, students, they were back inside their regular classrooms at Anacostia High School today. The school was shut down for several days because of a sewage backup. Students had been attending classes at Kramer Middle. The sewage problem affected the school's kitchen, its cafeteria, and basement. District leaders say that all necessary cleaning and disinfecting was done ahead of the students' arrival this morning. Prince George's County launching its first domestic violence resource fair today to give residents the help that they need. And it comes as we head into the holiday season when officials say the cases tend to go up.
I'd like to say family violence, because what we see is not only women being victimized, but men as well, and children. It's important. It's an important issue to the community, because so often family violence occurs within the home and people are not aware of it. So we want to bring attention to it.
Well, last month, the Prince George's County Sheriff's Office arrested more than 80 people during an operation which primarily targeted domestic violence suspects.
So to come, we got a major update today on the future home of the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, we're also going to give you a tour of the newest conservation park to open up in our region. But first, how's the weather outside, Mike?
Well, it's chilly out there tonight, though a taste of more like spring tomorrow as temperatures could return to the 70s. Don't worry, winter is looming. In fact, we'll get a taste of that next week. We'll break down those details coming up when Fox 5 News at 10 returns.
The RFK Stadium project took another big step forward today as Mayor Muriel Bowser announced Brian Hanlon will be the one in charge of planning and delivering the new project. Hanlon is currently D.C.'s Director of Department and Buildings. He'll remain in that role. The first phase of the stadium could open by 2030. Meanwhile, 1 week from today, the Commanders will be playing the Dolphins in the NFL's first ever game in Madrid. Of course, the Commanders are dealing with many injuries, including the ones to Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. Today, the NFL had a briefing where they discussed the process for how they decide those international game locations.
We've done watch parties. We've obviously been very engaged in social media and media. So you get a real sense of what the fan base is like and the level of engagement. And then critical in addition to the fan base is really the right partners in the market, the partnerships with the city, clearly having the right stadium in order to deliver a world-class NFL game.
The Commanders take on the Dolphins November 16th. Kickoff is at 9:30 a.m. our time.
Montgomery County opened up a new conservation park. It is a 475-acre natural haven in Poolsville, and the park is named in honor of Dr. Royce Hansen. He is a former Maryland National Capital Parks and Planning Commission chairman. Visitors can take 5 miles of hiking and biking and horseback riding trails. It also features picnic areas, fishing ponds, and an outdoor classroom for environmental education.
What can people see as they walk down the trails?
They can see a couple of restored ponds. We have a 30-acre restored meadow, and of course the beautiful trails that take you into the forest and around the meadow. It's really quite scenic.
The park is open daily from sunrise to sunset.
All right, 10:46 right now, a live look for you at one of the polling places in Fairfax County right now, and that, of course, is where Anana St. Ubuntu has been all day long. But when it comes to politics, it's local, it's national, it's international. We're going to talk about it all on the Final Five coming up at 11:30. In the meantime, Mike Thomas has your forecast coming up in 10 seconds.
Well, we do love some 70s here in Washington. Sunshine, even better. Gusty winds, not so much. But, you know, all good things sometimes have a little bit of a price. And tomorrow, occasionally breezy. But you're still going to love the weather that we're going to have for your Wednesday here in D.C. Planes still coming and going down there at Reagan National Airport, where your temperature is currently 52 degrees. Partly cloudy skies. Winds light at the moment, just 3 miles per hour. We had gusts up around 30 earlier this afternoon. Expect similar numbers in that department tomorrow, maybe even tomorrow night. A little gustier, could see 40 or greater in parts of the D.C. region. I actually have a fire weather watch I'll show you coming up here in just a little bit. 45 for Quantico tonight. Manassas 38, Culpeper 39, Frederick, Maryland 43, Martinsburg 50 at this hour, Leonardtown at 42. But folks cooling off more and more now that we're well beyond sunset here in Washington. Binghamton 43 tonight. Boston, New York City hanging on the 50s. Beckley, West Virginia 45. Richmond 47 degrees. Warm front down to the south and west, stalled out at the moment. That's why it's blue and red, but eventually will turn all red and head towards the D.C. area overnight. Really what that's just separating is the wind direction. Northern winds on this side, southern winds on this side. By tomorrow afternoon, winds out of the south are going to warm us up nicely here in Washington. Now, that will not be the case tomorrow morning. You're getting up early, you're getting the kids ready for school. Well, expect it to be frosty, I guess you could say, out there, with temps down in the 30s north and west. Hagerstown, Martinsburg 35, Gaithersburg 38 for you, D.C. 45, 44 for Leonardtown to start your day. Now, by the afternoon, just very, very comfortable with sunshine expected to mix with just a couple of passing clouds in the afternoon. Look at these numbers. Gotta love this. 70 D.C. as well as Bowie, Upper Marlboro. Dale City going to 72, so is Fairfax, Manassas, Leesburg 73 for you all. For our friends down to the south and the east, Prince Frederick, Leonardtown, Colonial Beach, and La Plata, enjoy your low 70s tomorrow. And don't want to leave out our neighbors to the north and west either. Lots of 70s up here. Look at Martinsburg leading the pack. Well, almost leading the pack. 74 for them. Front Royal ICU, you're leading the pack at 75 degrees tomorrow afternoon. Now, swings are going to be a little bit more extreme as we head into early November, right? So 70 tomorrow, we dip way down to just 58. That's what a northern wind will do. And Thursday could be quite gusty, particularly early in the day here in town. Then we creep back up as we head towards the weekend. In fact, we're flirting with 70s once again, both Saturday and Sunday here in town, though we will have to contend with the potential for a few showers as well. Cold front, week one. Obviously, we're going to be 70 potentially Saturday afternoon, but it's a front regardless that tries to come through early on Saturday morning. Could start our day off, and this is really if you're up early Saturday with a couple of showers. It does break us into sun pretty quick into the afternoon and jump those temperatures into the upper 60s and lower 70s. Another storm system, this one a little stronger, comes our way on Sunday morning. Now, the track is important. It's passing off to our north and to the east, up near Erie, Pennsylvania. And when they pass like that, they usually bring the rain showers early, which this is Futurecast about 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. And then we clear skies out southern winds. That lets temperatures jump, so near 70 again. But then later in the evening, the cool stuff comes in, wrapped around behind the storm, and that's likely to drop our temperatures pretty significantly. In fact, it should be our most significant drop of the season so far, Sunday night into Monday morning. And that is snow, you see. Some lake effect snow coming down across parts of the Midwest, and even our mountain zones out to the west could see their first accumulating snow of the year. Not worried about that here in D.C. or any of the lowlands around here, but just to show you how the pattern swings, this little ridge across us into the weekend warms us up, but then this big upper low comes down from Canada, and whenever they do that, they drag down a lot of that Canadian cold, which is building. I mean, up that way, it's close to wintertime in terms of how things are feeling. So we're getting closer and closer to that here in D.C. There's your 7-day forecast. You see 70 tomorrow. Enjoy it. 58 on Thursday's a cooler day, back near 70 for Saturday and Sunday. But notice Monday and Tuesday highs only in the 40s. That is more typical of winter here in D.C. Jim?
Tom Brady has many accomplishments in his career. 7-time Super Bowl champion, defeating the New York Jets 31 times. And now today revealing that his dog Junie is actually a clone of his late dog who passed away in 2023. Brady worked with a company called Colossal Biosciences. They cloned the pit bull mix using a blood sample collected prior to her death. The company says their goal is to help bring back extinct animal species.
How much does it cost?
Good question.
I don't know, but probably a lot, because Barbara Streisand, she did like every dog. I think she has like 3 dogs.
Well, there you go. If it's Streisand and Tom Brady getting it done.
Yeah. Oh, and I think Simon Cowell.
And we're just settling for.
This is the thing. You're going to spend that kind of money
to adopt people.
And you're going to clone something. I mean, I want to clone one of those like dire wolves. Like, give me that, or give me a snuffleupagus. Like, I want like something. You know, something, because this kind of technology, they're going to be using it, the science, to try to preserve and save species that are at risk of being extinct. Bring me back the dodo bird. Is it the dodo bird? Yeah, the dodo bird that's gone.
Wait, so producer Jake just told me, I was looking it up, and he did the research. They're only saying 5 figures to do something like this, which does not seem, I mean, that's pricey,
outrageous,
but
right?
that's not necessarily what I expected it to be.
The dodo bird is not extinct. I sit next to one in the newsroom.
Oh, yeah, okay. That one. Okay, I was like, wait, I'm across from you. Okay, that's not me.
Yeah. You should think about the seating arrangements. Yeah. All right. Kenneth is here. Let me just say, this is the indication that election night went fairly, was fairly uneventful.
Yes.
Because we're talking about the dodo bird.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll be talking about even crazier stuff at 11, because it's not all election coverage. Yes, it's one of the most. It was one of the most entertaining games in baseball history, an instant classic. But were people watching? Well, the ratings are in, and we are taking a closer look at the numbers from the World Series right here on Fox 5. And if you're one of those people who doesn't understand how people can enjoy mint-flavored treats, me.
You don't like mint?
I hate mint.
Ew.
But this story,
exception.
It's just going to blow your mind if you do.
That looks like toothpaste.
Not like mint.
The only exception is the thin mint.
And
junior
nothing
mints. Thin mint and junior mints.
Yeah. And while you guys have done a great job with election coverage, we still got more to do at 11.
That's true.
That leads up to the big show, the big political election night show.
Of the Final Five.
Of the Final Five.
All right. Thank you for buttering me up, Kenneth.
Of course, anytime.
All right.
Well, after he called you a dodo bird.
Well, take the good with the bad.
Well, today, Girl Scouts, speaking of cookies, but Girl Scouts debuting a new patch designed to teach girls stay safe online. The new digital well-being fun patch is designed to teach girls how to safely interact with the internet. It is part of a collaboration between Girl Scouts and Google.
All right, so to come, a soccer superstar turned knight. We'll tell you who in 5 Things to Know. 5 things to note tonight. Capitol Police arrested a Pennsylvania man today, accusing him of threatening to kill a member of Congress. Just afternoon, an officer spotted Richard Griffin stopped near the Russell Senate office building. Capitol Police haven't said which congressman he was allegedly threatening.
2 men behind bars tonight in connection with that weekend explosion at Harvard Medical School. 18-year-old Logan Patterson and 20-year-old Dominique Cardoza are now facing conspiracy charges. Witnesses say that the pair lit a firework inside of the building and a cherry bomb inside of a locker early Saturday morning. Nobody was hurt.
The UN warns the world is falling short in the fight against climate change. A new report claiming there's been little to no progress in controlling it. The report also criticizes policies that roll back environmental regulations and hinders green energy products.
Stellantis is recalling more than 300,000 plug-in hybrid Jeeps because of a faulty battery. Regulators say that battery can fail and also lead to a fire. Jeep hybrid owners should park them outside and away from buildings and do not charge the battery.
And from soccer superstar to official knighthood, David Beckham knighted by King Charles today at Windsor Castle for his work for football and services to charity. He was joined by his parents and his wife, Victoria Beckham. And as mentioned, I'll be back for the Final Five at 11:30.
Yeah, a lot to cover. And the news at 11, though. And more of your election coverage is next, right after this Fox 5 breakthrough.
We chose our Commonwealth over chaos.
Right now on Fox 5 News at 11, a Democratic sweep in Virginia. We're hearing from the newly elected governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general for the Commonwealth. And the results are in from New Jersey and New York City. There's more good news for Democrats a year out from the midterm elections. And as the government shutdown rolls on, a new warning tonight from aviation experts that airspace across the country could start closing down. What that means for travelers. Fox 5 News at 11 starts now. First at 11, history in Virginia. The voters have spoken tonight, choosing Abigail Spanberger to be the next governor of the Commonwealth. Democrats sweeping the top 3 statewide races and making major gains in the House of Delegates. Gonzala Hashmi and Jay Jones declaring victory tonight for lieutenant governor and attorney general. We have live team coverage for you tonight at 11, starting with Fox 5 Sharon Roger at Spanberger headquarters in Richmond. Sharon.
Yeah, Kenneth, what a historic night for Abigail Spanberger, who gave her victory speech on the stage behind me in front of a packed room here at the convention center here in Richmond, and in front of her 3 daughters, the first female governor of Virginia. In fact, during her speech, she said that her husband announced to the girls tonight that their mother is the new governor of Virginia, a statement they said that has never been said here in the Commonwealth. Now, this race was actually called pretty quickly. Spanberger winning this race by about the same margins as we had seen in the polls, with her leading. A pretty significant win for Democrats here, especially in a state that is considered purple here in Virginia. Now, Spanberger, who's a former CIA intelligence officer and 3-term congresswoman, ran on a message of affordability. She emphasized lowering housing, health care, and energy costs while strengthening schools across the Commonwealth. She's had a history of winning tough races, and she's been actively campaigning across Virginia, speaking to voters on an 11-day, 40-stop bus tour. Tonight, she said this win is an honor of a lifetime, and her intent is to serve all Virginians. Take a listen.
Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you.
Again, a lot of excitement on stage here at the watch party. So many cheers. A celebratory night, really, as Spanberger now says she's looking to get to work. But despite her lead tonight, Democrats were not taking anything for granted. You just saw a few days ago former President Barack Obama recently endorsing and campaigning for Spanberger, underscoring how high the stakes really were. These odd-year governor's races have long been viewed as an early barometer of how the country feels about a new president, and tonight was no exception. In fact, this year's vote comes as the federal government remains in a lengthy shutdown, now in day 35. This was a critical issue here in Virginia for voters. But going back to this being such a historic night, I mean, there were so many people in this room inspired by Spanberger. I spoke to a lot of families tonight that brought their daughters here exactly to witness this moment.
I'm so inspired, like, to see the first female governor of Virginia, like, standing on that stage and addressing us, and like, she's such an inspiration to me and, like, all the young girls I know, all the people who want to go into politics. Like, as a high schooler, I want to go into politics in the future, and it's so inspiring to see that that's actually a possibility for me.
Well, I think Abigail's practical, she's bipartisan, she's proven herself, and she's a genuinely amazing public servant.
As you can see right now, the room has cleared out, but the energy in this room was electric tonight. This race was really the first test of Trump presidency 2.0. It was on a large scale, an opportunity for voters to express how they feel about the Trump administration. Usually when there's a Republican in the White House and Democrats do well on nights like this down ballot, it shows a frustration, a signal of frustration towards the White House. We're going to see how exactly everything turns out across the state of Virginia as we see the results continue. I also want to let you know that Lieutenant Governor-elect and the Attorney General-elect also spoke this evening. A big celebration for a lot of Democrats that are hoping for this blue sweep across the country. Kenneth?
And we will hear more from them in the days to come. Sharon, thank you. Meantime, Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears conceding to Spanberger after the early projection tonight. Fox House Tisha Lewis continues our live team coverage from Leesburg. Tisha.
The crowds have cleared here at Winsome Earl-Sears headquarters, an election night watch party, not the outcome that Republicans had hoped for, many telling me that they plan to now regroup and pray. Earl-Sears gave her concession speech on the stage behind me, surrounded by her husband of 39 years and also their two daughters. And she talked about humble beginnings, going on to say that God has called her for this and saying that she wanted to wait until every single vote was counted. She even shared that she did call Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger. She says that Spanberger did not answer, and she left a message wanting to wish her well and also urging her to unite and represent all Virginians.
I left her a voicemail and I asked her to please consider all of us Virginians, that she will represent all of us and not just some of us. And I wished her success. If she is successful, Virginia will be successful. That's what I wish for her. And I asked her to support policies that will unite us, that will not divide us, that will strengthen our families and keep us safe. And that if I can ever be of help doing that, I'm here. I'm ready to volunteer.
This all comes after a polarizing campaign filled with attack ads. Earl-Sears continued, though, focusing on education and protecting girls and parents' choice in her concession speech, saying education lifted her father and family out of poverty. We did get a chance to speak with supporters here. One supporter in particular telling us that he plans to pray. Take a listen.
We hope for the best. We hope that Spanberger can unite us. I think Winsome's speech, as far as that, we're Christians first and Republicans second. And so we hope that, we hope for the best.
Where do you feel she fell short?
Oh, it's hard to say on that. I'm just more brokenhearted about Jay Jones as our new Attorney General. Those comments he made were so hurtful to Jennifer Gilbert's children about that. It was just, and now he's our Attorney General. It's terrible. It's a sad, that really is a sad day for Virginia.
What happens now?
We pray, we hope for the best.
There you go. Pray and hope for the best. That is the widespread sentiment here tonight. Also important to note, Earl Sears never got that full endorsement from President Trump, so folks will be examining how that impacted this election. Also, Earl Sears losing some key groups of voters, including women, voters under 30 years old, and also the black vote. It's important to note that on stage, Earl Sears reminded supporters that she is a Christian first and a Republican second.
Let's dig deeper tonight. Several issues top of mind that got Virginians to the polls. Fox News' Nana St. Bonesu live in Fairfax tonight, where she's been speaking with those voters throughout the evening. Nana, what did they tell you?
Hi, Kenneth. Good evening. They say a lot of basic need issues were on the table today. Things like employment, the cost of living, and food. We'll get to that shortly. But Board of Election officials just informed us that today 1,049 people came by the Fairfax County Government Center to vote. We had a chance to speak with some of those voters who say, listen, there's a lot at stake, and that's why they came out to vote.
Our values are very important for my future. What I'm studying will also be impacted a lot by this election. So I thought it's very important for me to show up and bring my mom with me.
Because it'll make a difference on what we complain about, and then we can get results, hopefully.
Because every vote makes an impact, no matter how small the general people might think it does, thinks it makes.
It's a very special election. I think we're definitely seeing very different ideologies being put out there, and it's important to vote and make sure that our representatives actually represent what we want.
Now, I know we have a number of projections coming in, but as we know, every vote must be counted and certified. About 2 hours ago, after the polls closed, this was the scene at the Government Center. Precinct officers from across the county driving over to the center, which is the central base for Fairfax County Board of Elections, dropping off their election material. This is basically a USB drive with the results from the precinct. The thumb drive, they're being uploaded into a system, and that's how the Board of Elections gets the final numbers. Election officials did share with us that 24% of voters in Fairfax County participated in early voting, and 1.4 million in the state. That's a surge. It's up over 200,000 votes compared to the last governor's election. Again, it is quiet out here, but voting officers are inside working hard to count up those votes, upload those results, and we're told they will be certified the first week in December.
Nana, thank you. The big night for the Democratic Party continue outside of Virginia. Mikey Sherrill has been elected the second woman to serve as governor of New Jersey and the first female Democrat to be elected to the position. The four-term congresswoman and former Navy pilot leaned into her military experience in a campaign that saw her defeat former state lawmaker Jack Ciccarelli, a Republican ally of President Trump. And in New York City, the closely watched mayoral race has been projected for 34-year-old Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani. He easily defeated former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who ran as an independent after losing the Democratic primary, and Republican nominee Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani has already been the target of intense backlash from President Trump and Republicans, as well as some Democratic moderates. All right, when we come back here at 11, a flight evacuated at DCA after reports of a bomb threat. We have exclusive video of the incident. That's coming up next, and Mike's got a check of that forecast.
That I do. We're swinging around all week and into next week. Warm days, cool days. We're going to get one of those tomorrow, 70 degrees, and then the day after in the 50s. Wait until you see how low we could go next week as a taste of winter on the way. We'll break it all down coming up when the 11 return.
It seems like since it's been here, here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's all right.
Fox 5 News alert tonight, at least 7 people are dead and 11 more injured. The stunning scene out of Louisville, a UPS cargo plane crashed moments after taking off from the Muhammad Ali International Airport. New video tonight of the moment the plane went down, and we must warn you, what you're about to see is disturbing. Take a look. This cell phone video, yes, recorded from another plane, shows the jet already on fire as it was beginning its takeoff. Moments later, it comes crashing down onto the ground near the end of the runway, tearing through a nearby building. Then there's a large explosion. A shelter in place tonight has been reduced from a 5-mile radius to a 1-mile radius because of all that thick smoke around the Louisville airport. The NTSB and the FAA will be investigating the cause. A United Airlines flight evacuated on the Reagan National Airport tarmac today after reports of a bomb threat. That flight from Houston landed around noon before being met by emergency crews. Exclusive video shows passengers exiting the plane. Air traffic was paused for about an hour as passengers were bused to the terminal. That incident under investigation tonight. Mass chaos could soon be coming to an airport near you. That warning from the Transportation Secretary today. Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal at Reagan National.
Are you concerned about delays or cancellations?
Absolutely, yes.
And with good reason. According to FlightAware.com, there had been more than 700 canceled flights and more than 15,000 delayed flights by early Tuesday evening alone.
It's sad because people are starting their holiday travel and they're not going to be able to get to where they need to go.
And now, warnings that things could soon be even worse.
Many of the controllers said a lot of us can navigate missing one paycheck. Not everybody, but a lot of us can. None of us can manage missing 2 paychecks.
Tuesday, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying that if the government shutdown lasts into next week,
you will see mass chaos, you will see mass flight delays, you'll see mass cancellations, and you may see us close certain parts of the airspace because we just cannot manage it because we don't have the air traffic controllers.
Something travel expert Troy Piedenbrink says almost all travelers would feel.
We see a trickle-down effect. You know, when one airport shuts down, it doesn't just affect that airport. It affects all the flights that are coming in and out of those destinations. All the things that people are claiming around the shutdown, this one's pretty legit.
Legit, and leaving flyers like Beth Walter looking for a little luck.
Is your flight on time so far?
So far.
Tuesday, Secretary Duffy also said that while air travel remains safe, the shutdown and everything that comes with it does inject more risk. Guys.
Indeed concerning. All right, Josh, thank you. Let's turn our attention to the weather now and get you outside. Let's look at DCA from our Fox 5 Sky Cam. Mike Thomas, a lot of big headlines today, but we want to give you your time. You're important, too. And we have some great weather for Election Day.
We do, and we're going to have some great weather heading into tomorrow as well, though the morning hours will be chilly, just like this morning was. 49 in D.C. I think we're even colder than that to start off your day on Wednesday. Good news for tomorrow is that I think we're even warmer than this, by 5 degrees or more, in fact. Could be one of the warmest days of the week, and I said that with confidence yesterday, but now I'm thinking we might have a shot at some warmer temperatures by the weekend. So a lot of swings as we head through the days ahead. We look outside, there is Reagan National Airport, where folks are still working hard despite the shutdown. We thank everybody that's doing that down that way. 51 degrees, mostly clear skies out there. Light southern winds have started to kick up, and it's those southern winds that will help with our warm-up tomorrow. Now, they're not helping tonight, that's for sure, as temperatures dip down. 38, Manassas already. Cold night there. Culpeper and Fredericksburg just behind them at 40 degrees. Winchester down to 37. Their neighbors in Martinsburg, West Virginia at 48. So is Baltimore. Annapolis, 47. Leonardtown, 43. Gaithersburg, Maryland at 41 degrees. High pressure in control. It's giving us dry skies, mostly clear, and that should continue through much of tomorrow as well. Another quiet day as high pressure slips off to the east. What that does is what I just mentioned is already starting to happen. Turn those winds out of the south. Sunshine, warmer temperatures, occasionally breezy, but I think the worst of the winds actually hold off until tomorrow night when we could see gusts over 40 miles per hour potentially here in D.C. 60s and 70s, high temperatures tomorrow afternoon. Going to be a really nice feeling day. Air is going to be pretty dry, though, tomorrow afternoon. And when you combine that with occasionally breezy conditions, that is a recipe for fire weather. So we do have what's called a fire weather watch that is in effect out to the west of town. Red flag warning is what this used to be. Just means you got to be careful with open flames, especially this time of year. Leaves are falling off the trees here. You got a lot of kind of timber out there that could light real easily. So watch out for brush and wildfires, specifically there along the I-81 corridor on your Wednesday afternoon. Next couple here in D.C. Nice feeling tomorrow, 70. Then Thursday, we dip on back down, right? I mentioned the swings. 58 degrees, a breezy day as well. Some clouds going by, but should stay rain-free there on your Thursday afternoon. Then we swing back, like golf swing, right? One way or another, bat swing, anything that swings for you. We swing back towards warmer temperatures there as we get into your weekend. In fact, we could be around the 70s on both Saturday and Sunday. Now, enjoy it, because on the other side of the weekend, down from Canada just comes barreling some of the coldest air that we've had to deal with this fall. In fact, it's going to feel more like winter around here to kick off next work week, with Monday and Tuesday, Veterans Day there, likely to be the coldest days. We head through the weekend. We're not necessarily going to say completely dry. Saturday morning could be some showers around. Good news, doesn't look like a washout. In fact, showers move out quickly. We break out into some sunshine, and that's what could jump temperatures up to about 70 degrees. We almost repeat that same thing on Sunday. Probably a little better chance of more widespread showers Sunday morning. We break into afternoon sun. We get those temperatures to jump. And then Sunday night, behind this storm, in comes that cold air. It does even bring some snow showers across the Midwest and our mountain zones out to the west. Those not likely to make it here to D.C., but what will? Those colder temperatures. So there's that 7-day forecast for you. And know this once we get beyond the weekend. 49 for a high on Monday. That's like a December high temperature for you. Tuesday, Veterans Day, chilly, 47 degrees. So keep those sweaters out. But you might not need them tomorrow afternoon. Enjoy that 70. Kenneth?
Speaking of swinging, Mike, the numbers are in, and the ratings for this most recent World Series right here on Fox 5 were a blockbuster. Game 7 between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays averaged 26 million viewers. Yeah, that's a lot. The audience peaked at 31.5 million between 11:30 and 11:45 as the game was going into extra innings. It was the most watched baseball game since the 2017 World Series. We are on the eve of what will become the longest government shutdown in American history. Federal employees got some more bad news today. We'll explain when we come back. Former Vice President Dick Cheney has died. He passed last night from pneumonia and heart disease. He was known as one of the most powerful but polarizing vice presidents in American history. He served under President George W. Bush, advising him during the war on terror in Afghanistan and Iraq. Today, the White House lowered flags to half-staff to remember him. Cheney is survived by his wife, Lynn, and two daughters, Liz and Mary. He was 84 years old. Tomorrow, the federal government shutdown will become the longest in U.S. history. The Senate failed to pass a funding bill today. Republicans were 6 votes short of the 60 needed to end the 35-day shutdown. The vote mostly remains on party lines. Republican leaders saying today they believe Democrats will compromise after the election.
And we're hopeful that after today, the Democrats won't be as concerned about holding the line in order to appease the Kami Mamdani and Omar Fata wing of their party.
We want to reopen the government. We want to find a bipartisan path forward toward enacting a spending agreement that actually makes life better for the American people.
Meanwhile, new reporting today suggests the White House may not pay federal employees not working during the shutdown. The White House press secretary said today it's part of negotiations between Democrats and Republicans. Meanwhile, Prince George's County hosted a free food giveaway to help furloughed federal workers and veterans struggling to put food on the table. More than 100 people impacted by the shutdown showed up at today's event. Despite recent rulings, President Trump posted on social media that SNAP payments will not be given out until the government reopens. The White House tried to walk back those comments today.
With the shutdown, we're unable to bill, invoice, and get paid as well.
And how does that make you feel?
Worried, concerned.
What we're finding is that so many people are really just having what I say, the rug pulled from under them in such a callous way, and they're finding themselves in a situation they never expected to be in.
Tonight's event also provided federal workers and veterans with information on how to start their own businesses and how to apply for county government contracts. A new teen curfew coming to D.C. Greenlit by the council today. Lawmakers took action just days after the latest teen takeover in Navy Yard caught on camera involving the National Guard. The curfew will be every day from 11 p.m. until 6 a.m. for anyone 17 and younger.
A curfew cannot be the long-term solution to meet our young people's needs. I'm not suggesting that is what is being said, but when we only advance a curfew, it begs the question, how are we expecting things to change?
What I fear the most is the devastating impact if one of our young people is harmed or killed by one of these unlawful federal agencies during an enforcement effort.
D.C. Council also voted to allow police to put temporary curfews in place starting at 6 p.m. in neighborhoods like Navy Yard and Gallery Place. All right, coming up next, it can clean your teeth and give you a cavity all at the same time. Now that's efficiency. Stay with us. A luxury grocery store in California going viral for its newest treat. Erewhon is partnering with an oral wellness brand for a toothpaste-inspired smoothie. It's topped with mint leaves, cocoa nibs, and a dollop of organic coconut cream. The cost, $11. Also, what's cocoa nibs? I have to look that one up. So apparently, yeah, it costs $11, but this is actually on the cheaper end when it comes to this store for smoothies. Some cost as much as $22. I'm pretty sure expensive smoothie is not something this next guy is going to be talking about. Coming up next, here's the Final Five with our Jim Lokay.
Right on the Final Five, it is election night across America. Democrats making big gains in Virginia, New Jersey, New York. What does this mean for President Trump? What does it mean for you? We got a lot to get to. This is your Final Five. Let's do this.
Listen good, don't mess with America.
Welcome to the Final Five of this election night. Tonight, the nation's attention is on the Commonwealth with abortion access, gun laws, and education policy on the line. Several local initiatives, every single seat in the House of Delegates, the Attorney General, Lieutenant Governor, and governorship are all up for grabs. For governor, major outlets started calling the race less than an hour after polls closed for Democratic nominee and former Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger. And you see the numbers out there, 57% of the vote to 42%, a 15-point margin. That is a huge victory in a state that had been trending purple. And consider the fact that 4 years ago, Glenn Youngkin won by about 5 or 6 points, which was still an impressive victory, but nevertheless, this is much different, and I'll give you another idea how different it was. Last time around, Glenn Youngkin didn't speak till about 12:45 in the morning. Tonight, Abigail Spanberger spoke at about 8:30.
We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos.
The governor-elect appeared on the show 4 times in her capacity as a candidate for governor, which means we here on the Final Five have developed something of a record. She was the first candidate for Virginia governor to join us, and she won. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin was the first back in 2021, and he won. And Maryland Governor Wes Moore was the first to do it in 2022, and he won. And before we even had Abigail Spanberger on, after she announced her candidacy, we also reached out to Winsome Sears' campaign. In fact, we did it more than a dozen times throughout the duration of the campaign. She would not speak with us, but she was speaking tonight with her supporters.
I don't think we came up short. I think we tried very, very hard. So many had counted me out for so long. And it's an amazing thing to watch. And we just kept plugging and plugging. And so I want to say to our young people here, remember that life has ups and downs.
The race for lieutenant governor, State Senator Ghazala Hashmi is projected to take up the mantle as the next lieutenant governor. That race was called early on tonight. She was several points ahead of Republican nominee John Reed. And for most of the night, the closest race out of the 3 was for attorney general between Jay Jones and the incumbent attorney general, Republican Jason Miyares. Jones wound up taking it by about 5 points, despite that text message controversy that dominated the headlines.
Now, you all know this was a hard-fought campaign. But at the end of the day, this election has never been about me or my opponent. It has always been about every single one of us and the future of Virginia. And this election, this victory is for you.
All right, so there you have Jay Jones there speaking earlier tonight during that victory celebration in Richmond, where you saw all 3 Democratic statewide office holders or statewide candidates for office holder all winning. Nevertheless, this race has massive implications for the future of Virginia politics. Tom Fitzgerald is here once again, as he always is. And by the way, when you know Fitz is here live in studio with us, Something big's going on tonight.
I was just happy you didn't wear your glasses tonight because I wind up I wind up looking like the less good-looking brother.
We look like an ad for Warby Parker, you know. Hey, look, we were here 4 years ago. In fact, the first big election night in this studio was when Glenn Youngkin won, and there were, I mean, that was a big surprise that night, but that really caught what was on the nation's mind. A lot of frustration about COVID, a lot of frustration with schools, but a lot's changed in 4 years.
Well, you know, you were saying at the top of the broadcast here that, you know, Virginia was a purple state. Yeah. If you still had those old televisions at home, I would tell you to work over to the controls and maybe turn the purple down because they turned the blue up tonight a lot in Virginia. You know, not just what went on in the governor's race, not just Jay Jones squeaking through tonight, but boy, what's going on in the House of Delegates race tonight? A massive statement here by, you know, Virginians, not just Democrats, Virginians, that Virginia House of Delegates is going overwhelmingly blue tonight and might even go into a supermajority if this keeps up.
Okay, so going into tonight, it was 51 Democrats, 49 Republicans, and that was a flip from 2 years ago. 2023, if you remember at home, the big issue was abortion. We were in the aftermath of the Dobbs verdict. Governor Youngkin had said the compromise, he thought, a 15-week abortion ban, he thought Democrats and Republicans would be on board with something like that. That was not the case. It flipped back.
He bet the ranch on that, and he got blown out of the water for it. You know, what was interesting here is that, you know, we kind of look at these, you know, legislative races sometimes like, you know, they're lower tier races. Like maybe they don't matter as much as the big races. This matters tonight because you look at where the real battles are going on in this country right now. Prop 50 out in California. The battle over redistricting that's underway in Virginia right now. All of these street fights right now are going on in these state houses. So, you know, what has gone on in Washington right now has made its way to Richmond. It's made its way now to Annapolis as well today when we found out that the governor is launching in Maryland a redistricting commission of his own. That's going to decide what these congressional races look like heading into, you know, next year. And, you know, right now, Democrats have got to feel pretty good about how today turned out. Republicans might need to do some regrouping. I'd be curious to see how quickly there is a movement now to get this government shutdown closed.
Okay, so when you look at Abigail Spanberger and what she, with the issues that she ran on, and affordability has been a big thing for all of these candidates out there. There's no doubt about that. The question is, how much of her agenda gets across the finish line early on now that you have a House of Delegates, supermajority or not, consumed with the redistricting battle that she may have not necessarily asked for?
Well, you know, she stated, she told us, she told you as well, too, she wasn't in favor of the redistricting. Doesn't really matter in the big picture in Virginia because the way they do it in Virginia, it's completely in the hands of the General Assembly. So whether she loves it or hates it, it looks like it's going to happen right now, and it's even going to happen more, you know, when Democrats are able to hold their sway over what goes on in Richmond right now. The interesting thing I think is going to go on with her as well, too, is she made some promises herself. You know, she kind of pointed at Donald Trump. You said you were going to lower prices. Prices haven't lowered. She's talked about affordability. The test for her now and for all victorious politicians are, will you be able to kind of put your money where your mouth is and you start maybe making things more affordable? Maybe start with the car tax, because that's something that's been knocking around Virginia for a long time.
Which is something that she has said she would love to get rid of it, but she put the caveat saying we got to find a way to replace the money, and that's been the big catch-22 all along.
And it's always been all Virginia candidates, Democrat and Republican, always say they're going to get rid of the car tax. The problem is, you all want to get rid of the car tax. How are you replacing that money that the localities depend on from that car tax? Nobody's coming up with an answer for that right now, and that's why the car tax still exists.
Tom Fitzgerald on the Hill Sundays here on Fox 5. Great to see you, Vince. We appreciate you. All right, let's talk a little bit more about what's going on tonight, because obviously so many people have been paying attention to this race, that race, so much going on across the country. I know Virginia has been the big issue for us, something we've been following for so long, and so have my guests tonight. So let's bring in Taryn Rosencrans and Luke Ball, both up late with me tonight here in studio. Well, I'm in studio. They're virtually in studio. They're here on the Final Five. Guys, thanks both for joining us. Taryn, I want to start with you. Look, we know that Democrats were leading in a lot of these polls going into tonight. As you see this, I mean, it's a big victory, but how do you deliver on a mandate now?
Yeah, I think they've got a lot in front of them, but it's going to be great considering what's happening in the House of Delegates right now. And we'll continue to see what goes throughout the night and where it ends up and whether or not it does end up in a supermajority. The governor's in a very good place to be able to act on some of her agenda. She will have the support from the Senate and the House and be able to get things done, which is really helpful because as we can see in the federal side of things, it's not helpful when you have everything on one side, right? Like you usually are able to pass things, and they have been. We're in that current government shutdown, but it certainly had an effect on what happened tonight. But I think she can do a lot to help ease some of the pain that Virginians are feeling, and I think we're going to see it happen and happen soon.
Luke, I talked with Governor Youngkin a couple weeks ago, and he said, let's keep a good thing going. And look, you know, his numbers are pretty strong. He is not an unpopular governor. A lot of people, when you're in the last year of your term, a lot of voters want to say, you know, we're ready to move on. But when you look at this in Virginia, how do Republicans move forward, and what's the message they take away tonight?
Well, Youngkin was a good sport. He wore the team jersey, but I don't think that we had the strongest candidate at the top of the ballot this election cycle. I think Republicans were largely disappointed. They saw early in the summertime in July and August that things weren't going in a good direction. And so tonight is a night for Republicans to regroup and move forward. I don't think anybody was necessarily surprised by the election results. In fact, it just kind of solidified the polls and put it into writing. She was trailing by 10 points for the last few months, and we weren't very enthusiastic about that. If Glenn Youngkin were atop the ballot, I think things would be much different. I don't think this is a referendum on Donald Trump. You're looking at a purple state with poor candidates, and in New Jersey, you're looking at a blue state that goes the way that that state normally does. So if we're looking at maybe a referendum on the president, I'd have to look at a congressional spot that has a 50-50 toss-up in a statewide race. But as we move forward, I think this gives an opportunity for Virginian Republicans to have a clean slate of candidates and put new leadership atop their party.
All right, speaking of new leadership, Taryn, there have been people looking at some of the wins tonight in New York. Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, but then you have Mikey Sherrill and you have Abigail Spanberger, both of whom, Sherrill has a military background, Spanberger CIA. They were both fairly moderate members of Congress, certainly not from the left flank of their party. Are you comfortable as a Democrat with that being the future, proverbial future of the party?
So I think what has always been a big tent party will continue to be a big tent party. And people need to represent and be representative of where they live, right? So New York City, they are one of the only places that has multiple parties. It's not like in Virginia where we were dealing with a Democrat or Republican, right? We've got multiple party lines. They had ranked choice voting in that Democratic primary in a very unique situation. Yeah. I don't think people can read too much into New York City's results, but I think there's room for everybody. And when you have somebody in a very progressive city who's representing it as a progressive there, then that might make sense for them as New York City. It doesn't have to preclude the fact that more conservative Democrats and more moderate Democrats are winning in places where they might be considered more purple.
All right, hold that thought, Taryn. Luke, stick around. We're going to come back. We're going to talk more about this on the back end of this. You're watching The Final Five here on Fox 5. Back to my political panel tonight. Luke Ball and Taryn Rosencrantz here on the Final Five. Luke, back to you on this. One of the other races that we were just watching here, but nationwide, was the race for Attorney General. Jason Miara has made a surge in the last couple of days of the campaign, but clearly the polling did not flesh that out. But I think there's a message to Jay Jones can show contrition, but what is the message here that you think Virginia voters sent by electing Jay Jones over Jason Miares?
I think it was a down ballot issue. I think because Abigail Spanberger carried the rest of the ticket above Winsome Sears with a weak performance on the Republican side, that the down ballot candidates did a lot better. You saw a tighter margin there with the Republican AG candidate than I think I was expecting. I was kind of surprised, frankly, that the Republican didn't pull out a win here. But I believe that ultimately it's kind of a signal for the Democrat Party when you saw Abigail Spanberger refusing to condemn that candidate, refusing to pull support. I can't necessarily blame her. You got to dance with the one you brought to the prom. But ultimately, in this age of rhetoric that we have right now that's increasingly violent, that's increasingly incendiary, I would hope that future Democrat candidates and Republican candidates will call out that kind of rhetoric, because it doesn't have any place in our party. And I was surprised that he was able to pull out a win there.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, right afterwards, there was the condemnations, but I think what the message was, why wouldn't you ask him to get out of the race? And Taryn, to that end, I mean, the reality was you couldn't necessarily replace somebody on the ballot. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a political calculus. I mean,
it's
politics
tricky.
It really is. And I think, but then again, sometimes you look at principle over politics, and you know, is that something that might hinder Governor-elect Spanberger moving ahead?
I think that what's most interesting about this entire thing was that, as you said earlier, what a message are we sending about who we want to elect? So it may have been a flawed candidate. You said, you know, you were talking about the top of the ticket being flawed, but we did have this big scandal and this big information come out that shocked and appalled a lot of people. And I do want to say that, I just want to clarify, which I think you did as well, that Governor-elect did actually condemn him, condemn his remarks. And I just want to make sure we all understand that he won anyway, which I think sends a very clear message that they were not impressed with the Republican Party agenda for Attorney General. Attorney General is a really important role, even though it's down ballot, in a Trump administration, because of what he's, you know, proven that he wants to do and what he kind of keeps saying he is going to plan on doing more of. You need a strong Attorney General if you feel that there are protections that need to be in place for the Commonwealth. Yeah. So this is something that's really interesting, because when you see that you have a flawed candidate in a situation where at other times he may have won just purely on what happened and what came out. And I think what we're seeing is that people were like, we don't want that. We'd rather have the Democrat, even flawed, there. And he did show contrition, and we're trying to move forward. I don't think this will be something that will stick with the governor-elect.
Luke, you and I haven't talked about this, but I've talked with a lot of Republicans, and they kind of echoed what you said about the lieutenant governor, because, you know, on paper, she's a very strong backstory. She's certainly qualified for the job there. She got a great endorsement from Governor Youngkin on this. But, you know, 4 years from now, what do you think that, I mean, look, I don't think we can predict what issues come down the pipeline, and there's a lot that happens in 4 years, but in 2 years, you have another round of statewide elections that'll be happening up close to the backdrop of a presidential election. Do you think it's always fair to look at Virginia through the prism of national implications?
I don't think so, especially because of the type of candidate that we had this time around. This past election, where we had Glenn Youngkin 4 years ago, there was a spark across Virginia with respect to parental rights, with respect to involvement in education. And I think I felt as if I was going into a wake tonight, not necessarily an election night victory party. We were discouraged at how the candidates were anticipated to perform. We felt as if she was a poor communicator. You saw that kind of come across in a lot of the ads that blitzed across the state over the last few weeks. The I am speaking line, even if it was pulled from a Kamala Harris speech, was just a poor choice in communicating. And even her concession speech tonight was just a little odd. It just felt wrong, and it didn't feel as if she was a strong communicator that met the moment. So as we headed into election night tonight, we were kind of wishing Glenn Youngkin were atop the ballot one more time. And so I don't think, as I said before, it's fair necessarily to put this as a referendum on the president's term. Perhaps as we look more toward the midterms, we'll be able to make that argument.
Okay, a lot of momentum for the Democrats tonight after these elections here, Taryn. The question is that something that you can sustain for 12 months going into a midterm?
There is a truth in politics that you never know what's going to happen. Obviously, that's why we have these October surprises. But I do think so. I think what we saw tonight was organized support for the Democratic Party across the country, from California all the way to the East Coast here, and we saw them. And unfortunately, for the Republican Party, I would say that over and over again, Virginia and New Jersey have really predicted what has happened nationally and what that trend is going into the midterms. Yeah. So I think it is a pretty good, valid predictor historically, and I think we're going to see that momentum is going to continue as people are getting really energized and supportive of trying to make change so that the stalemate that we're seeing in Washington changes. And so I think that will continue for the midterms.
Conversations we will continue to have on the show, and hopefully with both of you. Taryn, thank you so much. Luke, I've never wanted a fireplace more in my life than looking at your backdrop tonight.
It's warm.
Good, I bet it is. Good to see you both. Hey, thanks for sticking around. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And the Final Five is back after this. Welcome back to the third block of this election. I just mentioned Virginia is not the only one in the spotlight tonight. One of the most closely watched races was the one for mayor of New York City. On the ballot, Democrat Zohran Mamdani, independent, and former Governor Andrew Cuomo, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani was called earlier this evening. Cuomo used to be the governor of New York, but lost the Democratic primary for mayor. After that, he switched to independent, and many prominent Democrats refused to endorse either him or Mamdani.
Today is election day in New York City. Did you vote for Mamdani or Cuomo?
Look, I voted, and I look forward to working with the next mayor to help New York City.
Okay. Well, New Jersey Democrat Mikey Sherrill faced off against Republican Jack Ciattarelli to replace Democratic Governor Phil Murphy. Mikey Sherrill taking the win there. Ciattarelli narrowly lost the race for governor in 2021, but tonight's victory about 12 points for Sherrill. And out in California, the big conversation was Prop 50, which aimed to change the state's constitution to allow for mid-decade redistricting. The amendment is expected to pass. This comes after Texas moved to redraw its own maps, which are expected to add 5 Republican House seats to Congress. Prop 50 could add as many as 5 Democratic seats in the Golden State. But sometimes state-level races don't really register on the national stage. something's a little different this time. Kentucky, for instance, does not have an election this year. Regardless, the Secretary of State had to announce today, quote, "We're getting calls about polls being closed. They're closed because we do not have elections today. Kentucky votes next year. You cannot vote today in Kentucky for the mayor of New York City or the governor of Virginia. Sorry." And then he added, maybe we need civics education, which may not be a bad idea. Stick around. Back after this. All right, tonight, let's talk about President Trump and his reaction to tonight's election. Now, we should point out that while you heard Luke's take on what he thinks the impetus was for voters, Democrats did deliver sweeping election night results across the East Coast. Abigail Spanberger flipping Virginia Governor Manchin blue, Mikey Sherrill crushing Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey. She basically made her campaign a referendum on Trump. And exit polling showed widespread frustration with the shutdown and how the president handled the economy. Even in states where Republicans had made recent gains, voters shifted back towards Democrats, with Virginia and New Jersey all turning blue on the same night. By the way, also, the president earlier today sparked outrage by suggesting the U.S. won't pay SNAP benefits during the government shutdown, contradicting his own administration's court filing and putting 42 million Americans' food aid in limbo. No matter what, President Trump probably tossing and turning and posting on Truth Social through it all. And that's your Final Five. Thank you so much for watching us on this election night. Back at it again tomorrow night at 11:30 with Dr. Tom Frieden in studio. Have a great night. Go to bed.